missing this loop, but this loop is too early. We have to miss this one. Okay, now we're legally allowed to talk. We can legally talk now. The lawyers have made their opinion known, computer. Now, from this point forward, we are legally allowed to speak. What do they call this? Gag order or something? Hello, computer. Welcome in. Welcome to episode final. It's not the final episode of any given season. What season are we on right now? It's LCOLONQ season 4, I think. This is LCOLONQ season 4 or something like this. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing at present, but it's something like, it is the final episode of 2025. It's sort of crazy to think about this. It's sort of crazy to think that I'm going to start having to append 2026 to Google searches to get reasonable results. How many seasons in the series? Well, this is LCOLONQ series 1. After season 10, we will move on to LCOLONQ series 2. Hello everybody. Hello computer. Happy New Year. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello. Hi. Can we turn this down even more? I'm hearing it and it's making me nervous and upset. I'm becoming nervous and upset about the music, even though it is good. How does putting 2026 in the search? I'm always doing this. I don't know if other people do this. I'm always putting like 2025 at the end of my search in order to make sure that the results are recent. If I'm looking for like I don't know. Like if I'm looking for like how do I play audio good in Rust? I'm Googling Rust audio 2025. Is this good? Is it like, do people do this? I just assume that anything older than 6 months is just they're going to throw me into the pit. They're going to cast me down into the pit for touching or something like this. Hello. Welcome in everybody. Who's here? Welcome in Taimichi. Hello, Niche Penguin Robot. Hello, Tiny Misi. Hello, Exor Xavier Robot also. This is sort of a spoiler for the future. Hello, Asbot_IO. What RSS reader do you use? I use LFeed a lot. Common bit 128. This is a guy. I don't know. It's an Emacs guy. I was thinking about using GNUs recently, but this sort of led me to a point of despair and discomfort. Hello, Prodsy Pod Robot. Hello, Exor Xavier Real Style. Congratulations on happiness. Hello, Crazy_Stewie. Hello, the 0x539. Hello, Control_O. Hello, Duststar1. Thank you for the follow, Duststar1. Hello, CRM148. Hello, DevsDE. Hello, who else? Blazy Knights is here. Welcome in, Blazy Knights. Thank you for various emotes. Hello, Exor Xavier again. Hello, F Mega. Also, welcome in, F Mega. Lost my 180-ish watch streak. Oh well, this will return. Don't worry about this. This is we have to start tracking. I'll start tracking like figurative streaks. This is good. They're for you all. You have this. Hello, Compiling J. Hello, Whomst of 340. Welcome. Hello, Real Nyston. Hello, Pwoof. Hello, Lampsks. Welcome in, Lampsks. Hello, Watchmakering. Hello, Octorinsky. Hello, Abstract_Noise. Welcome in. Hello, Brogrilla. Hello, Kalinoscopy. Hello, Penguin_Operator. Hello, Gira_R. Hello, Andromeda. Welcome in, Andromeda. It's giving Grand Turismo type vibes. Yes, this is Ridge Racer. It's Ridge Racer R4, Ridge Racer Type 4 even. Hello, A squared 31415. Hello, F Mega. Hello, Ponadary. Welcome in, Ponadary. Good to see you. Hello, Zully3. Hello, Violet Marmalade. Hello, Free Full. Hello, RPC2.0. Welcome in. We're getting there. Welcome to my stream. Hello, Shocked Dota. Did you see that Northern Lion was playing Dota today? This is kind of crazy. Maybe you don't care about this at all, but I don't know. I think it's notable. They had this guy out there. He was on Dota 2, which is, I don't know. He was in lane. He was Crystal Maiden. He was going Crystal Maiden or something. Hello, Gen Dude. Hello. Who else? Who else? You either do the current year or 2002 to get the best results? Yeah. Hello, Steel Shield. Welcome. Hello, Sight Soul. Again, it's great to see you. Can I click this also? Is this possible? I'm allowed to click this again. They're letting me do this. They've allowed this for me. Hello, outs __ and thank you for the resub. I appreciate this. A good before 2026 0101 in Google searches for sure. Yeah, I wonder, I guess you can do this for before when they invented the robot. Maybe this is an angle to consider. Hello, trap _ exit. Welcome. Hello, Compiling J again. Thank you for the resub also. Hello, fuck. Wind Up Boy is here. I would like my literal function objects, please. Well, this is not a literal function. This code you're saying, this is a symbol. This guy's a symbol. I don't know about this whole. Either way, welcome in. Hello, Kanusaru. Also welcome. Hello. I do wonder. There is like a function guy in Common Lisp, right? Like, what is the? I mean, I don't know if you can actually put it in a value. Like, but what if I like for example, what if I like there is like a cell, right? Like a symbol has like a function cell. This is a thing. What lives there? Can you put this in like a, I don't know. Maybe you can. I don't know if you can do this in eLisp. When I was writing the little Lisp 2 that we wrote, I guess you sort of can, you sort of can do this, but it's not really easy to manipulate. It's not really useful, I guess. Hello, Poof again. Welcome in, Poof. Hello, the Pragmatic Programmer. Welcome in. Hello, Zulfix _. Hello, Pluvophile. Hello, Crespian C. Hello. Okay, I think we've caught up. If I missed anyone, you have to raise your hand and tell me or something like this. Hello, welcome. Hello. It's the final hours. It's the final hours of the year or something. I guess it's not really the final hours. There's like 2 days left or something. There's 2 days left, like we were in school. Something like this. The final countdown. Can we click? Can we click? Let's click the thing. I was really nervous about it today for some reason. I don't know why the click was so nerve-wracking. Hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. I've always been very, I think when you're young you have there's a lot of excitement about the new year or something like this. Hello, Sohakuni, welcome in. I always wanted to. Hello, Adam Learns Live. Also, thank you for the raid. Hello, Fred. Happy New Year. Say my name. Hello, Adam. Completely ignored. Hello, Basica. Also, oh my, it's over. It's freaking over. Welcome in, Adam Learns Live. Is this good? If I say Adam, first name Adam, last name Learns Live, is this good? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, I'm LCOLONQ. Happy New Year. We are resurrecting Clippy from the dead. If you notice here at the bottom of the screen, this is not a GIF. This is not a GIF. This is our player for the Microsoft's animation format that Clippy lives in. And today what we're going to do is we're going to connect Clippy to my Emacs. We're going to make Clippy respond with particular animations to certain events in Emacs. This is the plan. But welcome in Espresso and Sinistello and Typical Hard Worker. Welcome in. How are you doing, Adam? How is the stream? Adam, if you do not know, I have to say this. Adam is working on a video game. The video game is called LLLL. You gotta check this. Is it 2L or 1? We never remember this, but we have to bring it up. We have to bring it up. Hello, Topocato, also welcome in. If LCOLONQ put any of his I don't know about this. But you gotta check this. This is good. It's getting kind of good. They're starting to get a little bit good with LLLL over there, so you should check this out. And Adam, it's just a good stream. I don't know. I go over there. Okay, this is good. I don't want to glaze too much or whatever. This is what the kids say. They say glaze. But I think whenever I go over there, I'm like, damn, I gotta get organized. I gotta get freaking organized, man. This is like, it's good. It's a good place. You should go check this out. Link the guy. So okay, yeah, that's also what you should do. They're supposed to do this. Skeleseller, Steam, they're giving me recommendations for this. Yeah, this is the one. This is the video game. Yes, they made me narrow. I'm sorry. Let me fix that. OpenAI's net contributions. I don't know about this. Well, there's the character. Anyway, this is good. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, everybody. Whoa, yeah, whoa. This new game. It's looking amazing. This is crazy stuff. What's this? What's this new skeleton themed video game they got out here? They should make him wide. They sort of can. It doesn't really go wider. Is it an oob like? I think it's kind of it's various likes. It has, you know, what is Skeleseller like? Every game has to be classified in terms of what it's like. Like, is it? It's not like I gotta dash. Yeah, please enjoy your lunch. I'll continue rambling about this particular topic. Thank you again. I appreciate this. Oh, they're giving us a hype chest now. Computer, what is this? What is this? Open. They've given me a golden image of a train. Oh, I am the conductor. It appears they've made me the conductor of the train, or something like this. This is something. What is this? Hello, Kalindra VT. Also, can you add a clip to melt Clippy? They need to melt him down into dust. Welcome in, Kalindra. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. The golden, yes. The something like this. You missed the timing. This is you missing the timing. Yu-Gi-Oh.com. I guess we could melt him. Thank you, Poof. Also, welcome in. Thank you for the gift sub to VB Sec. Mary, yes, thank you. I appreciate this. Anyway, what are we doing? What's going on? What kind of game is Skeleseller like? I guess it's sort of like it's a shop-like game a little bit. You're selling things. It's also like an idle-like game. So it's sort of a cookie-like, and it's also a little bit of a. What else is it like? It's like a Recettear-like. That's a game, right? Recettear and item shop tale. This is a thing, I think. Hello, Codex_DG. It's like a casual game that stresses you out. This is kind of the best. This is kind of the best. I realize something I'm liking in gaming these days. I like games where you can win. You can win by losing. This is actually pretty easy. I've never played this. Hello, Ice Lasers, also in. Welcome in. Welcome. It's Cookie Run Kingdom. Was it Germa that I watched Recettear? This game has been around forever. This is like from 2007. It's from 2010 in WW. And you run a shop, and I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Winning by losing. I like when you can like make progress like by incrementally. I don't know, a little bit. Like I don't know. Dark Souls kind of has this element a little bit, but Dark Souls has like everything I like in video games. It has a little bit of like you can like kind of slowly branch out your tentacles into areas that you don't know about very much yet, and then like you can die a bunch, but you're still kind of incrementally making progress because you like open the one door. I don't know. Maybe this is I just like video games. Maybe is the answer. I'm liking video games. Although I haven't been gaming as much as we would like to. I've been having this thing. I want to play. You only fail to be efficient. Yeah. Like there's no stress, right? Like Dark Souls is ultimately like a pretty stress-free game in the sense that there's like not really like long-term consequences. Like you're allowed to fail as many times as you want. 195 is a message from your angels that the life changes you are considering making are the right ones for you. Is this true? Hello, Steel Shield. Welcome in. I'm thinking about this now. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not considering making any life changes, so this kind of puts me in a position of, maybe the gout. Maybe the gout has motivated this. Hello, Error 204. Anyway, I trust my angel numbers implicitly. Welcome in, Error 204. Programming sort of has this element as well. Read random bytes from Steam Deck RAM and interpret them as angel numbers. I think this is pretty easy to do. Not the gout again. The debeefing. Do you ever go to the doctor? I didn't go to the doctor, but I'm also no longer dying. But I will go to the doctor eventually. Once there's logistical elements that need to be considered here. Kaleidoscopy. The angel bleed. Yes, this is there was a new guy for MongoDB, right? They exploded MongoDB or something like this. I think I don't know. I heard about this vaguely. I've been hearing about various attacks and things. I think it's CCC time in Germany now, right? So they're doing all sorts of mischief. They're going mischief mode. It died on Christmas. It was too good to be true. I saw there was a thing with GPG exploding also. If you politely ask it for extra bytes, it happily complies. The watching CCC talks raises my mood. It's kind of good. It was too late to get a ticket, sadly. Yeah, I would love to go. I would love to go at some point. This would be kind of exciting. Anyway, I don't know about this stuff in any case. I've been reading a lot about elves. This is my main thing. I've been staying up too late to read about elves. Is my chat busted? No, I can see you. Hello. It might be busted on your end for reasons other than it doesn't send, I guess. This is possible. It's possible that they did this to you. Is Colonq's chat busted? No, my chat's working. I can see everything. I can guarantee this. Wasn't it the printing arbitrary ANSI to terminal means code execution, like stream redeems? Yeah, but like we're not doing it through. We don't sign messages. Is it that the ANSI thing is independent of this? Well, my terminal is special. I use a special terminal. Well, first of all, I mostly use eShell. Like mostly things are not printing to terminal. When things do print to terminal, it's only on the model, and the model runs on a special terminal. It's a special terminal where that already has crashed us due to the ministrations of people. Of bad cop mostly. So what we've done is we have commented out many things. I don't know about this. You may bleed exploits prod found. Wait, did prod get code execution in You May Nikki online? Hello Christopher, welcome in. Also 6 months on boss's dime. This is what they're saying. What do they say? What do they say? Colonq, I get $1. Colonq gets a dime. That's why I sub on Colonq dime or something like this. This is the rhyme. That's why I don't attempt to rhyme. My delay was busted because I accidentally paused. Oh, I see. Oh no, wait, no, we have to do this too. This is the devil. You can't be watching ads here. This is ridiculous. This is evil. Don't be doing this. I exclamation point open pack on boss stream time. Yeah, true. A little bit like this. I don't know which guy does this. He's here. Hello, Tomato. Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome in. I hope you're all having a nice holiday season. This is what they say. I sort of consider this. When is the holiday season? It's the month of December, I guess. I don't know. Something like this. It's between, I don't know. Something along these lines. We're going to finish Clippy today. That's the objective. And also talk about this and also talk about other things, I guess. That's the usual plan. I have been continuing to think about elves a lot. It's been going elves so much recently. I finally figured out what all this relocation nonsense is about in these goddamn elf files. I figure we know what this is about. I've been watching Lord of the Rings. We're saving shaders. We need to do this also, but this is less urgent. Flippy demands our full attention, I think. The files are not as durable. The elf thing I learned finally. I've had this thing I've been confused about for a while, about relocation. The elves are immortal. Yeah. I didn't understand. Well, okay. So I understood relocations in a certain sense, but not in another sense. We can explain what this is a little bit, right? So, okay, can let elf. Do you know about this computer? Can we go to abstractly only? More so, I didn't understand some particular details of the whole scheme. Let's explain this a little bit. I'm searching elf.org on DuckDuckGo. Real. I forgot how to use the computer. We must make Clippy link Clippy to more Clippies and make a cool necklace. Hello, Mr. Colon. I know you don't play games and are a serious and ever busy, very dedicated I take my fiduciary responsibility very seriously, Helpai. This is why I'm heavily invested as a shareholder in the company. But do you or ModClonq perchance have any games that you may desire from Steam? For research, of course, as I would never dare imply that you do not dedicate the utmost amount of grind to working here. Well, this is a suspicious question because this is the question of I don't know. I don't mean to assume anything. I don't mean to assume anything that I wouldn't, you know. But this sort of question makes this is like a gift giving question. There's nothing I desire that I do not own. First of all, however, there are some cool video games on Steam. There are some cool games on Steam out there. What have I been fucking with? I haven't really been playing games, I guess. I didn't play any games, and looking at logs, it appears January 2024 is my last play. It's been a 2-year guy. Hello, the Schnombo, welcome in. And must_broke_. Buy them stationeers and you'll be forced to play. I don't know, man. We got 2 Point Campus just now. It's fun. I've been playing a little bit of what am I playing? The last game I was playing was Sultan's Game, which is like a devil game. It's like, I don't know. It's sort of evil. It's a Chinese video game, and it sort of has there's mild horny elements to it, I think, but it also has major card game elements to it. So I'm sort of able to transcend my discomfort with the, I don't know. It's good. I can't see your wish list. I have no wishes, but thank you. This is a very kind sentiment. Happy penultimate day of the year. Yes, today is the ultimate day of the year. Yesterday was the anti-penultimate day. This is good. Hello, Bridgewater. Welcome in. But no, I've been playing this a lot. We've been hopping on various things. What about you, Hellpie? I was considering trying to give away games and stuff, but this seemed a little gauche. You know, I don't know the best way to do this. This could be kind of fun though. You can. How about this? We could do this. You send me a DM on Discord, and I will buy you a video game if you want. I don't know. This is good. This is kind of good. I've been playing mostly old games this year. I've been going on. They gotta release the Retro Arch recap. This is the main thing they need to drop here. Hello, Errorism. Welcome in. Most of my gaming lately has been on. No, I've been playing a little. Well, I haven't been playing that much WoW. Also, because my guild is imploding. My guild is on holiday break still, and it's also imploding. Everyone is leaving the guild, and also our first week back. Okay. This is no one cares about this. No one cares about this at all. But I've had an insane interaction, right? So. In November, the isn't penultimate from Latin pen ultima, meaning almost last, and therefore including perhaps several days before the 31st. The freaking like November, mid-November, our WoW guild was going into the next raid. We were going into the next raid. We were going into the Temple of Encourage. This is, it doesn't matter what this is. And in one of the encounters, I had the longing. Oh, the longing. This is the one where you have to wait like 600 hours. Is this the game? It's the game where you move really slow. This is cool. I have not played this, but it is cool. Anyway, we were going into the Temple of Encourage, and in this raid encounter, there are two big guys. There are two big guys. Do you see them? Here's guy number 1, and he has like a magical stave. He has like a magical staff. This is his characteristic. And there's guy number 2. There's guy number 2. Do you see? Do you see? And he has a big sword. He has a big, huge sword, right? This is the tactic. And they swap back and forth between each other. And the guy with the sword only takes physical damage, and the guy with the stave only takes magical damage. Clippy is taking notes of this. So you have to have one guy who is tanking the guy. You have to have 2 guys on each side of your little guys. On each side to tank them. You need to have one guy who is like a caster who is prepared to take major shadow damage, and you have to have another guy on the other side who is prepared to take major sword type damage. This is the characteristic of the encounter. Hello, Digico, also welcome in. And so the first time we did this, we had no people who were in the magical. We had no M's. we had no M's. There was a shortage of M's. So three people trained up to an M's. Yes, this is the one. 3 of us trained up to become M's, to have the power to do the magical tanking part. 2 people did this, and then I just did this also because I was like, I want to have a backup. I don't want to deal with this if people don't know how to do this. And then one of them was like, you're like just gonna take my spot. I don't want you to. So I was like, I was like, okay, I won't do it, and I gave up my position and they were like, okay, you guys can do it. And then one of those people quit. So now there are only 2. So I'm really glad that I did this because now we need the 2 M's. There are only 2 and we need 2. And now also I'm going to MagFest the first week we are coming back. So there will only be 1. So they literally cannot progress. They cannot beat the video game. Anyway, no one cares about this, but this is I mean, maybe you do. I care about this. The correct number to count to is 50C. 50C. I've played Magic the Gathering for like 15 hours so far this week. I think it's the ultimate game. They're saying this. Your major vindicated. Yes. Why were you discussing elves earlier? Well, I care about elves a lot. I do. I mean, it was in a different sort of context, and we'll talk about that shortly, Arctic. But I am obsessed with elves to a degree that maybe is, well, I don't know. You can't really be unhealthy. I just finished reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and started going on the Silmarillion. I think the Silmarillion is really good. I don't know about others. I think I read this first when I was too young to understand it very well, and I kind of was just like, oh, this is kind of boring. And I read this again when I was in college, and it like made me cry. I don't know. It's good. There's a lot of proper nouns, but it is kind of good. It's like there's a lot of good stuff about, like, I don't know, man. They gotta stop this guy Feanor, man. They gotta get him out of there. You should give it a second shot now that I'm an adult. Yes, I think so. I think Lord of the Rings also in general is really good. It's honestly underrated. This is maybe a crazy thing because I think it's maybe it's the book has such a different character to the movie. And a lot of the especially like contemporary cultural influence of this is from the movie, right? Like when like people, and it has such a different tone than the movie that I think this is a thing that is very worthwhile. It's a lot, and I think that I don't know. Hello, Piss. Hello, welcome in. Them Llanowar. Yes, I don't know. Magic is maybe the best game. It is good as hell. It is good as hell. This is fair. I hope you're enjoying. Are you just playing like standard on Arena? This is good. I have been a mythic gamer at least once in my life. I played exactly 1 season of standard on Arena. I paid like fucking when I was still working, like before, like in 2021 or something. It was right before Kaldheim. What was this? When did this happen? When was this? This was in early 2021. It was right before Kaldheim released, and I grinded standard until I was mythic, and then I quit, and I have not played since then. I probably paid $300 to get the deck. I played 1 season and then quit. For some time, I think TE had unique dynamic relocation numbering across all architectures, meaning that relocation handling code in, for example, the dynamic loader and the debugger apparently didn't need to worry about which architecture it was dealing with. You paid money. This explains, of course, yes. I paid $0 so far. This is good. This is probably better. Hello, Faye Lior. Welcome in. Hello, Sifon Altera. Also, hello. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. We are resurrecting Clippy. This is our mission. But we have to talk about elves first. But independently from Silmarillion type elf, the type of elf that we have been thinking about, will there be programming in the new year? Yes. Ironically, this year, honestly, we'll talk about the year. This has been a crazy programming year for us, I feel. We've done a lot. I've survived a vicious puppy attack. I've been reading about ELF, and I finally sorted out what the deal is with all this. I figured out what the deal is with all this relocation business, right? I've had it in my head, you know, what is a relocation? What is linking in the first place? What is the deal with linking? The whole idea with linking, right, is like, say I have a C program, right? Say I have a C program, and that's, I don't know. How do you say this, right? Say I have a little C program, and it's like, I don't know, int foo, int bar, I don't know, return foo plus 1, something like this, something like this, right? I have like a translation unit like this, and I have another translation unit that's, I don't know, we have int baz, and this is like return foo, and we have extern int or return bar rather, and we have extern int bar, something like this, static or dynamic linking, sort of both at the same time. But this is at the start. Let's just imagine we're compiling these guys normally, right? What is the sort of thing you might often say when you're dealing with this, right? Like you might say something like, I don't know, like GCC, like let's call this foo.c. Let's call this baz, or I don't know. Let's call this first.c, second.c. We're running out of meta variables here. Can we if we compile first.c to first.o, I guess we just say -c to do this. And we say this also. We say second.c. We can say this too. First.o, second.o, right? Referencing various chunks of data hold the right bytes to actually form the relevant addresses. How does it know where to put things? This is the question, right? Like, I think this one's pretty kind of obvious. You can recognize this, right? What is in the .o file, and what is it all about? Well, presumably, like, you know, like this is running the compiler, right? There is executable code in here. Let's actually run these guys. I don't have a good tangling setup, so I'm just going to straight up make these files. Can we do this? Can we do this? Hello, Zofty. Welcome in. It's great to see you. Long time no see. Welcome. If we set up first.c here and we make second.c here, right? Is this something that is possible to us? It's mostly just, let's put a main in here also. I don't know. Just for the sake of it, you know. Just for the sake of it. I don't think we actually have to say extern here also. I think this is just for globals. I think we can just declare this guy, maybe. Maybe I don't know. I don't actually know the semantics of I'm never typing this. What is ELF if not a miserable pile of tables? True. They got this guy freaking everywhere. Anyway, let's close this guy for now. Let's say I don't know, int main, and we're gonna, I don't know, we'll printf it. Sure, why not? It might confuse things for us a little bit, but it's not going to be a huge deal. Sure. Okay, we have some files, right? Let's compile these files. If I say gcc-c first.c, I can say gcc-c second.c. I have two files now, right? I have first.o, right? Wow, it's a binary file. We have an ELF here. We have also second.o. Wow, we have a binary file. This one's maybe a little bit bigger. Well, if it isn't the Colonq. Hello, Michael Hunt 1122. And these files, right? They contain executable code, right? This is a thing. They have this characteristic. They have, like, if we look at first.o, we can see here is bar, right? We can look at second.o. We can see here is baz and here is main, right? We have various executable code in here. You see this. But you'll also notice that this code has, like, there are placeholders in this code, right? There are certain things it doesn't know what the deal is with them. It doesn't really know what the deal is with certain guys. There are You've heard of Elf on the Shelf, but have you heard of Elf on the E-Shell? Yeah, true. Yeah, true. And these are this is what relocation is basically, right? So you'll notice that Baz, the address that we have for Baz here is just all zeros, right? This is the nominal location of Baz. Do you see this? Do you see this? Past DR, yes. And here the location of bar is also this, right? So when we combine the files together, something has to change. There has to be a changing of between the files, right? Do you see this, right? The bar and Baz, when these eventually get loaded in, when we run a process, these guys cannot live in the same spot. They cannot both be at address 0, right? In virtual memory. This is not a place where they can live. Hello SN_Akes. Thank you for a big smiley face. This is good. They could be. I mean, I guess they could be if you really want to. But this is maybe going to cause us grief. This is maybe going to cause us grief. Is this elf binary an executable, or is it just sections and tables? What do you mean? It's a perfectly fine elf binary. Looks inside, it's sections and tables. Yes. So what you do with this, right, to avoid this disastrous collision, is you got to move one of them around. They both can't be here, right? So when we finally form the executable, right, what are we gonna say? What are we gonna do about this? We're also linking in other stuff too. What are we gonna do about this in any case? Can we link them together? Can I say GCC first dot-o, second dot-o, -o executable? We can do this now too. Executable is an executable file. It prints the appropriate results. If we look at him, he is also an elf file. And he also contains, he's got a lot more stuff in him, right? Because now we're linking in the libc to get printf, right? There's a bunch more stuff going on here. But we can still find those functions probably if we look for them, right? Like here's bar here. Do you see? Disassembler options equals Intel. Oh yes, we probably should be telling it not to do evil AT&T assembly guy for real. Thank you, Ponadary. And we also have you see here's bar and Baz and main. Here are our guys. You'll notice that bar and Baz are now not both at 0. They are not both at 0. They are different. They are different now. Do you see? Do you see? And also the actual bytes of the machine code have changed, right? You'll notice bar is now, instead of being at 0, it's at 401126, right? And Baz is at 401135. Do you see this? And also, like, if we compare and contrast the actual calls, right? You can see here that in Baz, the former call here is E800000000, right? And now in Baz down here, the call is E8E3FFFFFF. You see, right? And this number, if you're looking at this number, you might be like, wow, if we're reading this little endian, that's a small negative number. I don't know what is E3, this is small negative. This is like -12 or something like this, right? The negative more than 12, but it's negative small. It's negative small number. Because it's a PC relative guy, I assume is what the deal is, right? This is saying call the thing that is like this many bytes back from this. But it couldn't know this, right, beforehand. Hello Party Cat Lol, welcome in. It's good to see you. Very happy Christmas, Merry New Year. It has become time to click the button again. Negative greater than -32, yeah, something like this. Something is going on. Hello Sarake, also welcome in. And Mental Equilibrist too, and Freedrill _ and Sundemoniac too. Hello everybody. Hi, we're talking about elves. I'm saying a thing that many of you you all know about this. This is old hat to you, right? This is easy stuff, but like I don't know, so I have to explain it to myself a little bit. Please forgive me. right? So you'll notice that like the things are moved around. The things have been moved around now, right? Baz no longer lives at 0. He's living at like 40 something. He's now a 40 something man, right? And also the actual code has changed, right? The actual code has changed. In right to left languages, they use them backwards. I don't know. It like I don't know if they. I wonder if they write mathematics like this. This is sometimes a problem that is curious in like something like Forth, right? Like it can kind of be like, well, do I use the top of the stack as the right? Like this is a little tricky sometimes. Yes. Anyway, but no, I think yeah, I wonder. Like it's not one base size of last thing plus off because this is just a default RPC 2.0. Also, hello, I may have borked it. I don't know where this comes from, but the elf has a thing. You can tell your file where to put things. You can write in the elf file where you're going to put things. If I say read elf h -h executable, you can see here there's this thing here that says entry point address, right? Clippy code looking weird. We will do this. Don't worry. This is our main deal today. I just have to talk about this because I have to get it out of myself, because I was reading this at like the other day and I finally shored up some. This is not to the misunderstanding. Yeah, I knew about this, but there is more. Does and meta compilation. I see. I saw you were defining some fucked up and evil fourth verbs the other day. And you could make this entry point address anything you want. Like there's no like the way processes work, right? Like processes run in virtual memory, right? This is also something I misunderstood when I was starting doing the computer. Can you override this when linking? Yeah, totally. Hello buddies pizza, also welcome in. Have you done the OSCON 2012 Mr. Advent of Code challenge? I'm finding the last flag right now. I've never done this. Do you have a link to this? Prove it. Prove it. I mean, we can do this in how will we do this? We have our little elf guy who writes out elf files. They might need to be aligned to 0x1000. I mean, the code section probably has to, but the entry point address I don't think has to be the start of the section, right? The entry point address, I don't know. There's probably an alignment constraint related to like they probably want symbol like the code itself to be but I bet it's smaller than like a page. Try hex dumping some Arabic with greater than less than greater than in it. VM challenge. Bad Cup says this is originally by Mr. Eric Wastel before he did Advent of Code. I see. There's a thing people have been talking about in this vein, right? Oh yes, Cinecore. This guy. I have not done this. I will investigate this eventually. I have so many puzzles to do. We gotta catch up on 1,000 things. Request virtual addresses that are reserved for the kernel, which is the top half of memory. A fun little challenge. Yeah, we should do this. Maybe it's the year of challenges. I don't know. Anyway, like we can probably do this. Like if we go to where's our elf guy? This guy. Like we can probably modify this guy to like. Are we still going here? If I say elf writes Baz, right? And I say read elf -h Baz. Here we're setting the entry point to 41,000, right? What if we change that? What if we're just like can we go to here? Hello lesbian monad, welcome in. We're saying this in a couple of places, right? What if I just say like I don't know, U32 entry points equals 0x. Let's do this just to test first off. Let's change all of these guys to entry points. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Happy New Year. We are going on the computer and messing around. We're talking about elf because I'm coming to understand elf a little bit more. If we use this, right, this should just work the same, right? If we change this to something else, what if I change this? I mean, 69, 69, 69 is not going to be aligned to fucking anything. This is an evil guy, but maybe it still works. x86 is a strange and curious world. This guy is a strange and curious. I mean, it will certainly allow us to write this. It will certainly allow us to put it in the binary, whether or not it will align with your mom. This is crazy. This is crazy work. Yeah, we get segmentation faults. I don't actually know where we get segmentation fault. This is sort of curious. Can we be like this? What if we're like this? It's gonna try and break on. We need to tell it to break on start instead of main. Because we're not using this guy. Can we be like break starts and then go, and then go? I have to say run probably, right? All programs aren't. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of moving parts behind the scenes, right? No, he's still. I wonder. Yeah, maybe we are not. How many funny zeros do we have to put in? Yeah, but sometimes during start, I thought this might mean just before it gets to main, because like the default thing GDB does is it makes a breakpoint at main, and then does this. Thank you, Buddy's Pizza. Outside of the file with this, right? I don't think so, right? Because this is just we should just have a symbol that has this. We should be saying somewhere that we're just loading. Like, the file is not that big. Are you actually emitting code in the right place? I think probably. We're probably saying in the program header to load at this spot, right? This is my assumption. Yeah, we're saying virtual adder is at entry point. Appears to be broken at the moment. Oh yes, everything is. Oh, it's telling me over on this screen. UTF-8 codec can't decode byte 0xA8 at position 1. Invalid start byte. That's a little bit scary, isn't it? Are you intending to write a compiler? Oh, in fact, we are already in the progress of this. We have written this library that we are looking at, Lesbian Monad, this is our little elf library. We have various ambitions. This is like compiler 10 around here or something like this. But we would like to have one that does not rely on hell. That does not rely on various hell tools. It doesn't rely on cow tools, basically. We're trying to do a compiler where we can dodge cow tools, if possible. Hello, El Jello. Welcome in. Apparently everything that talks to OBS is yelling at me about UTF-8 codec can't decode byte 0xA8, invalid start byte. That's a little troublesome given that I have changed no software. No software has been modified in any way. This is kind of good. Anyway, we'll deal with that. What even is 0? Well, anyway, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know about this guy. What if we just add more zeros? This is not 08, this is A8. What if we just add more zeros? Are we able to accomplish tasks? Are we able to then accomplish tasks? Also, it's very possible we've just forgotten to make some trivial change that is... Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. So it is an alignment issue, it looks like. It's an issue with alignment. Is this the guy? What's the guy who yells at us about what's the shell variable that is like the last success? Is it this guy? Is it this guy? What's the guy? What's the guy? This is the return value. This is what it should be. So we are fucking up somehow. Maybe we're just getting lucky. Anyway, you can change the, oh, and well, like, can we oh yeah, there we go. Yes, of course. Yeah, we get the right answer. Right? We get the right answer. This exclamation point won't oh yes, of course. It's not running at all because the first guy is returning non-zero. In the elf header, you tell it where the section is aligned to, and if you're not actually emitting code relative to the right thing, it'll break. Yeah, and we're probably saying some sensible alignments, right? Where do we say that? Yeah, this code is a little fried. There's a lot of duplication here. Where are we setting Jonathan alignment? Where are we telling it about Jonathan alignments? Anyway, we definitely do this somewhere. Where's text? We're saying 0 here, but like I assume there's some constraint on the alignment that does not let us say, you know, 69, like hex 69 is a crazy address, right? A lint tool and elf utils, I suggest using it. Yeah, I suspect this will become useful. Anyway, you can position the thing differently, right? As we saw, right? We can look at Baz and it's somewhere else. That's why, and it just happens. I don't know why this is the default man, but this is the default guy. This is where they put him. They put the start of text. They tell text to load at 4100 and then or 41,000 hex and start just, or I guess this is init. They put init here. They start putting executable code there, and then this is like libc init stuff and plt stuff, which we will talk about. And then this guy they put start down here. Hello pasta linguine pepperoni, happy new year. My own kernel sexy edition. sh underscore adder align. Oh yes, in the, can we get this guy? The I think it's 0 for, I'm setting this to 0 for all sections, but this is probably a guy that the aforementioned linter would yell at us about. We are telling him to be 0, but perhaps 0 means some default and perhaps a variety of other things. This says it must be a power of 2. Yes, this is not a power of 2. So we are in the realm of hell. We have entered the evil land. Hello, Timidus. Welcome, Timidus. 2 to the negative infinity, something like this. Anyway, all this to say, to go back around to the fact that it's got to move shit around. When it links the .o files together, it's got to move shit around. Or you follow? And it also has to change the code in response to it moving stuff around. It's got to move Baz and bar and main. They got to get moved, and they also have to be shaken, right? It has to know to replace 0000 here with the relative offset of bar, and it doesn't know this when it's making .o file, because it only knows about bar when it's compiling first, and it only knows about Baz and main when it's compiling the next guy, right? But when it puts them all together, it has to know. It has to know about this. It doesn't have to know what the code is. It just needs to know that there's certain things that have to change. So for this purpose, there's an idea called relocation. This is the concept. There's a concept of relocate. I think we can see these guys if we say dr. Maybe it's d. I mean, the relocations don't exist here. Can we look at them in the original guys? There's a thing called relocation. Hello, Keodits. Welcome in. Thank you for Astolfo Wave. There's a guy called relocation, and this is like honestly one of the main things that the linker does, right? Like when we're running LD or we're running like we could just, you know, we're running GCC, but this is basically this is going linker style, right? It just is a convenient way to say this without having to tell it to link in libc. I think we can probably do this if we just say, can you say this? Is this a guy? Is this a character you can say? We probably should tell it to I mean, it's not finding start here, so we probably have to tell it to link in like the C runtime as well, right? I don't know how to manually invoke LD. There's probably a way to do this. Whenever I'm doing this, we're not going libc style. Anyway, the linker like there's these relocations. Do you see them? The lines here that are not disassembly, right? These relocations are in very suspicious spots. They're in spots that are a little bit some would say sussy. Do you see here in Baz? In Baz, there's a relocation here that's talking about bar. It's talking about bar, right? Minus 0x4, right? I don't think people say this these days. Yeah, I'm allowed to say it now because it's no longer cool, I think. directly after calls, you can see this here, right? You see here, there's the call. It's saying, right, if we look at the source file again, right? Let's split this. Let's look at first.c. Let's look at second.c. This is a disassembly of second.o, right? So you can see here in Baz, we're just calling bar, right? And there's a relocation here, right, by the call saying, okay, we gotta put bar in there, right? There's a relocation down here in main. This one's saying we gotta put Baz in here, right? This one's saying we gotta do something with RO data. We gotta put this. We're moving 0 into EDI, but maybe we gotta move something else into EDI. Maybe we gotta think about this RO data thing. I think this is for the string literal, actually, for printf. This is my feeling. I bet if we look at RO data, it's got that string literal in there. Hello, Slimevix. Welcome it. Thank you for joling. And then later on here we have the thing for printf, right? And if we look at the disassembly, if we look at the same thing for first, right? You can see there's one here. There's one here for foo, right? When we read, this is like we're reading this guy so we can add to him. We're reading the variable foo, this global. We have one of these guys for foo as well. Do you see? So in general, right, this is how it works, right? Any place that you're accessing something that could be moved around, right? It could be moved around relative to you, right? You have to, this could possibly get relocated by the linker, right? Because those things, the linker needs to move them around, right? Like say there's string literals in both files, right? It's going to have to, maybe this guy, we don't know where this string literal is necessarily relative to the code, right? We don't know where foo is relative to the code, right? We're probably going to put all the globals together, right? This is why, like, say I say static addend equals 2, right? Here. And if I say GCC -c first.c, I need to add addend. I don't know. I'm being insanely foolish. The static int addend also. Let's not be fools. If we look at this now, right? If we look at this now, oh, they still actually do this because it's in data. This is kind of funny. The I guess I assume, like, if we optimize this guy also, if I say -01 on him, he's gonna be much different. But, like, yeah, you can see that this guy can not be around anymore. I was confusing static and global. Yeah, in general, the C, they make static mean 1000 things, and it's even worse in the context of linkers, because, like, there's static means an additional 1000 fucking things. Loadable process segments must have congruent values for p vattr and p offset modulo the page size. I see. Oh yes, we did see this when we were reading the docs. Yeah, so it has to be page aligned, basically, right? Or rather, the p offset has to be, they have to be compatible, right? They have to be the same modulo page, which is just what they said, and I'm saying it. Yeah, you know. Hello, Steger. Anyway. This is how it is, right? And these, like, what are these things actually? Like, what does this actually fucking mean? What is the actual point of any of this? You need a New Year's hat? I'm legally allowed to wear this until the end of December, I think. I've decided. They let me put it on. I hope. What does a New Year's hat even look like, I guess? Like, I don't know. Hello, pile of oxides. I can't believe 2020 is finally over. Yeah. It feels like this sometimes, pile of oxides. Like, I still think of, like, 2015 as, like, oh, that's a current type of year. This is a current type of year. Yeah, we can move the offset to 60 to the appropriate thing. The Coca-Cola DMCA only after 2025. The Elden Ring merchant cosplay hat. Like 2015 feels very recent. Like, maybe this is just how old people feel, right? Like, I'm sure to my parents, they're like 1985. 1985, that's like a recent year, and I'm gonna be forever. When I'm 80 years old, I'm gonna be like, 2015, that's like, you know, that's a year that is currently happening. We're doing that now. Yeah, 2016 is 4 years ago, right? Like, yeah, you see, like, now that this is 10 years ago, right? This is Grandpa, do you really remember the 1900s? Yeah. We're closer to 2050 than 2000. Yeah, this is bonkers. Although I feel like the future is always further away than the past or something like this. I don't know. This is anyway. What are these relocation guys actually? What the fuck is an R_x86_64_PC32? What is this guy, right? He needs to tell it, like, this is supposed, it's saying, we have this thing, it's saying foo minus 0x4. What is this? What is this guy? What is he about? Can we look at this? Relocations, elf. There's probably a document here. A monoid in the category of endofunctors. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The I'm Nightmare Freddy and I'm in your code. The Linux kernel has this guy when loading program headers. Ensure we align to at least one page. I see. Not gonna lie, that guy looks chill. It's how to compute the offset. Oh yeah. Yeah. So there's a character. There's a character on this. There's a character. Can we look at Oracle docs? Is this the canon? There's another place for this. They're on like the actual elf world. On the people who are doing on Gabby Zinuos. Can we go to Gabby Zinuos? This is going to be just the base relocation types. Do they link to the others? Do they link to the, what do they call these guys? The extensions? Can we go to Zinuos? Does Zinuos have this for us? What's this? What's this? We'll just go look at Oracle for here. We can look. We can look here for Oracle Solaris relocation types table. This is okay. Okay. What do we see him? Is he around? Also, these are all R_AMD64, not R_x86_64. This is a different character. This is a different character. Can we find, I need to just have this file on hand because it is relevant to us often, like this the particular extension guy. Good luck with relocating the jolly elves. They'll be lurking as usual. Thank you, Helpie. And please send me your Steam wish lists. We're probably friends on here. Chapter, okay, good. We have this maybe. This is, oh yeah, this is just in general relocation entries. There are specific guys, right? The processor specific guys. Can we find this? Elf ABI supplement. Is this possible? Hello, Drain Gang Lazar. Also, welcome in. Do we have Elf ABI supplements? Where is this? Processor specific Elf documents. x86-64 System V application binary interface architecture processor supplement draft version 0.99. Is this the guy? This is from 2012. This probably does it good enough for us that we can deal with this. Do we have relocation types? Yes, here we go. Here we go here. Yes, it's doing like a Zeno's paradox thing where it just approaches this. Yeah. So there's a bunch of relocation types. There's a fuck ton of them actually. And they're all saying different things, and basically what they are is saying replace specific bytes with specific other bytes. This is the concepts. It's only from a couple years ago. Yeah. Hi everyone. Hello again, Raymarsh. Can we shout out Raymarsh and also Masica and also everyone who we know who in the world? Have a good one tomorrow. Thank you. You too, Drangang Lazar. I hope it's good. I always used to like really I don't know. It's sort of New Year's makes me want to go to bed earlier. I feel like what do you like when you're a kid, right? When I was a kid, at least, I always I never was staying up until midnight. This was not in my, I was going to bed at like 9 p.m. when I was 10 or whatever. I was going to bed, right? I wasn't staying up. And I think it was always the sort of thing that sort of mystified me, right? This happens at runtime. We'll get to that. These ones that we're looking at now do not happen. Do you enjoy watching fireworks? Well, I lived way out in the middle of nowhere, so there were no fireworks or anything. And like I would always get too sleepy. Like my parents would be like, "We're staying up too late to watch the ball drop. We're gonna watch the ball drop." And I would be like, "I'll try and stay up," but I would be too tired, and I would go to bed at like 10. This was my limit when I was a child. I didn't have a lot of, I don't know, stamina for this, I guess. And eventually, I got older and I was like it was a little more feasible for me. And I stayed up and I watched the ball drop. And this is like the most underwhelming thing ever. If you don't know what this is, in New York City, they're doing this. They have there's like a New Year's thing. There's a ball that drops, and saying it's a ball that drops sort of really it makes it sound a lot more grand than it is. This sounds like there's going to be pyrotechnics. Hello, goodbye, the pragmatic programmer. Thank you for saying hello. I hope you enjoy your tasks. It's just like a thing that moves slowly. It's just a very slow moving thing. No bathrooms available. Yeah, everyone just it's horrible. I'm sure. I've never been there. It's just like an orb that moves really slowly down like a tower. There's no events. And then people stand there and it's really cold and they hug and stuff. They're doing hugging. This is the main event. I remember being so underwhelmed when I saw this the first time. It was like I had this built up in my head for 5 years since I became sentient at the age of 5 or something like this. And then I finally saw this and I was like, damn, this sucks. There's so much labor that it sounds. Yeah. It could slowly descend for a minute and then drop at the end. Yeah. It should be shattered. Cutting crystal today and found the Irish company who made the custom triangles for the ball for a certain year. I don't know. Is it the same orb always? Or is it multiple orb? I don't know. I'm near New York City right now, but ain't no way I'm going to watch the stupid ball. Way too many people. Yeah. I'm probably within 1 and 5 hours from New York City by car. And I have never done this because it seems like the most miserable thing of all time to go and stand and again, there's no bathrooms, so you better be dehydrating yourself severely. And there's 1 million people, so yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you have to. I mean, this is fair. This is fair as well. My brother-in-law tried to go one year, couldn't get close enough to see it. Yeah, it seems, I don't know, man. It's probably the sort of thing that's fun to do once, just to say you did it. But then even then, there's a lot of things you could do, right? You could do any number of other things that would be fun to do once in the same time. You could learn about relocations, yes. So if we look at our guy here, right? What's this guy? We're looking at our x86-64 PC32. Here he is. What is he? He's saying he is a word 32 field. That certainly makes sense, right? And also, we know this is at 6, right? This 6 means something. It's not a meaningless 6. Sometimes when you see a 6, that's a meaningless character. It doesn't mean anything. This 6 means something. And this 6 is, in fact, an offset. So, yes. You see, this is the base address. These are the offsets of the instructions, right? The first one is 1 byte, this push RBP. It's one byte. Right? And then the next one is at 1 because it's after this byte, right? And then this is 3 more bytes. And the next one is at 4 because it's been this byte, right? You see it's an offset into the function. This 6 is also an offset. And you'll notice that this is 4, this is 5, and then this is 6, right? Do you see? So these 4 bytes, right? Also known as a word 32, lives at, it's saying that there are 4, what this relocation is saying is that there are 4 bytes. They live at offset 6. They live at address 6 here, right? And what the relocation says is we need to replace those 4 bytes with S plus A minus P. And what is S plus A minus P? All of these, you see these a lot with relocations. There's these, they give you the funny letters, right? The letters mean different things. So the S means symbol, right? because you'll notice that there's foo here, right? Foo is just a symbol at this point. We don't know where the fuck foo is, right? We don't know where foo's going to end up, but we know we're trying to reference the symbol called foo, right? And eventually foo is going to get an address, right? So S is going to be the address of the symbol foo. The relocation has a symbol associated with it, and S means the address of him, right? A means addend, right? So it's just an it's like a constant that you add to it, right? So A in this case is the -0 hex, the -4, right? The negative hex 4. Also known as decimal 4, his other name, his alternate name, decimal 4. So why are we adding -4 here? We're adding -4 for a reason that will become clear soon. Because what is the P? What is P? P is program counter. P is where we are here. Right? So it's gonna be, P is like the actual address that this instruction gets put, right? Or right? Like this is the thing. It's called PC in the name. Yeah, this guy, right? I don't know. I was going to say they only do real letters here, but they do got here also. They do various other guys. Right? So what is the point of this, right? The point of this is that this is a PC relative load. You might know, or a RIP relative load, you might say. Imagine not being big enough to be distinguished from hex, so you are assumed decimal. It's called PC because it's not for Macintosh. Yeah. They have PC rel, but not PC. PC equals program counter, yes. So you'll notice, what is this move looking like? What is this? Okay, this is written in evil syntax. Can we write it in better syntax? If we say march equals Intel, that's why the 0x is so important. Thank you. Hello, Hexadigital. This is very apropos. Welcome in. Can we shout out Hex? Hexadigital is a good friend who is a plant. Someone said this earlier. Ponadary was saying this. And FN Lumi, welcome in. Ponadary said this. Object dump disassembler options equals Intel. Disassembler options equals Intel. Are you real? Okay, we can see it in real person syntax now. They can write it for humans. Okay, cool. So what is the move that we are actually doing here? If we look at the assembly, right? We are moving something to EAX. The thing we are moving to EAX is the value at the memory address. We're moving a D word, right? We're moving four bytes, right? And we're moving an integer from the address RIP plus 0, right? The 0 is just a placeholder. You can see it right here. It's the thing we're replacing, right? It's like, this is a, what do you call this? Immediate. This is an immediate, right? It's you write the thing right here in the instruction. And we're gonna replace it with this. Hello, Prowl Cars. Welcome in. Hope you have a great day. You as well, Hexadigital. I hope it's good. And thank you again, Ponadary. This is useful. So right? We're not reading an absolute address, right? We're not just putting the address of foo in here, right? We're reading an offset from RIP. What is RIP? Well, RIP is the instruction pointer, right? Hello, Kaze. Welcome in. Hi. Hello. This is a good ass message. We like HAI a lot. Rest in piss. The 64-bit instruction pointer. Yes. Well, welcome in, friend. Hello. We're talking about elves. The right. So in order to compute the offset for this, right, we're effectively reading from PC plus an offset, and we're trying to compute the offset. So how do we make this just foo? Well, we can subtract PC. We can subtract what we know. We know what PC is going to be at compile time when we run this instruction, right? It's just wherever this thing ends up, right? This makes sense, right? Like, we know, like, wherever we put this code in virtual memory, that's what RIP is gonna be here, right? We always know this value. Well, it's actually going to be a little off from that, and we'll talk about that. So in order to read foo, right, we have to make the offset the address of foo minus PC, right? This is the idea. So that's why there's the minus P here. That's the point of PC32. It's to put the minus P here to subtract where we end up putting the code, so that we can then, you know, doing the PC relative thing does the correct stuff, right? It does the correct deal. We always want the whole thing, however many bits is allowed to be there. Yeah. So computers barely work, huh? Yeah. So what is the -4? What the fuck is that? Oh, so this is where it gets truly sick and twisted. I think the P that they give here is the actual address of the instruction, right? So it's wherever we put R plus 4, right? But the value of RIP is not the address of the instruction. The value of RIP at this point, when we are running this instruction, is the next instruction, right? This is the fucker. This is the madness of the fucker, I think, right? So we have to subtract 4 to account for this. It's, yeah, RIP is at the end of the character. So we have to go back. There is a requirement to go backwards. And in fact, because it's 4, this makes me think that the value of P here may actually be just the address of the relocation, which makes sense. The relocation doesn't know where the instruction starts, right? So the value of this is actually like here. The value of P is like the offset of this first 0 bytes. This is what we're thinking. At least it's not next plus 4. Yeah, the GBA. Oh yes, when we were doing the GBA stuff, it's like +8, but sometimes it's +12. In like some particular case, and the GBA, at least in the GBA, the instructions are the same size, so it does make it a little bit. But yeah, like this is deep hell. Yeah, not as bad as many pipeline risk CPUs. Yeah. Anyway, why are we in assembly land? We're just learning about ELF. This is something I'm learning about, Dockies. This will be motivated in time. Trust me. It's also just exciting, and it's cool to know this stuff happens, right? So all of this stuff we're talking about, this only happens at the linker, right? And I kind of understood this up to this point, right? I've had enough exposure to this nonsense that we know about this stuff a little bit, right? It's not too complicated, right? There's a big table of these relocations. The relocations have an offset. I think it's an absolute address. They have an address. I don't know how exactly it's represented. Maybe it's a section in an offset. I don't know. But they have some way to indicate their location in the file. They have a type. And there's 2 kinds of relocations also. This is another guy. There's rel and there's rel A. Hello, Might Bezhinoff. Also, welcome in. Can we get this open? Where is ELF? Open source LLLL elf.pdf. There's rel and there's also rel A. I think this is for historical reasons. I don't know why there's rel and rel A. The difference between these guys, I never really. The difference is. Rel means it's where the add end goes, right? Like where the -4 goes here. In rel, there's no add end field in the relocation, right? Oh, X is just an absolute address. Cool. Right. So you see here, it's all zeros. In a rel, you would put the -4 inside of here, right? In a rel A, the -4 goes in a separate field inside of the relocation, this add-in field. I think in rel it goes in the bytes itself. Hello, Das Razor, welcome in. But I don't know if there's like, I mean, I guess rel A lets you have a bigger add-in, but this doesn't really matter because like it's the add-in being bigger than the field size never really matters, right? The folks in the now and then. Hello, Das Razor. Hello to the past and future Das Razor. So I don't know why this is real. Nice for static relocations on RISC architectures, but it's very size inefficient for dynamic relocations. Yeah. Sure. We'll talk about this soon also. I think all of these guys are probably rel A that we're looking at here. Like we're seeing all zeros in here. I mean, they're all static relocations, so the size and efficiency probably doesn't matter that much. But like it's all because this is all at link time. But anyway, this is the other element. But like they're really not very complex, right? Like every one of these guys, like all they have in them is they have an address. They maybe have the addend if they're an rel A, otherwise the addend is in the file itself, in the thing that they're replacing. And they have this info guy, which is composed of, they have a symbol index, they have the relocation type, and they have optional info, which probably it means something depending on what the type is, presumably, right? And then all the types, they're architecture specific. Like x86 has a totally different set of these, right? ARM has a totally different set of these. RISC-V has a totally different set of these. And in fact, this is way more fucked up and evil on the RISC guys. Because I think on those guys, like you often, like, let's say you have to relocate like an absolute address, right? There's no immediates, right? The instructions are the same size. So a lot of the time over there, you need 2 relocations. You need 2 of them if you're trying to like fill in like an absolute address of something, right? So this is because you have like 2 instructions that are like filling the thing. We did this a bunch, right? Like on ARM, right, when we were doing the GBA stuff, a lot of the time, like to like put a 32-bit value into a register, we were saying stuff like, we were either loading from like a table of constants, or we were saying stuff like we were saying stuff like, I don't know, move x move r0 0x ef, right? 0x ef, or r0 0x be shift by 8. This is like one instruction. Or r0 ad, right? Or r0 de, right? Like, so if you want to relocate this, right, if this needs to be like an address to something, you have to do like, this is like 4 relocations, right? Because it's in separate spots. Of course you wouldn't do this in practice, but like you get the idea. But anyway, the basic idea is not that complex, right? When the linker puts these files together, puts the .o files together, can you relocate your relocations? I mean, like, there's nothing. Is there anything stopping you from doing this? The offset is, for a relocatable file, it's a byte offset from the beginning of the section to the storage unit affected by the relocation. So you cannot. You could relocate a different sort of relocate, because the relocations themselves live inside of a section. So, yes, I guess the answer is yes. And especially because of the thing we're about to discuss, right? The understanding I had regarding this, hello Gabs BRTZ. The understanding that I had was that all of this shit happens at link time. Of course, this is a flawed understanding born from inexperience. The ones that we're looking at here, these guys happen at can we go here? Right? All these guys that we've been looking at here, these are things that the linker is going to handle, right? If we link these guys together finally, can we pull the final curtain? And look at executable. You'll notice that there's none of these guys around. There's none of these fellows around here when we just look for these like static relocations. However, there is another fucker, and this is the origin of my inexperience. I think if we say this, does it give us these? They probably live else. They don't live in the place where we're asking them to live. Can we just say this? There is another fucker, and that fucker is dynamic relocations. This is the source of some level of misery. There are additional relocations that happen at runtime in certain contexts. The hello 37 chairs, and also Prodzipod real deep reverb 2. Yeah, can we shout out Prod? Prod is good. Prod is good. Check out the blue season. Consider investigating the blue season. So yeah, it only does as much as it can get away with. And you'll notice that these guys are these are not our characters. Prod rules. It's true. Prod may be the best stream on the Twitch TV website. I'm not going to lie to you about this. You'll notice that one of these guys is for printf. It's for printf, and these relocation types suddenly are a little bit scarier. We have our x86-64 jump slots, our x86-64 globdats. Can we find these guys? Are these guys around in the ABI? Can we save this file also? x86-64 ABI. Can we move this to ELF so we never have to look for it again in our life? Do we have them in here even? Yeah, here we go. We have jump slots. We have globdat. They're both simple, right? They're both just saying replace 64-bit guy. Replace 64-bit guy with S. Replace them with S, which is just the value of the symbol. So what's the point? What's the deal with this, right? What's the deal? Well, the deal with this is that executable is a dynamically linked binary. This guy is a dynamically linked binary. You'll notice that libc.so.6, this fellow, we are linking to him dynamically, right? If we call, right, this is what LDD does, right? It prints this. And you'll also notice that, you know, printf, this is a big function. There's a lot of code involved in printf. You're not amused? If we disassemble the executable again, right, you'll notice that the code for printf is not in here, right? There's code for various things. There's code for frame_dummy. There's code for register TM clones. There's code for deregister TM clones. There's code for start, right? But there's no code for printf, right? At least not in the way we'd expect. There's this guy called printf at PLT, right? But this certainly doesn't look like it's, no, this is 0, no, or rather no optimization flags at all. We are not optimizing. But the code for printf does not live in our binary. The code for printf lives in libc.so. It lives in another shared object file, in a DLL from a Windows perspective, right? Yeah, this somebody's email. Yeah, what are these guys? Like, what the fuck is printf at PLT minus 0x10? What is printf at PLT? What's the deal with this stuff? This certainly doesn't look like the code that's like parsing a string for percent signs, right? Hello, Summer friend. Welcome in. Happy New Year to you as well. So what's the deal with this whole thing? And what is this function doing? This is saying jump to init plus 0x20. What the fuck is that, right? That's after the end of init. Init only goes to 1a. What's the deal with this? What's going on here? Well. And this guy's here is jumping to like rip plus 0x2fca. Like what are we doing with this? What are we doing with any of this here? And this somehow knows that it's printf at glibc. So what's the deal? The slide 41 here is funny. What is this? Dynamic linking considered harmful. The what is this? Yes. How do I get inline assembly as bytes in Rust? Look at printf pl. Yeah, we'll talk about this. Do not worry for 1 second. We will talk about this. So how does this work? Well, oh yeah, this is the guy. This is 20. Yeah, this is the thing right afterward, right? We're jumping there after. And we're pushing 0x0. What the hell is that, right? Like so the way this works in practice, right, is that you have when you run this program, there's a bunch of shit happening at runtime, right? This is dynamically linked. What dynamically linked means is that all the code is not in the binary, right? What it means is it has to grab some of the code from a shared object file at runtime, right? The code is in this other shared object file, Don't get it twisted, right? There is code for printf, right? We can print it. This will be huge, right? This is also a guy. This is also a character. The right, if we say obj dump dash d on this, it's gonna print 1 million men. There are 1 million men. This is where the actual libc code lives, right? There's 1 million of them, right? There's huge amounts of this. We're not even gonna get to printf, right? We're gonna get to like, right, stuff there's some stuff calling printf in here, right? So how do we need to get into this code from our code, right? At some point, how do we get in here? How do we jump to these guys? The way it works is that when you are running a dynamically linked binary, right, there's a guy called the interpreter, right? Can we see him? Like a heist? Yeah. Is this in the header? Like, I mean, probably, right? Can we I mean, LDD probably says this actually, or patchelf definitely says this. Patchelf prints interpreter, right? There's this guy in glibc called ld-linux-x86-64.so.2, right? This guy is like the interpreter. This guy is the loader. I don't know very much about how this guy works internally and how he does the job. But he has some, there's some communication between him and the C runtime, right? There's stuff that happens over here, there, and there's stuff that happens in here, and I don't know what the mix is. We have to look at him a little bit. Is the VDSO any different? I don't know what this is even at all. He has a very specific set of skills. Yeah. So hello alpha links 00. I've been writing extra small binaries just to see how small they can get, like bytes rather than kb. Yeah, this is sick. This is a fun pastime for sure. Yeah, it's the elf equivalent of the crunch bang that you put on the top of a thing to specify the interpreter. It actually seems like a fun thing in general. I don't know very well how Linux invokes this guy, but I wonder if we could do mischief, right? Like we can presumably replace this with something that has a similar interface, right? Like like it'd be fun to make Python okay. Oh, actually, this is a great idea. We have to put this run scheme binaries, custom elf interpreter plus source code in segments. This is the idea. I think this would be cool. I think this is totally possible because like elf doesn't know, like, right? There's just like, yeah. I think this is we can just claim to be a dynamic binary with a different interpreter and just put text. I think text is funniest, right? Because it's just like, yeah, we have straight up ASCII bytes in the elf file. I'm gonna make a naked function, just scan until I find an int3. Kernel opens binary, passes it to each loader on a list. If a loader claims it, the kernel invokes that loader's load binary function. Okay, cool. Like we can look at this guy probably. Like, what's your deal? Like you're just a guy. How do I print the symbols? I just say sims. Yeah. Does this guy just have a guy called load binary? He's got a bunch of shit from like, where are you? You don't have load binary, but you probably have other stuff. You maybe have another guy in you somewhere. Either way, there's like, right? It's all just files at the end of the day, right? Allows elf interpreters for elf interpreters though. Use global asm to just put some asm there, but then it's just there. I see. Hello IHQMD. It causes a kernel panic, so we can make an elf that dies hard. Oh my god. Where is there? Yeah, I guess just throw a label on it and then you have the label. I don't know anything about Rust inline assembly. But this sounds like the thing to do. Anyway, when this guy gets loaded, what it does is it runs a bunch of dynamic relocations, right? There's a bunch of dynamic relocations that run. These guys live in a separate place in the elf file. if we look at them, if we say obj dump can probably, can we say section equals, I don't know, I guess we can say section header, right? The you'll notice that there are some additional characters involved here. Like if we look at first.o and look at the sections, there's or rather, do we not see this in, these guys are not even in sections, right? The baseline relocations, these guys, where do these live? I mean, they have to live in sections. Everything lives in sections in ELF. Where do they live normally? Where is their normal home? Or are we just not printing these guys with Can we go to elf.pdf again? There's some silly handshake used to pass info about the execution, like RV and where the kernel put the original elf. Yeah. Hello, Alp Fury _ Loaders are typically, oh yes, I see. It's not this guy, right? These are, I wonder if we can, we'll look for this in the kernel too in a second. Now we're freaking curious. Now I'm getting a little bit freaking curious about this whole thing. Hello, the Schmill also. We're looking at elf currently, and then we're gonna make Clippy. The main thing today, once I wear myself out on my, okay, I have so much like need to say this. I'm sorry. I've been thinking about the elf thing. I keep staying up too late reading about this, trying to figure this out, and I finally feel like I have solidified my understanding to a point where I have a better idea of what is going on. But then it was too late, and I didn't want to message in the Discord about it because I was like, I said I was going to bed, and now everyone's gonna be like, you're staying up too damn late talking about this. And so instead, I was like, I'll save. We have to talk about this now. I have to get it out. Anyway, the relocations, they're supposed to live in a world called like .rel, right? There's a section for them. They have a section normally. There is a section for them. There is normally a section for them. This is a character. This is a character. There's SHT rel and SHT rel A. This is a place. No, like I'm looking at just the .o files here. Why do we not have? We have relocations. Can you link that PDF? This is just on my system, but it's the elf spec at Zinuos. At Zinuos is the place. This is the zone. Where are our relocations actually in second.o? Is it yeah, to paste file. Yeah. This is the one. Thank you, Max Sylvester. Where well, I don't know. Either way, they live somewhere. We're not going to worry about it too much. But in our actual binary, we have a guy. We have some of these guys. There are a couple of these guys. There's rela.dyn and there's rela.plt. You see them here. There's a couple of fuckers. There's a pair of fuckers here. They've made them. They've made themselves known. And these guys at runtime contain like these dynamic relocations that actually, like, a dynamic duo, right? These are actually used to put printf where he needs to be. So what is the deal? And what is the deal with all this other shit? Like you can kind of imagine some of this stuff as like initialization stuff, right? Like init array. We can get this, right? But what's the deal with this PLT thing they keep talking about? And what's the deal with this GOT thing they keep talking about? What the fuck is this? Well, this and what is, by God, is .got.plt. Check out my site at local. Smart Detection blocked this link. This is really funny. They killed this. They killed this. The GOTS. Yeah, they're calling it the greatest of time. What is this? So the way it works at runtime for the dynamic relocations is, let's think about it for a little minute. let's think about things. Let's think about things for a little minute, right? We're loading shared object files, right? And those shared object files can load other shared object files, right? Let's say I'm loading SDL, right? And SDL, you know, maybe this guy loads libc, right? And all these guys are gonna eventually, they're gonna end up in virtual memory for my process, right? They are disparate, right? They are disparate, right? Let's say this is SDL, right? This is, I don't know. Let's use SDL and like I don't know, libgl or something. Like let's call this GL, right? All these guys, and here is my code, right? All these guys, they have to be collected up, right? And they have to be put into my virtual memory. They have to be squeezed together. They're diamondoid pattern. They have to be squeezed, right? You have to squeeze them, right? You see, they're all going to be at different well-known spots inside of my process's memory. So what happens? SDL has some dynamic relocations inside of it, right? GL girls love, possibly true. Do we have the important Yuri article? Is that, we have access to this, correct? This is not do we have this? Can I steal this? I linked this yesterday in the prod area because it seemed relevant at the time. Can we find this? I'll grab it. If you're interested in this sort of topic, I suggest this thing. Yeah, this is a guy. Yeah, Exor got it first. This is a thing I think about. I look for this article every 2 years and don't find it for hours. So this time I finally found it again. It's kind of fun interview. Anyway, has an aesthetic vibration that may be appealing. Okay. Either way, though, how does SDL know how to call GL, right? How does SDL know how to call GL, right? Well, SDL has dynamic relocations for things in libgl. Maybe it needs to call GL, you know, like, I actually, it's kind of, this is a bad example because SDL probably doesn't directly call libgl. It sets up the context. Like, what's a good example, right? Let's say I'm using SDL mixer. I'm using SDL mixer, and SDL mixer is calling libmp3. This is a better example. This is obvious, right? When SDL mixer needs to call libmp3 open or whatever, right? How does it do that? It needs to know where libmp3 open is going to be. And where it's going to be could be different in every process, right? Like let's say this is game 1 that uses both of these guys, right? Here is game 1, right? And this is where ASLR happens, but we are ignoring the presence of ASLR for now. This is a problem even without ASLR. Yeah, SDL also is a bad example for all of this because SDL does crazy shit. But just imagine SDL works normal. It's just an easy example, I think, to do. Here's game 2. Game 2. Right? In game 1, we might have various stuff. And can I clear the screen behind this so we have a little more, right? There might be various day life up top, and then we have SDL here, and then we have, you know, MP3 down here, and we might have various other stuff, right? Or over here, maybe it's right at the top. Maybe MP3 is right at the top, right? And then SDL is there's other stuff, and then SDL is down here, right? There's a problem of we don't know where this stuff is getting loaded to, even for the same library, the same exact libraries. We don't know where they're going to be, right? So we need to do some kind of relocation, right? So what if we just do the naive thing? We have relocations much like we do statically, right? Much like obj dump, the one that we were looking at in 1.0. The and hello, welcome. I see. Maud is not feeling very well, so she will go to recover. She will go to recover. She's doing American Sign Language towards me. Right. We could relocate like this. You can totally do this. Yeah, you're legally allowed. Yeah. Siphon my life force. You can. I will. Yes. Universally the thumbs down. We could just do this, right? We could just straight up edit the instructions at runtime. What is the problem with this? What is the issue with this? There are a variety of issues. The main issue, though, is it makes them different. It makes them different, right? Right? This SDL has to know about this guy. This SDL has to know about this guy. If we mod them, if we change them up, yeah, also, like, we want these guys probably to be non-writable in the first place. But if we apply the relocations directly to the library, if we just go into SDL's code and look at the dynamic relocations and be like, okay, this is where we're calling libmp3 open or whatever, replace it right here. This makes them different. And this is a problem for, like, suddenly we have to have two different SDLs in memory, right? One of the supposed advantages of SDL is, or not of SDL, sorry, of dynamic linking in the first place. One of the advantages is that you can share these guys, right? I can have the pages, like the physical memory that corresponds to SDL. The kernel can put that at this address in one process. It can put that at this other address in the other process, and it doesn't matter. It's the same bytes, right? It's the same freaking bytes. It's all good, right? Everything is good. So what do they do instead? Well, they add an additional layer of indirection. Just substitute any library here, right? Real nice. It's fine, right? We have to dodge the trees here to see the forest to some degree. What they do is instead they put stuff in the GOTs. They put the stuff into the GOTs. This is the concept. The stuff does not go into the how do you say it does not modify the SDL. It goes into a thing in the process called the GOT. The GOT is the global offset table. I think this is like for the whole process, right? This is a part I may be a little bit cagey on, right? This is like the whole process has the GOT, right? There is the whole and what the GOT is, right, is it's a big table of just like where stuff actually ends up. I don't actually know what the table entries look like, but basically there's a table entry for everything that's getting relocated, right? Everything that could be at a different spot at runtime. And there's actually two GOTs. There's actually two of them in many of these guys. There's just the normal GOT, which they use for like global variables, which are complex for a variety of reasons. And there's another GOT for something called the PLT. Hello, Osher0_. Welcome in. Like if we look at this, right, you'll notice that there's this GOT.plt guy, and there's also this .plt guy, and there's rela.plt here, right? What the fuck is all of this? What is this PLT stuff? Well, there is another, if you can believe it, another layer of indirection. There is further indirection, because if we just have a big table of the addresses where everything is, right? If we just have a big table that we know, like, okay, like at runtime, this table gets populated by the dynamic relocations, and we're like, okay, like this is printf We know that entry 0 is printf, and this is 0x, 0x beef, right? This is where printf lives, and we know this is put s, right? This guy is put s, and we know this is where this guy lives, right? Etc. Right? In order to actually call, these are not functions, right? These are addresses to functions, right? So suddenly, if we want to call printf, right, in our actual code, the call gets a lot bigger, because instead of just calling, having a call that we can then apply a relocation to, right? It's potentially longer, right? It's more instructions and therefore is potentially slower, right? Because we have to read this address and then call the address from a, it's more potentially, right? Maybe not that much more. It depends on the architecture. This has to do so much with elves. FM movie, it's all elves. This is what elves have inside of them, right? We have like normal, like, I don't know, human beings have like hearts and things like this. Elves have this is what they're made of. This is their basic biological makeup. So this is sort of funky, and also it's kind of like when they were doing this, they were kind of like, it's a little bit slow. They have a spooky interior. It's full of shapes. When they did this originally, they're like, this is a little bit slow because we have to populate this global offset table with all of these fucking things. There's so many things, right? There's like all these possible, right? All these possible symbols from all these shared libraries you could be loading. This is going to impose like a non-zero startup cost, right? Like, people aren't going to like this very much, right? When I run my program, it's going to have to, sit there for, milliseconds populating this big table with all this shit. So what did they do? They invented another table. There's the global offset table, and then there's another man. They invented a second man 2. It's called PLT. Hello, Eldo Room. Welcome in, Clippy. Yes, we're doing this. We're making this happen today. We're doing Clippy for Emacs. They made a second man called the PLT. Too clever for its own good. Yes. What the PLT is the PLT is just actual functions. Can we disassemble this? Can I, if I take executable, and if I say, I can just disassemble the whole thing probably. Can we see the PLT? You'll notice that the PLT contains actual executable code. This is evil. This is scary and evil. Do you notice? Do you notice this? And what the actual executable code in the PLT does is it actually loads the thing lazily. It's kind of fucked up. I actually don't know. I suspect a lot of the stuff here, like this NOP, maybe, I suspect there's like bullshit that happens in the loader that like changes this guy. The way it works. Hello, Kali Shinrei. Also, thank you for the follow. I don't know this thing. What is this solving? First of all, it makes calls smaller. Right? You don't have to do the global offset code, the GOT load in every individual call, right? The second thing that it does, it's an alignment NOP. Okay, cool. I see. Hello, Kokupsi also. I haven't been programming much arrays this year. I've been trying to explore other options. Broaden my horizons in programming. I've been back this week and the programming, my sleep has come back. I haven't been able to sleep more than 4 hours a night for the last week and I'm going to die. I live in a party city and I'm not sleeping tonight. Please pray for me. I hope you can get some rest. This is good. Let's keep programming. Let's keep doing stuff. My code friend, I found you again. Welcome back. Hello. Do I know you under a different name? Anyway, the way these guys do it is they how does operand encoding work in x86? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, in fucking x86, yes. Well, you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat because this is literally like the worst. Anusa 89. Yes, I do remember this name. I know this far too well. This is, yeah, in x86, this is like the worst hell thing of all time. There's like 100 different things that are like legacy things built on top of each other. I think there's like mod RM is like the main, I don't know. There's so many, there's different prefixes, there's different, yeah. Mod RM is the usual character, I think. But there are infinite men in x86. It is deeply, deeply, deeply fearsome. Hello Sentai VT, also thank you for the resub. Hi. Can we shout out Sentai VT? We'll need to worry about a very specific case. Okay, cool, fair. You can definitely figure this out for like it's just the full generality of the thing that is miserable, right? The individual cases are not too bad. Anyway, what's this PLT thing? PLT, so global offset table is just a table, right? It's not executable code. The PLT is executable code that calls things in the global offset table. Hello neural net nemesis, also welcome in. We are putting Clippy on Emacs today, but I'm taking a 2-hour thing at the beginning to rant about Elf. Please forgive me. Please, I'm sorry. I have to indulge this. It's required for me to live. I need this like I need fucking water. There are two purposes for this. Thank you for the gifts of the neural net nemesis, also Sentai VT. This is kind of you. The Andustar 1. Yes, this is our intention. We have the point of this is to make calls smaller and also to do this lazy loading thing. If you're asking, does this matter in the current year? The answer is probably not. It just makes shit way more complicated for no good reason. Hello, G-Man. Also, welcome in. Because, like, I don't know. There is the hellish stuff. Is it built dynamically or something? The PLT is not built dynamically, although I think, it is. The GOT is built dynamically. The GOT is, I think, I think this is how it is. It's not legacy. Like basically everything does this, but you can say something about it. When I'm compiling, you can say no PLT. There's a -f no PLT you can do. And then when I link these guys together, I can also say -f no PLT. This is just like individual like it's basically any function that you reference, right, from a dynamic library, right? So like here I'm calling printf, so there's going to be a PLT entry for printf. I don't actually know if there are I think there may be individual PLTs for each shared objects. I don't actually know what this looks like entirely in runtime for like the different guy. I think probably because the PLT is just like normal executable code that gets loaded, right? But what it needs to do is like but then how does it reference the GOT? I don't know. There are some of the specifics that I do not know very well about this. But the basic essence of the guy is it's actual executable code. It's like stubs, right? They call these PLT stubs. They're little like stubs of code that read from the global offset table and then do like dispatch to the appropriate thing. So yeah, basically if we build this way and we look at this now, I think there's no PLT now. Yeah, there's no PLT, but when we actually call the functions, like where is main? Where is main? We're saying rip plus this. I don't know where this fucking ends up. Probably somewhere. Probably this is like I don't know what the fuck this is. Like the yeah, basically. It's saying this is a call, but this is calling the value at this point. readelf -d. What does -d do on this guy? Just -d. These are all. Does this just display everything? Yeah, or displays dynamic section. Dynamic. Yeah. I don't know. And this is like this dynamic section is like stuff. This is like dependency stuff. The actual juice of this is going to be in like the what is DD? These are like 1 million different guys. What is DR? We can look at the GOT. Here's the GOT. It's all zeros. You might notice. It's all zeros. But yeah, presumably this gets filled with something. I wonder, is this in the ELF spec? Like if we look at elf.pdf again, Do they talk about John Gott at all? What type is he also? Does he have like his own section type? No. Can we, if we look at the section headers, if we say obj dump section header executable, can we say, does this give us the type? No, no. Does readelf do this? Does readelf sections? Did you write the slides I'm looking at? How do we shoot the guy behind the curtains? What is got even? He's just prog bits. He's just like shit that gets loaded, which makes sense. It's just stuff that gets loaded into memory. Are got and x86 PLT, are they x86 specific? No. If we build an I mean, they are, I don't know, these are not like inherent things, right? These are simply techniques that, like, you know, this is how Linux happens to do it, right? I don't know what they do on Windows. Like some way to do this kind of indirection for the shared library calls is necessary, but like I don't know how it goes, right? I don't know what they're doing with this at, like, they could do it, right? Yeah, the forms are arch specific, yeah, like the specific things that go in here, right? Like the entries in the PLT are x86 specific because it's x86 code, but like this could change. Hello G-Man, and also hello Troopin Pondo, welcome in. Yeah, so I think that's enough of it, right? There is endless additional complexity here, right? There's way more shit that goes on with this than people, I think, or at least I thought, right? Like, you know, when you're like a kid, right? When you're a kid fucking around with GCC, I'm thinking like, oh man, this spits out machine code, right? I have this O file. This is machine code. I can run, you know, at the very least, this, you know, this executable file is this is machine, right? It's not, right? There is additional complexity when you run even your C program, right? There is a bunch of stuff. Probably, you know, unless if you're statically linked, there really isn't that much happening at runtime. There is still runtime stuff, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. Like we haven't even there's a thing I didn't even know about at all called ifuncs. There's a thing called ifuncs. This is fucking crazy. It's ifuncs. Do you know about this? There's a new guy called ifunc. And what ifunc is it's a function that gets replaced at the first invocation of the function, like lazily. I think using some of this PLT machinery. Or maybe it isn't doing this. Maybe it's just doing like a straight up. I don't know. I probably has to, so it can't like inline. No, it's not inline. This is not inline. What it does is it replaces things. It's the intention behind it is it's an optimization thing to make stuff fast. Like you can see the example that they're using here, right? They have foo C, foo SSE 642, foo AVX2, right? These are like processor architecture extensions, right? The issue, right, is that a lot of the time you're downloading binaries. Hello, Troopin Ponda. Good day. Happy New Year. You're downloading, yeah. So what it does basically is it lets you supply an arbitrary user, it lets you define a resolver function that gets called by the runtime to determine what function gets actually called. Right? So like you have this resolver function, and the first time someone tries to call foo, it calls this resolver first and uses it to determine whether you're using foo AVX2, foo SSE42, or foo C, right? And all subsequent calls will just call this. You could hit the web. I don't know if it has access to libc. Yeah, the I stands for indirects. But like, yes, presumably if you like have the right address to the function that lets you call curl or whatever. Difference from setting a function pointer though. The difference is, well, sort of ergonomics, I guess, is one difference. And also like the hooking, like, how do you say? Like this gets used like, this gets used internally. I I think there might be a bigger difference than this, right? I think you can get away with having one less level of indirection, right? This is the thing, right? Because they do mention, yeah, it is a PLT stub, right? So let's say you're calling like let's say I'm calling printf, right? Let's say I'm calling like puts or any of these guys, any libc guy, a2i, right? When you call a2i and you're dynamically linking libc, what is actually happening, right? What is going on there? I think what is going on there is you call the function you're calling, actually, like you call a2i. This calls the PLT stub, right? The PLT stub looks up an address like in the global offset table for the actual where the actual code for a2i lives, and then jumps there, right? And then that code returns normally, and that results in a return from the PLT stub, right? This is the thing, right? We have this. So there's kind of like a 2-hop sort of thing whenever you call a2i. Right? This is you do the one jump to the PLT stub, and then you do another jump over to the global offset table, right? If I have a function pointer to a2i, right? This is another hop, right? I'm gonna read this function pointer from memory, right? And then I'm gonna, right? It's kind of an extra level of indirection. Because these ifuncs just directly like put like, I think I don't know where they put the result of the resolver. We would have to dig into this very deep. Maybe they'd actually modify the PLT. This is what it seems to imply. But I think you can probably get away with less indirection than just doing it as a use. Of course, you can do anything, right? You can replace every call with a switch case, right, that checks this. But the point is, the point of a lot of this, I think, is for speed, right? So like, yeah, because the intention behind this, right? It's not like the point is, right, when I go on Debian, hello BudVT also, right? When I go on Debian.com and I install Firefox, for example, right? I'm just downloading the same Firefox binary as everybody else. Do you see? I'm downloading every Firefox binary as everyone else on Earth. And when I get that binary, right, that binary is not necessarily optimized for my system, right? Maybe my system has cool processor extensions that let me do math fast, right? I have cool AVX stuff going on. At Debian HQ, they're not building the binary with that stuff, because then it doesn't work on somebody's laptop from 2007, right? It doesn't, right? So it cannot capitalize on these new processor features. So I think the typical usage of this ifunc thing is to do this, right? Is to like be able to swap in architecture specific like fast guys. The GOT is writable. I am pretty sure it has to be writable for the how do you say the relocations to work. Writable by user code? I don't know, actually. I mean, we can probably see if we look at this, right? If we look at sections here. I mean, yeah. Where's text? Where's text here? Yeah, text you can see here is AX. AX. I don't actually know what the A is, but X is executable. But the GOT and the PLT are writable. There's relro, relink read only, which means makes the GOT read only. Yeah, there's all kinds of additional. This doesn't even get into, like, there's so much bullshit with this, right? Like, there's FP aren't real, math isn't real. Are function pointers system dependent? I mean, like, the another thing, if you mean it from the C perspective, right? Very much so. I mean, it's all system dependent. Like, what is, like, this is sort of a very broad question, so it's hard to explain. You have a list of what they mean. Okay, cool. They literally gave us the key right here. It's alloc. Okay, it's saying actually make space for that in the process. Probably is what alloc is. Yeah, hard relocation read only relro. Yeah. I wonder how this guy goes. They talk about this here. A dynamically linked ELF binary uses a lookup table called the global offset table to dynamically resolve functions that are located in shared libraries. Such calls point to the procedure linkage table, which is present in the PLT section of the binary. The PLT section contains x86 instructions that point directly to the GOT, which lives in the GOT PLT. Yeah, this is what we just talked about, right? This matches our understanding. GOT normally contains pointers that point to the actual location of these functions in the shared libraries in memory. Sure. The GOT is populated dynamically as the program is running. The first time a shared function is called, the GOT contains a pointer back to the PLT, where the dynamic linker is called to find the actual... This is the lazy loading thing we were talking about. The location found is then written to the GOT. The second time a function is called, the GOT contains the known location of the function. This is called lazy binding, right? This is also a cool thing. Like, the first time you call a function, it will be slower. Maybe not even it's not going to be noticeably slower, but like the first time you are calling a guy who is dynamically linked, like your first put s has significant additional overhead compared to because it has to go do this whole thing, right? Not significant in like real human time sense, but like there's a different path of code that is running then. And this is why the no PLT thing kind of, we'll talk about this. Hello, a buff seagull also. Thank you for the lurker check-in. Happy New Year, friends. There are preload tricks that really matters. Yeah. There are a few implications of the above. First, PLT needs to be located at a fixed offset from the text section, so things can reference it, right? At link time, they know how to, right? They can relocate things to point to the PLT. Secondly, since GOT contains data used by different parts of the program directly, it needs to be allocated at a known static address in memory, right? There's one GOT for the whole process. Lastly, and more importantly, because the GOT is lazily bound, it needs to be writable. This is naturally fucked up, right? Because basically this is just saying that there's writable memory global to the process at a fixed address that other functions, like library functions, are just constantly reading and then jumping to addresses from. Right? There's just a big table of addresses that, like, every time you call printf is just like, hey, read this table, and then I'm jumping there, right? And then also that whole table is at a known location and is writable. So you can naturally imagine the security, like, I don't know, right? It's like if you can get stuff in that table, you own the process. You can do whatever the fuck you want at this point. And they mentioned, right, since GOT exists at a predefined place in memory, a program that contains a vulnerability allowing an attacker to write 4 bytes at a controlled place in memory, such as some integer overflows leading to out-of-bounds write, may be exploited to allow arbitrary code execution, right? To prevent the above weakness, we need to ensure that the linker resolves all dynamically linked binaries at the beginning of the execution, and that makes the GOT read-only. This technique is called RELRO, and it ensures that the GOT cannot be overwritten. Yeah. In partial RELRO, the non-PLT part of the GOT section is read-only. The non-PLT part, I think, is like for global variables. It's not for functions, right? Which have their own set of problems. In complete RELRO, they're both read-only. Sure. They don't actually talk about how this works. At all. I don't know how it works. They just talk about, turn this on. I think this is a subset of the no PLT guy, maybe. Really the only reason why it has to be writable, or has to remain writable is because the lazy loading stuff, right? Can we find this? Do they have RELRO Wikipedia? Do they have RELRO relocation read only versus no PLT? Are these characters relocation read only? CTF 101 is going to tell us about it, maybe, but they don't all symbols must be resolved before the program is started. It can greatly increase program startup time, right? You see this guy, right? They don't do this often. I don't actually like, anyway, I don't know. there's a lot of bullshit around this. There's endless compiler options and stuff, and like these ultimately this is all like process specific, right? All this PLT GOT stuff, like you don't have to have like a standard that every process on your system follows, right? You can just do a different thing every time. You can just do whatever you want every time. Like every process, you don't even need to have this at all, right? Like a statically linked guy is not even going to do this. glibc did something like this, where actually Sensible would use internal names that were not subject to interposition. This would be slow because you didn't just use and or something. Implement is even and is odd as co-recursive functions in libodd.so and libeven.so. Would this be slow because it goes through the GOT PLT every time? Yes, I think so. I think so, right? I think any call that is like not like any call where you cannot know at link time where the call is going to be like, there's overhead to that call, right? There is additional indirection happening in that call. We could probably measure this, right? We could probably do this exact example and see how it goes. But yes, these things have a cost. And there's a whole other world of like Real Niceton is leading to this. There's a whole thing of like preemptible versus non-preemptible functions. Like, and they do this sometimes for like, so you know the thing, there's this thing called LD preload, right? This is a guy, this is a character, right? And I can say LD preloads equals I don't know, foo.so, right? And this means that this guy gets loaded before the other things when I run my program, right? This guy gets loaded into the process extra, right? And a common trick that you use for this is you define malloc in one of these guys to have your own malloc, right? Let's say you want to replace the allocator that glibc uses, right? I want my own malloc. What's the problem with this, given what we have just discussed? What happens to fucking calloc? Calloc exists inside of glibc, right? And calloc probably calls malloc, right? Calloc is just doing he's doing malloc with extra bits. He's definitely calling malloc, right? Or they're both calling some common guy, but calloc needs to behave, right? Let's say I define my foo.so and I make my own version of malloc and free, right? I want that to work everywhere. I want that to work even if they use calloc in glibc. And there's actually like a special trick. I have a calloc right now. I need to wear a hat. Yeah, it's big, huge, same. It's amazing that malloc is free given RAM prices these days. Yeah. There's a thing called preemptible function. Which basically means like imagine I have glibc and imagine I have my libc, right? I have my cool fake libc.c. Imagine this is the real libc, right? And I have a malloc, right? And it does do stuff, right? He's doing stuff. And I also have a calloc. And he takes size, he takes number of members or whatever, right? And he's right, he calls malloc, right? He calls malloc. This is a very dumb calloc, and he calls memsets. What is the shape of memset? He takes this, right? He calls memsets 0, right? This is him, right? What's the problem with this then? The problem is if I LD preload something that replaces malloc, this call to malloc is not happening through the PLT, right? It knows where malloc is. Calloc, these guys are, right? These guys are getting linked together. They know where they're in the same object, right? They know where each other is. There's no reason to add this additional indirection step to them, right? So this is going to break my funny LD preload guy, right? Because I'm going to replace malloc, right? And anything that calls malloc using like the you know the PLT is going to call my malloc, but calloc and all the stuff in libc is still going to call the libc malloc, right? And now it's all fucked up. There's two separate things, and if I try and call free on the thing that comes from calloc, or if something else tries to call, if some other third library calls calloc and then free on it, it's going to blow everything up, because it's like my free is going to be like, I don't know what this is. This is some libc guy. Hello, Alonso XIII, Alonso 13 even. Welcome in. So glibc actually does an extra guy to make malloc preemptible. So there's like I think there's like a GCC attribute you can add for this, and there's like this translates to like a flag on the symbol. And there's like a thing you can do to it makes it so that even the internal calls to malloc go through the PLT, I think, is the guy. Does this manual describe the same behavior? Does it describe the same behavior? Care must be taken to not use this internally. But there are some guys that do that. Yeah, minimum number that have to be provided by this. There is definitely a place where this can happen, right? There is like an idea of a preemptible libc preemptible function. This is a thing. Is this a character? We're gonna talk about threading stuff. This is anyway. There's a whole thing with this. It's more complicated than you want it to be most of the time. That's my usual conclusion with this shit. It's more complicated than I want it to be. Either way, the conclusion is: do we need to care about any of this shit when we write a compiler? No. The answer is no. The answer is maybe. The answer is a little bit. In general, I think we're gonna make hello Alita 418 also welcome in. This doesn't even start getting into the extra stuff. Also, you may have wondered why sometimes you say GCC. We've not even gotten into position independent code yet. This is a separate thing, right? Like we need to talk about it though. We have to. I'm sorry. We have to talk about this too. This is also fucked up and evil. What if we print the address of main? What if we get into this a little bit? What if I'm like, yeah, guys, we got to see what this main business is. Thank you. F semantic interposition. Yes, this guy here. Some object formats like ELF allow interposing of symbols by the dynamic linker. This means that for symbols exported from the dynamic shared object, the compiler cannot perform interprocedural propagation, inlining, and other optimizations in anticipation that the function or variable in question may change. While this feature is useful, for example, to rewrite memory allocation functions by a debugging implementation, it is expensive in the terms of code quality. With -F no semantic interposition, the compiler assumes that if interposition happens for functions, the overriding function will have precisely the same semantics and side effects. Similarly, if interposition happens for variables, the constructor of the variable will be the same. This flag has no effect for functions explicitly declared inline, where it is never allowed for interposition to change semantics, and for symbols explicitly declared weak. Only usable for the same execution. Well, sometimes in the way we're building this right now, this address will not change. This address should not change, at least, right? Let's print this guy. Let's hello Eskimo Therapy also, and thank you Gabs BRTZ for the resub. I appreciate this. This is very kind of you. Let's GCC it up. Can we GCC this up a little bit? Compile first.c, compile second.c. Oh, are you gonna yell at me? Oh, I'm calling it printfc for no reason. Let's print this guy with hammers a little bit. Can we put the pieces together, please? Can we put the pieces together? Hello, Balauzes. Hello. We're feeling energetic today. It's kind of going really good for us, I think. Welcome in, Balauzes. An Eskimo Therapy. Double. Hello. If I run executable, wow. If I run executable again, wow. Oh, it already prints the 0x also. That's kind of lame of me that I didn't. I can run this executable as many times as I fucking want. And it's always gonna print this address, right? This is the address of main. How do we know it's the address of main? Well, remember our obj dump? if we look at the disassembly of the executable, where's main? Main's here. Here's the address of main, right? This is an executable. This is right. It's position dependent, right? It's always going to go to the same place, right? And the C standard does not guarantee this. We are not in standard C logic. The C standard doesn't even guarantee that this pointer is a number, right? There's no right, but like. Rather, imagining the semantics independent, imagining how this binary behaves on Linux. Enable ASLR PIE by default. I mean, not in this. Clearly, it has not. We can make it into. We can make it do this though, right? There are a variety of things we can do to change the game up a little bit. The reason why it's always in the same place is we have not told it can go to a different place. It has not been told that it can live in a different land. There are various ways you can do this. There's an idea of position independent code. Our code may well already be position independent because it's doing all like PC relative stuff. This is maybe more relevant in like a x86 32-bit context, right? Where there's a lot of instructions in x86 32-bit that just like straight up take an absolute address, right? Like for example, like there's a jump instruction in x86. It's just like 1 byte followed by 4 more bytes, and those 4 more bytes are just straight up a 32-bit address, like absolute address, and you're just jumping there, right? In x86 64, your addresses are potentially a lot bigger, right? So you have to, they focus more on doing these relative things, which are also what you want to do for right. If you want your code, basically, there's an idea of position independent code. You may have seen this term, right? Position independent code. I can't type apparently. Right? And the idea behind this, right, is that this is code that you can put anywhere and it will still work, right? Your shared libraries have to be this. Remember we were drawing that diagram right before where SDL could be here, right? Or SDL could be up here, right? Because of this, because your shared library can get mapped to whatever position in memory, all shared libraries have to do this. They have to be position independent, right? The way they do this is they don't reference absolute addresses or right of like, if I call Malik from Calic, right? Calic cannot have like the absolute address of Calic in it that gets relocated by the linker. It has to be like, this is the address relative to me. So if you put all my code somewhere, it'll still work. You can turn this on in the compiler, right? There's a guy called fpic, right? There's a fellow called -fpic. You may have seen this fellow. There's also -fpic. These are different. These are different for an exciting and cool reason. Hello, Bombix_bug. Welcome in. Thank you for character. Thank you for character. Welcome. These are different guys. I do not understand very well why they are different. I think this is legacy. The explanation is fpic lowercase is generate position independent code suitable for use in a shared library if supported for the target machine. Such code accesses, they're going to tell us about how it works with the global offset table. The dynamic loader resolves them when the program starts. Sure. If the GOT size for the linked executable exceeds a machine-specific maximum, you'll get an error message indicating that pic does not work. In that case, recompile with -fpic instead. These maximums are 8K on the Spark, 28K on 64-bit ARM, and 32K on M68K and RS6000. So, the lowercase one means die with an error message if the size is bigger than a maximum on a bunch of platforms you probably don't care about and 64-bit ARM if the GOT size is too big. The -fpic uppercase says there's no limit lol, but it only matters on these platforms. So it's crazy, but it's presumably to preserve some kind of legacy error behavior, right? Where like probably some fucking build script for something relies on -fp. I don't know why this is this. Also, there's macros for this that get set to 1 or 2. Yes, and there's also pi. Pi is a different character. This is a different world entirely, right? Right now, our binary is not a pi. Our guy is not a pi. If we look at him, if we look at executable, he is not a pi. He is an ELF 64-bit LSB executable dynamically linked. What if we turn him into a pi? What if we make like a witch and we bake him into a pi? We hit him with an F pi. Let's hit all of the men with F pi just to be clear about ourselves, clear about our intentions. We turn them all into a pi. Now, if we look at executable, this guy looks the same here, right? He's looking the same here. Oh, do we have to say something else in the linker? We have to say -pi also, I think. Yeah, that's it. Of course we do. Now it's an ELF 64-bit LSB pi executable. And what is pi? Pi is position independent executable. So if we run this guy, you'll notice now main is a different spot. And now it's a different spot again. And now it's a different spot again. And now it's a different spot again. It's changing it up a little bit. You see, its address is different every time we run him. This is ASLR. This is ASLR. ASLR only works on pi. And I think maybe it also happens on shared objects that get loaded, because these are, I don't actually know, right? Do your SOs get loaded to different? We could test this if we wanted to. I don't know if we care to. I direct .pi microcode directly into my microprocessor. Hello, Pango Ray, welcome in. So yes. What pi does is it turns the executable into something that is much more like a shared object. Right? You can see that the type of the file is now dyn. If we compile again, if I compile to non-pi and I check non-pi, you'll see that this is an exec, right? The normal guy that you just run GCC and get, this is an exec. The pi, this guy is a dyn, right? It's like a, right? It's something closer to yeah. Does it make a difference in size? I mean, I suspect so. I suspect it actually doesn't matter too much, right? Because they're both dynamically linked. Again, this is not static versus dynamic linking. Both of these things are dynamic linking, and they have a global offset table and a PLT and all that shit, right? The difference is that the code in this binary can be put anywhere in memory, and therefore you can do ASLR, whereas the code in this binary only knows, you know, at least it claims to only know how to run if you put it at 0x4, you know, here. Not the entry point, but at the place where it says to load the segment. You must pi to ASLR. And pi is not, this is distinct from static versus dynamic linking. You can have a statically linked executable that is also pi. There's no compile time ASLR option. Well, you have to compile the code with f pi, right? In order to make this go, right? Because it matters for the actual code generation, right? Like individual function calls need to potentially behave in a different way to be position independent, and then you have to tell the linker, hey, make it pi. And then it is what it is. To ASLR yeah. So this is the thing. So yeah, all of this shit is there's so much stuff. Go make me a pi. Yeah. There's a lot of, can we see the sizes of these guys? Like what is non-pi? I still call it F, and they're going to be both like the minimum size, I imagine. Yeah, they're both 16K, right? Which I assume is like mostly, I don't even, like this like they might even be padded out to this size, right? Like if we look at executable, like there's a bunch of zeros in here, right? I assume this is 0, right? This funny character. If I describe char, this is, I should just hexel mode. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking padding in these guys, right? So like, yeah, I assume the pi versus non-pi for the executable itself doesn't matter that much though. Position independent code is maybe bigger or smaller. I think on x86 64 the trade-off is not bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about any of this. The binary is the absolute path to your exact linker. This is a nick. Yes. So another thing, this is a separate thing entirely, right? How does this is sort of the you know, independent of all of this, right? How does the binary know how to run itself, right? Like we looked at this with LDD a little bit earlier, right? If we look at LDD, let's just look at the pi guy, right? There's these various guys that are referenced, right? We're referencing the interpreter, right? We're referencing libc.so.6. We're referencing Linux VDSO.so.1, right? All of these guys, it needs to know how to find them at runtime, right? At runtime, it needs to know. So there's a few things. The interpreter path is always hard-coded. If we read elf-d executable, does this have the junk? Here's the dynamic section, right? We can see it right here. You can see there's this needed field, which is the dependencies, right? You can see that we depend on libc.so.6, right? And there's also this thing called the run path, right? And the run path, or they call this the R path sometimes, is like baked into the binary paths of things, like places to look for files. I don't actually know if this is... Can we build a non-Nix binary easily? I mean, the way I do this is by stripping the R path. Does anyone have a non-Nix binary? Can anyone compile a C program and send it to me? But yeah, it's Nix. Obviously, this is Nix specific, right? In fact, this will be empty a lot of the time on non-Nix, and instead, the way it looks for, like, on non-Nix, a lot of the time there's this thing called ld.conf. Do we have man pages for this? I don't know. ld.conf Linux. There's ld config here, right? There's like ld.so.conf. There's various configuration files and like caching things that tell the loader where to look for these files, right? What places to. This was readelf-d. We can look for BusyBox here. Yeah, you have no R path, right? Because the way it's looking for like this path is not necessary. This is just like one in many places where it will look, right? I think the priorities, it looks in LD library path. Like it looks here. Can we find this? Load order LD library path R path ld.so.conf. Like what's the deal with this? Thank you smurfd0 also. Yet another post about dynamic lookup of these guys. Regarding specifics of R path, run path, LD library path, LD run path, and the lookup order. Yeah. So R path and run path are actually different guys. Yeah, so the lookup order is R path, LD library path, run path, ld.so.cache, which is like your system configuration thing, and then various like pre-configured system paths, I guess, like /lib. Nix doesn't have this because Nix doesn't globally install libraries. Nix doesn't have this also, so Nix relies on run path, R path stuff. You see this LD library path thing a lot if you're playing Steam games. If you're going Steam games style, like, do I have Steam on this computer? I think I do. Do we have local share Steam? We better have this. Where is do I not have it? Fuck. I thought I had this. No, I didn't. No, this is on a different computer probably. If I don't have Steam. I have Steam probably. I don't have any games. I don't want to launch Steam and log in and all this shit. Steam portals. You have MilkFat. We do have MilkFat. That's our own. That's Talea.save, baby. That's the. How big are these saves actually? We probably should make them. Oh, it's actually not big at all. How do you print the R path? Readelf-d will do this, and also there's a Nix tool called PatchElf that they use a lot on Nix, and you can say print R path. And we can see here's the R path. R path is distinct from run path though. I don't know why this header does not print R path. Maybe it does. I mean, I guess it doesn't. Maybe it's somewhere else. Read elf dynamic. Maybe this is different. Oh, it's the same path. So like, I don't know. I don't actually know what they're doing with this. They're cooking in some kind of strange way. Hello, Ascento. Welcome in. It's good to see you. We have instead spent 3 hours talking about elf. So, but we will get there. A statically linked. Statically linked. This does not affect this, right? Oh, I mean, I guess it does. You won't have an R path if you're statically linked. Or an interpreter. Yeah, actually, it does affect it entirely. You're totally right. I'm wrong. I'm speaking confidently wrongly about things that we were just learning about. The 0x3fc. This smells like my echo has. Your echo is not. Are you literally checking echo? Echo is not a... Unless you're making a joke. Like, Echo is a shell built-in guy. Yeah, which Echo? This is probably... If you just type which Echo, this probably tells you, like, something like this. Oh, no, it is a guy. There is bin Echo. I wonder what this guy actually is. It probably prints the interpreter as... Is this like a shell script? Huh. Type is a shell built in. I see. I guess I'm so used to eShell land. Can we... yours is an elf. Yeah, this is an elf. Is mine also weird? Are we also freaks? What's your deal? Do I have an interpreter? I don't... I don't even have the interpreter listed here, but there probably is one. If I patch elf print interpreter, this is just this guy. Read elf -a, yeah. This prints every man. Yeah, this just has a normal interpreter set, I think. In case someone execs this, all of userland with wine, big brain, lost 32. I did see this on the everything app. They brought this up on the everything app a little bit. Running paint for ReactOS goes crazy on this also. This is funny. So it's just like the idea is it's instead of using ReactOS, which is like the whole ass kernel, it's just using wine, which already works, right, with Windows binaries. This is kind of funny. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Man, they're doing good stuff out there. Hello, Joel360. Welcome in also. Doesn't wine require GNU and or LLVM userland to build? Probably. I mean, you don't need to build it. You could just have binary, you know. And also, as much as possible, does a lot of heavy lifting. Thank you, Arctic, for the follow also. I hope this was a sufficient explanation of Elf. Now you are prepared to read the Silmarillion. Now you can read the Silmarillion in luxury. You now know about Elf. Don't have a run path. Yeah, this makes sense. I would expect most things that are not on Nix do not have a run path. This would be my guess. Yeah, now that the prologue is over, let's get into what we're actually doing today. Can we did we have anything else to talk about? What were we? We're gonna talk about everything we did this year. We're gonna do a year in review. We're gonna chat. We're gonna have a nice time. People are gonna be like, we're gonna be like pinkies out. We're gonna be sipping tea and chatting and having I don't know. But I think this is good. It's like, this is useful stuff, right? This is not like this is like the kind of arcane shit that is not like you know, this is not like some bullshit that you will never touch in your life. If you're doing programming, it's probably valuable for you to know. I mean, it's valuable for me, definitely. It probably is valuable for you also to know about this global offset table PLT shits, PIE, PIC bullshit, right? Like, this is useful to know, and will help. Termux always has run path, which is why it comes with patch health. I see. Oh, they're doing this on Termux style as well. This makes sense, I guess. I bet Termux has to do a bunch of crazy shit. Yes. I enjoyed learning this. No, I have never had to touch it. Well, you never know when it comes along. You never know when some, the boss, the pointy-haired boss is like, we need you to like write a loader. We need you to. The linker's too damn slow. Figure it out. Like, I don't know. Or I mean, probably the more realistic thing that happens is like our software is getting owned by some buffer overflow guy. We could mitigate this with RelRo. And now you're like, okay, well, I know what RelRo is all about. RelRo is all about making the global offset table read-only. So, right, it's relocation read-only. So I know now that RelRo means I can avoid this like global offset table poisoning thing where you can smash this. The terrorists take you hostage and you need to write an ELF file by hand. Yeah. You have a Linux machine and the only input is like a bunch of switches that you can use to individually enter bytes, and you need to somehow produce a binary that does something. Even then, you're way better off just writing a little bit of a octothorpe exclamation point kind of situation. If this executable goes over 32 kilobytes, the bus explodes. Yeah. We need to synergize some PLTs for next quarter. Yeah. Oh, we will be doing this next year. I'm thinking it's compilers 2026. I'm thinking it's both the year of LCOLONQ Zodiac wise. In terms of the Zodiac, they're thinking they canceled the normal. What is next year supposed to be in terms of Zodiac symbols, in terms of animals and things like this? Zodiac 2026. Horse. The year of the horse. Is this it? Is this it, Jack? Hello, Machka 6. Thank you. Thank you for this. We're going year of the horse. I'm thinking they're gonna cancel this. It's the year of LCOLONQ. Anyway, it's time Uma Musume year, the year of horsing around. More like, yeah, let's go. We have to. Where did we leave off? When is the year of Oob? Not this one, apparently, despite many claims to the contrary. I did fix Oob. I did actually work on this yesterday. However, I was just drawn into Nix hell for 2 hours because I realized it didn't build anymore because I had updated the flake and the change to trunk. The change to trunk, which is the build tool I use for Wasm, had made it so that a bunch of things were busted, and also it wasn't working on my workspace, so I had to do a bunch of like pre-build hook stuff I got it working though. It works. The Oob website now contains the current code again, but I don't know. It now contains Oob. Yeah, Oob became small. Oob became small. Like it's got current code on there. I don't know. It's something. The current code is kind of bad. It doesn't. The floor guys are still broken in various ways. Yeah. It's something though. Oh, you can see my little icons. Did I show you the icons I was drawing? I finally replaced these with not placeholders. They're kind of bad, but like I did draw these. I also replaced these were just like random letters before. It kind of looks slightly more like a user interface now. Also these, like there's little widgets. There's some little widgets involved. 1 egg, 2 hand, 1 feet. Yeah. And the little face becomes a frowny face when you're out of head turns. When you no longer have a head turn. I don't know. You can do keyboard configuration. Yeah. It's looking a little good. It kind of has a good look to it, I think, to some degree. Oh, this is a perfect example for the fucker. This situation right here, as you can, this little guy being obscured by the wall is the maximum fucker, and it does work. We do love that works. That is insanely good. That he is properly partially obscured by the wall according to the perspective, while also not being all skewed and pixel imperfect. The Z is Zing. The perspective accounting for scale is good. Can we save the shaders to Redis? I did not even comment on this excellent Lumi space shader earlier. I apologize. We should save them, but we do need to make Clippy work. The goal before the end of the year is Clippy, so we must do this. I've decided. It wasn't mine. Oh, did you not submit this? I thought this was. I just assumed that it was you. Is this real? How do you play Oob? You press 1. You can press 1. The controls are kind of fucked up. 1 is the main button. 2 is the secondary button. Space is enter first person. 12-hour Clippy stream. Yeah, I think so, potentially. Use that to make a key. I mean, that's what we will do. It's just a matter of, do we get the shaders in a place? I guess we do. We have them in Emacs, so we could just I mean, let's just do this, I guess. They added touchscreens to like big corp news presenters so they could circle graphs, and it felt weird and forced, and it still does somehow. Yeah, when they're just like randomly. This is like smart boards. Did you this is probably a very particular era of human, so this may either predate or post-date you. But for me, when I was in like elementary and middle school, they were all about these things called smart boards. I went to like schools that like did not have a big budget, but they still had these in like every classroom. I don't know why they were doing this. They had these fucking everywhere. Do they have it here? Smart technologies. Yeah. So basically what it was is it was like a whiteboard. It was like they were on wheels. They had these big like boards on wheels. Yeah, teachers inevitably wrote on them with marker. Yeah, so it's like a thing like this, right? Like a big board, and there's like wheels on the bottom. And they would roll these guys into class. And then the teacher would have like a projector thing. And the one scratch and they're useless. Hello, fantastic Figus, welcome in. And the projector would project on the board. Yeah, some of them were wall mounted, but we had the rolling ones. And there was like special software, which I'm sure was all like some big proprietary pile. This code is more cursed than I could have possibly imagined, and I really hope I don't need to keep using it. I see. This is your custom assembler guy that does the assembly by hand to do the thing. Yeah, there was the calibration too. They had all kinds of crazy software. And there were like special markers. There were special markers that didn't actually write. They just like interacted with there was like a touch thing on the screen. I assume like a big yes, it's Christmas until the end of the year, legally speaking. Hello, Sarnal. Yeah, it was like a pressure guy, right? It's like the DS touchscreen, right? And it was horrible, and you had to calibrate it because, like, of course, like who knows where the guy is, right? Where exactly the projector lines up with the screen. So they would put like little things on the screen, and you had to like tap them to like indicate where the corners are. Hello, Private Donut K. Also, welcome. Hello. I work in a school, and they still use them for some classrooms, mostly for special education. Smart boards are also hideously expensive. There's also short throw projectors you can calibrate to have that touch function. I calibrated 30 of them, and no one ever used them. This is so classic. This is like insanely classic school thing. I don't remember ever anything useful happening on the smartboard. I remember people trying hard I remember people thinking that the calibration was fun, and they would try and be the one that the teacher let to calibrate the thing. And I remember ones where like the teacher would occasionally like draw a circle over something, and this was it. This was like the whole entire usage of the smartboard. I think there was supposed, you know, I'm sure the cell was like, this is gonna be an innovative learning experience. This is gonna be, yeah, literally this, like what I'm doing right now. This is what smartboard was used for. Yeah, totally worth $5,000. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm sure they got the hard sell from Smart Technologies. Take it over a chalkboard. I don't know. I kind of like chalkboards. Like this, there's almost no benefit to this over a chalkboard, I guess. You can draw over a web browser. Oh, sure. Like, what is this even? But like, I don't know. Chalkboard has a lot of other advantages in that, one, it's cheap. It is cheap. It is slightly higher maintenance, but you don't have the upfront maintenance of having to calibrate the thing all the time. Short throw projectors thrown onto a whiteboard are great. Yeah, the good chalk. I know this is a thing. Like, the people were hoarding the chalk. What is the good chalk called? Did they like? Can I find this? Can we get this? What is the good chalk? Bring up the good. Get the good. And this is climbing chalk. What is the good Japanese mathematician chalk? Hagoromo. Chalk was banned from the computer room. Chalk. The math professors wanted. Yes. Hagoromo full touch chalk. If you don't know about this, this is like the elite chalk. Hello, Niche Penguin. Welcome in. This is the elite chalk. This is the good clay that Ardman uses. Welcome in, Niche. Happy New Year. Yeah. This is the good chalk, I think. Closure of Hagoromo Bungu and succession. Company president released a statement announcing the company would stop chalk production. They indicated that blackboards are no longer smart boards killed the good chalk. They killed the good chalk for this. For smartboard. The number of students is also on the wane. It ended a month later than originally planned. They had been owned for 3 generations, but lacked a successor. None of his children nor any of their spouses wanted to take over the chalk business. He tried sharing his secret recipe with other companies, but he was dissatisfied with their output quality. And they were only they were only interested in the secret recipe. I see. They weren't doing a good enough job on it though. Hello, Peercoin. The chalk was so tasty though. This is maybe real. I don't think I've ever eaten chalk. This might be worth a try. Yeah. I see. He sold the machines to Shin for a low price. And they were imported to Korea. This is good. This is good. Yes, and this is the lore. Mathematician Satyan Devados wrote in 2010 that Hagoromo chalk can be called the Michael Jordan of chalk, the Rolls Royce of chalk. Several other well-known mathematicians and professors, such as Brian Conrad and David Eisenbud. Eisenbud is a crazy name for a mathematician. This kind of goes. Also prefer the product. When it was announced in 2015 that Hagoromo chalk would stop being produced, many professors and chalk connoisseurs began buying large quantities of the chalk. After the succession by Sejong Mall, at least one mathematician evaluated Sejong Mall's chalk as indistinguishable from the original. David Eisenbud first introduced the chalk to American mathematicians and worked to have it imported to the US. It later became available for sale on Amazon. It's the Michael Jordan of chalk. It is the Rolls Royce of chalk. Marginally similar to the Blackwing pencils. Yeah, you have to think, in anything, in any individual thing, Shin as in ramen, I don't know actually. What is the first mention of Shin on this page? Are they talking about this? Are they discussing Shin? What's the deal with Shin? Bring up Shin. They just mentioned this South Korean man. He's just described as South Korean man. Shin Hyung Sok is the person. How do we get here from Clippy? What's the chalk? The chalk is relevant to this. I wondered why Shin Ramen chased like yellow chalk. Yes. Pass the torch to LeBron of chalk. Yes. Yes. So we used blackboards for Spanish lessons last year occasionally for some reason. We did not have the good chalk though. Yeah. Like it's funny to think about this though, right? Like in everything, there probably is a Michael Jordan. There's a Rolls Royce. There's like, I don't know about this for like what is the, I mean, for Twitch streams, we'll, you know, I'm not going to say it. I won't say it. We're reviving the mascots. We could maybe save Shaders fast if it takes like 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm thinking Amaranth. Personally speaking, you know, anyway, the like there's something everywhere though, right? Like there's like a best chocolate. I don't know if it's if it's without contention. Yeah, they're saying that Michael Jordan is the Rolls Royce of basketball players. But what is the like? There's a Rolls Royce of cups. There's a Rolls Royce of cups. There's a Rolls Royce of, I don't know, like wallets. There's a Rolls Royce of wallets. There's a Rolls Royce of headphones. I'm just seeing things around and naming them. Hello, Cybernetic Angel with 4. There's a Rolls Royce of Rolls Royce. Yes. You wear the Baxter Crook. Welcome in. Wears the Rolls Royce of flip flops. Right? You see this? Fancy Japanese gift fruit. Well, you're going to be typing 2026 on that one. The golden cup with diamonds. I don't know about this though, but like there's a. It doesn't have to be the most expensive cup in the world, but there is like there's a Rolls Royce of operating systems. It's called Nix OS. It's the experience of driving a luxurious car, of luxuriating in a car. There's Carl Clamor, the Rolls Royce of Microsoft assistants. There's all this stuff. I'll be typing it until summer 2026. Yeah, very real. Very real. How many chalices of water? We should probably be drinking a little bit more. Thank you. Probably true. You're not allowed to draw with the Ferrari of chalk. Yeah, that's too much, right? Like it has to be an affordable, I don't know. It's the everyman's chalk or something like this. Anyway, I don't know. Let's get into this. Let's stop talking about bullshit. Let's figure this out. Let's do some programming. Can we learn a little bit about this guy? Where are we? Eating chalk is good for your stomach. I think people do this for health. I'm sure this is something that someone that I know has said at one point in my life. They've talked about like some sort of dietary chalk. They eat what's the thing called? The earth. What's the thing they eat? Diatomaceous earth. Have you heard of this? Diatomaceous. I always forget how it's spelled. Earth. They do eat little shells. People eat this like crazy. This is a common eating. And this is sort of like a chalk. It's just silicon dioxide, which is like everything. I see. Well, they eat this. It's someone else already rolled everything up. You're writing the most evil code of all time. The most unsafe Rust ever known to man. I'm very I hope you're proud of yourself. Maybe it's a little bit it's probably a little bit, silly of me to say I'm proud of you because you're doing stuff that, this is not stuff I could do certainly, but I am proud of you. I'm really glad you've been able to make progress on the thing. If you don't know, the thing that 0x539 is posting about, they're writing a variable frame rate mod for Katamari, the remake of Katamari 1 for PC. And they've done a bunch of other stuff too, like making it so you can play as the cousins, I think is the other thing. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. Probably the most advanced programming I've ever done, arguably. Yeah, they're doing deep magic, they're doing manual binary hooking and stuff. Which is very cool. A lot of shit I wish just worked that isn't, but yeah. I don't know how helpful this would be, but we do have I did do that minimal hooking thing a while ago. This is this may be for both x86 and x86-64. I think this is on my GitHub. This may be worth something. I don't know if it's worth much, but it's maybe worth some kind of something. It at least has the hooking and trampolining machinery around. Can I link this guy? In a way that is not like part of like a 4,000 line library. I'll try updating my plasmid. Okay, thanks. Diatoms can make little glass structures at room temperature, but we can't. Didn't uncomment my return. Yeah. There's also activated charcoal, the original chalk, useful for killing bed bugs. I think it kills like many bug. It kills bug. People eat it to like kill parasites and stuff or something. I don't know. I don't know if this is good. Probably don't do this unless, I don't know. Bugs can't walk over it. Yeah. Hello, Jock BR and Quasi-Conformal. Also, welcome in. I have actually no way of telling if the Quasi-Conformal is lurking message is the robot or if it's the real Quasi-Conformal, because I think Quasi-Conformal has never spoken. I am pretty sure. And so if they're doing this through the menu, oh, they have spoken. They've spoken 3 times. They've said they were the one that said they were too timid. Thank you for the streams 1 year ago. I'll never know. I'll never learn about this. Okay. Thank you for water also. Let's lock. We have to do this. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing here? We're working on Clippy. If you recall what we did last time, we made this Clippy. We made new Clippy. Probably won't harm you. Yeah, I think it's fine for human mostly. We made this Clippy. And the last place we left off was we have all of the animations for Clippy in a big hash map. There is a hash map of animations for Clippy. And we have this thing, so we're just saying play the writing animation over and over again. Do you see this? We could see other animations about as dangerous as asbestos. Can I say cargo run overlay? Asbestos is like dangerous in a weird way, right? It's like filaments that get into your lungs or something, right? Like I think I always like, and these give you cancer or something. This is the thing. Like it's not like, yeah. It's a cancer substance in a strange and new way. In a not how do you say? Not radioactive kind of way. There's various animations. You see them. Can I print just the keys actually? Oh, we need to get the LSP going here. Hello Vettel, Happy New Year. Asbestos is a Linux bootloader that runs off the PS3 LV2 USB exploit. Speaking of, we still need to do this. I've been putting this off for weeks because I haven't bothered to set up the goddamn PS3 in here. We gotta get this. We gotta do PS3 on Linux or Linux on PS3 or one sort of configuration of these two nouns at some point in the near future. Okay. Can you tell me what functions are real? Is that a thing you are allowed to do? Why do you take so long to start? Why does Rust Analyzer take like... Why does it take a quarter of my RAM and also like literally a minute straight to start? Why? And why does it keep using a quarter of my fucking RAM? Why does it like just use 4 gigabytes of RAM to be open? This is sort of shocking, but we're gonna deal with it. And why does autocomplete not work despite all of that? This is going to be, we're going to have to tell this guy, this is going to give us an iterator. We're going to have to collect you. We're going to have to collect you. We're going to have to collect you to vec string. You're probably like this something. I don't know what you're like exactly. We have decided to collect you. No, you are hell. Oh, you take reference to string. I see. There we go. Okay, can we print just the keys here? I don't need to see every individual frame. ClangD feels much smoother. Yeah, I have yet to play with ClangD because I'm operating on my C tags lifestyle for this. Yeah, so we have various guys here, right? There's different characters. We can change this animation, right? We can play arbitrary animations if we want to. We can say this is empty trash, right? And if we run this guy, Why do you only have 16 gigabytes? This is a Steam Deck. Empty trash, it puts him into some sort of hellish whirlwind. Now this is saying the len is 0, but the index is 0. This is unsettling. I don't know what that is about. Why are we doing this? We're messing up the way we play these guys. Oh, I see. Some frames have no images. We should just do this only if f.images fuck. Ah, I see. If f.images.len is greater than 0, we do this whole thing, right? We only need to do this in this case. I think playing DS spin when you get the opportunity to. I probably will try it eventually. I'm just so burnt out on all the LSP stuff. I just want to like never use it again in my life. Okay, there he is. He can be deleted now. He can become some sort of strange whirlwind, and then he can recover himself. Good. So this is what we're working with right now. Switch to IntelliJ. I mean, switching the editor is just not an option. I think I just want to not be having a server that is running in the background. I think I just want to like, I don't know. I can probably just write a bespoke thing for Haskell. In fact, I know I can for Haskell. And I can probably write why does it properly, oh, because you're being Python. Lumi hexed you with Python, so you're being fed through a robot. And yeah. Is there a full source bootstrap for IntelliJ is proprietary. Is this like a source available guy even? I don't know. Anyway. We can play particular question mark. Yeah, there's a thing called hexing. Here, Fantastic Figus. So I can like, there's various secret hexes, and you can do it too. Anyone can do it. I can type Python Fantastic Figus in here, and now you're hexed. And if you chat, your messages will appear differently on my screen. And there's various different hexes and counter hexes and magic. There's kind of a magic system. We're kind of getting we're getting Sandersonian with it, and there's a magic system. So you typed, oh dear God, no, and your message became, oh dear God, comma, nay, with a single O instead of OH. You see this. Yes, like horse, like year of the horse. Okay, so what do we really want to do here? There's going to be an animation we basically have all the pieces here, right? There's an animation that's playing. We probably want to play it slightly faster. Right now they are playing at a frame rate that is incorrect. They are playing at 60 FPS. They should be playing at 100 FPS. That is the intention. We're also not properly handling variable frame rates, I think, per these guys, right? Like these frames can last a different time. Add aliasing to him. I mean, what does this even look like? I mean, we're upscaling him, so we could upscale him with a different texture filter, if that's what you mean. There's certainly some kind of anti-aliasing we could do. Verily it is most commendable. Yes, I think so. We need smooth clipping. Yeah, I think most of the smoothness happening right now is due to the frame rate difficulty, right? I think it's supposed to play much faster, so it looks choppy. There are some jars in there not covered by the build system. Yes. We need to. I don't know anything about the whole guy. IntelliJ community. I've never touched any of the JetBrains stuff really at all. I see here he is. But I don't anticipate it's going to make me any happier. I really just want Emacs to run the show on these guys, I think. Okay. I guess let's first add the remote control to the thing. Use it for Minecraft modding. Dost employ it for the modding of Minecraft, yet not else? Yes. I think, and these curses wear off naturally over time. You just have to send, I think it's 10 messages is the thing. And there are ways to cleanse this. Also. They're secret, though. There's kind of a discovery. There are Metroidvania elements to the curse system. Where it's a new thing they do in games now. It's called Metroidvania. What it means is you just don't give any instructions. You just throw away the manual. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you can make these cool. I made a cool game. It's a new Metroidvania, and the way the game works is I take Final Fantasy 1 and I burn the manual. It's a Metroidvania. I take Super Metroid and I throw away the manual and I play it in another language so I can't read any of the instructive text. Thou dost compel another to reverse engineer it and pen a grand tome upon the wiki. Prod, yes, true. Prod truly is one of the strongest of all time. Yes, TAS 100, but there is no PDF. Exactly. Okay, so right now we're just hard coding what animation it is. What if instead of doing this, we just like didn't do that? What if we had a new guy called Switch Animation? And Switch Animation, we're not even going to properly use like the animation transitions. I mean, we probably should use the transitions to go back to idle, right? Do they mostly end going back to idle automatically? I guess they kind of have to. We can just always return to idle. Let's do that then. Rather than switch animation, let's have play animation. Maybe. We can do a little bit of stuff like this. And let's make anim be a bit of a option. He can be an option type of character. And anim can start at none. Or he can still start at this. That's okay. That's allowed. Let's play animation is going to take in an im, which is a string, and we're going to take ourself. And what are we doing with this? Well, we're just going to. We should probably have a queue of animations, honestly. I mean, but this gets out of sync pretty fast, right? If we're already playing one, there's a question of how we want this thing to behave, right? Like, do we want it to preempt? Do we want it to like do different when a thing is already happening? Do we want it to like stop that happening? I feel like this is contra to the meaning of this. Verily, I should be able to fix the curse by using words even the curse understands. Well, it'll change this also, as you see. The did it actually write Python did it write hello 1,000 times? I don't think it did. I think it avoided this, maybe. Some silly stuff happened with Redis licensing. Oh, is there additional recent bullshit in this vein? There was stuff a while ago with Redis. It is still, I need to switch to something, but I'm just being, there's so many things. There's a bunch of, there are two guys who are like compatible with it. So like, yeah, there's Redict and Valkey, I think. I think we just cancel the current, and we always just replace, right? So this should just be self.anim equals some anim.toOwned. Chat request. We're going to do more than this. We're going to make it respond to Emacs events RPC 2.0, right? Because the meaning of Clippy originally is that Clippy is like this annoying bastard, right? That like comments on things that you're doing. It's like, right? We'll have to look up some of the exact messages. Can we say here, let anim equals blah, 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 blah. If let some s equals self.anim. I could just use unwrap or for this. Let's be smart about ourselves. Unwrap or. Do you do this? Hello, isomorphica. Hello. What's going on here? We're learning about, we're going to put Clippy on Emacs. That's the idea. He only does it to annoy because he knows it teases. Something like this. Let me annoy you for a minute. Oh, please do. Please do. I see you're doing a Clippy impression. What's your best impression? Are you able to do this? We want this to be, what's our idle animation? Does it tell us? Can we learn about this? There's idle rope pile, idle snooze, idle 1-1, idle head scratch. Like, what is the default guy if Clippy is just sitting there? There's rest pose, I guess. Let's just we can play around with it. Let's say it's rest pose. Can we actually, can I map over this guy and get a reference to him? Can we do this? Can we do this? Oh, of course. We're gonna have a reference to a string, or there's as ref. Yeah. Will as ref properly figure out the types on this? I mean, I guess the lifetime is gonna be different either way. Blah. I mean, I can always just do this, and we're probably fine. Yeah. Let's say you are a nim. Oh, of course. We gotta do this. As dref. Oh, cool. We have the power. We have the power, maybe? But I think the lifetimes are still different. No, we're good. We're good. We can do it. Do you always use eShell? For me, a lot of things don't work with it. Even output is sometimes manuals from applications if they do slightly... yeah. So eShell, it's very much not a terminal, right? You cannot run anything that would run in a terminal in it. And you have to be somewhat careful. It can subtype static to the actual... Okay, cool. This is neat. Oh, this makes sense because, of course, you can anything that's static, you can just assume that it's any... You know, this can be any other lifetime. So this works. Is eShell like eGirl? Kind of. eShell is this guy that we're always playing around in here. The you see this fellow. It's love. What is love? Least upper bound or something. Is this the guy? Is this the fellow? There are a couple of things we do to like make this work a little bit better. I set my term to this guy, and I have a thing in my shell to make it. I don't have my shell config here probably easily. Can I find this? Like if I look at C shell here, can I look at this? Already redeemable thing in the computer. Yes, if you use the emote hexad coding, this is an old thing. It does this. And sometimes one of the robots uses this emote, so it happens occasionally. Yes. Yeah. So I set for eShell, I do a bunch of stuff to make this a little bit nicer. Where is the thing that we do? There's like a thing to turn on ANSI. Yeah, there's this if you add eShell handle ANSI color and eShell handle control codes to eShell output filter functions, this guy will do a bunch of stuff. I have so much shit here because there's a bunch of eShell functions that I hate, so I've like redefined them entirely. I probably need to submit this as a Emacs bug report because I don't remember the context of this, but it's something was broken with Tramp. I just have like a bunch of shit hanging around here. Hello, Kerbany CHLT, welcome in. But the critical bits are eShell output filter functions. A normal shell. So for a normal shell, I just use this. Like normally, just like for like interactive usage, I always use eShell. If I need to run something that is I don't want to go through eShell, I just use this. I just type sh-c. I do this a lot if I'm doing like a long, like if I'm doing ls nix store grep SDL or something like this, right? This would take forever in eShell because the pipe would go through an Emacs buffer by default, but it's fast otherwise. Hello, MXLX. I do sh-c a lot. If I need to use something that is a terminal thing that requires a terminal emulator, which I do not do very often, I will pop up. I'll press this, which is vterm. And vterm is like a guy who like uses this vterm library to run like a real terminal. Async shell command to run stuff. I just don't find it all that. I would rather see things in the eShell buffer. Basically, it's more convenient for me just to see it here than to like have it be elsewhere. Have it be in the mini buffer or its own buffer or whatever. Right? I just find it a lot nicer. I mostly use the terminal these days for for occasionally I run htop in here, which is like a guy that definitely doesn't work in eShell, and I use it for SSH sometimes if I'm being lazy, right? It's certainly like kind of nicer to run SSH in here, or like anything that's going to be like an interactive, basically, right? Like eShell is for stuff that is not like interactive, right? eShell is for like command line programs, right? So a program that I'm going to run and give some arguments, give some flags or whatever, and it's going to produce output one time. It's not going to stay open. It's not going to read further. It's not going to read from standard in. It's not going to like print weird escape sequences. It's like it's purely like, you run this once and here is the output. This is what I do in eShell. And that's like most things that I use. Like if like we're fucking with like readelf and stuff earlier. That's like, this is like the comfy place to use these guys. The over here is for I use like if I really need a terminal bad. Which is mostly like if I'm being lazy and I don't want to use tramp to SSH in. Because it is like a little easier to type SSH Shiro or something than to be like saying like cd, you know, this, right? It's occasionally easier, and occasionally I need to like run something on a remote machine, you know. Occasionally this is useful. But even then I have bindings to like SSH into my like machines that I commonly use and do stuff like this. I really just think every happens in a different buffer. I mean, you can like, you can certainly use async shell command. I just find it, you know, I could bind this to something easily. I don't like, I don't bother with it very often, right? Most of the time, the easier thing for me is just eShell. I'm trying more and more to just use, yeah, I don't think I actually press Alt ever. I think I don't use a single Emacs binding. I don't think I have anything bound. Oh, I have my window movement is Alt HJKL or this is, I think this is the only time I press Alt. Or meta, I guess is the case may be. Space Cadet keyboard. No, I'm a Vim head for real with key bindings. But yeah, most things I just try and like. The only real thing I really need the terminal for anymore is htop, and I'm trying to. I finally bound procid, and I'm trying to just use procid more. I need to like customize procid a little bit to make it easier for me to customize what column we're sorting by, and also to remove the Nix store path parts of this, because it's not very useful to have. Like I just want to cut off everything except for like whatever you call this, the base name of the executables. Other than this, though, I'm pretty happy. Procid is good. This is a useful guy. For real, for extreme real. I need to learn Vim binding. I mean, well, yeah, I don't know. They're fine. It's not like I'm just used to it at this point, right? It's just like something I've been doing forever that I'm probably not going to stop doing. Anyway, back to business. What do we want to do here? We want to do this. We want to be a little smarter about this stuff here. When are we ever using anim IDX? Never. Never for anything. Cool, sick. This is really good. How do we do this? Let's say you are, instead of being like this, you are self.anim idx, and down here, instead of saying this, we say something like this. If st.tick modulo 10, we're doing it really slow right now. Let's just say if st.tick, we don't even need this at all. If self.anim idx is less than frames.len, -1 even, then we increment this guy. Otherwise, we have reached the end. we have reached the end, in which case we say self.anim equals none. Right? We reset back to the resting state, and we also say self.anim idx equals 0. I could use some Vim motions guides. I'm fairly unsophisticated with these things to be honest. I don't use any of the fancy stuff at all. To be honest, I'm like realistically I'm not much faster using these key bindings than I would be just typing with pressing the arrow keys and shit, right? I'm a very unsophisticated VI key user. I'm not using like text objects and stuff and all this. I think you really probably need this. Okay, there we go. He goes back to his default state. His default state, I hope he needs a little more. He needs a little more swagger to him. At least you aren't using the vanilla key bindings. Also, it's way too fast. Can we do this occasionally not like this? Can we say self or can we say st.tick modulo 4 is 0? We can control the frame rate as we will. Can we try this a little bit? There he goes. That's a little good. Can we print how long these guys are supposed to be? We're just ignoring like how long the frames are supposed to be right now, and I think they're probably supposed to be like if we say f.frame or if we say f.duration rather. Log info. This is gonna print 1 million things really quick. Can we say dir? What are you building, ASCII man? We're making Clippy. We're making Clippy tell us how long he needs to go. And then we're gonna make him react to Emacs. Okay, these are all dir 10. So it's the frame rate that Clippy is assuming is 1 over 100. It's hundredths of a second. So these are supposed to be tenths of seconds, right? So we can get tenths of seconds if we do modulo 6 here. Right? This is the thing. This Clippy belongs to me. Yes, we're following LG's path. Someone was saying in the prod was commenting on our evolution the other day. When did 1 over 100 make sense? I don't know why they did it this way, but this is what they chose. I mean, I guess it's better than assuming any particular thing. This is a manga reference. We're doing any manga. This is, who is this? Who is the guy who Junji Ito? Junji Ito. This is the one with the holes or something. The GIF frame delay also like that. Yeah, maybe it is. I have never worked with GIF like this. What about like idle snooze? Is that what they called this? We print faster on a different terminal, especially an Xterm that skips drawing because minimized. There he goes. Now he's sleeping. He's sleepy. He's gonna go hang out down there. He's peeking at us. Why is he so sultry? He's a little. I don't know about this computer. I don't know about any of this, to be honest. Okay. Let's continue. What do you recommend to people to learn graphics programming? I don't think I've been here. I mean, for me, I think in general, the best way to learn anything is just to fuck around with it a bunch. I am far from an expert in this. I am not an expert in anything, I would say. But like, especially the graphics stuff, I am far from. I am a mere user. I think a good way to get started is just play with it. For me, I kind of got into this stuff just by like being like, I want to learn, I want to make some video games. How do I do this? Well, I need to learn OpenGL. Like, I probably Googled learn OpenGL. I think there's two good sites. There's learnopengl.com, and there's another website that has a different name. I definitely read this website a lot. Hello, Dof __. Hello. Like, yes. this is quite good. This is a pretty good. The GF and GFX. Yeah. I would like, I don't know. Don't think it stuck with me. Yeah, I mean, for me as well, right? I think it's just, you keep touching it. Writing into a PBM buffer. Oh yeah, this is good also. We did this recently, and this definitely short not into PBM, but we wrote like a software renderer guy recently. That just like renders into a C array. And like does the sort of things that OpenGL does. Except like you can see here we have the pyramid. They've put him onto the pyramid here. And this is still broken because I think our viewport, our projection is slightly wrong for the what would be the view matrix in OpenGL. But the you know, the gist of this is here. And this actually is not that hard at all. Yeah, Mark, it's because I just had a picture. I needed like a thing. I was posting this on the Nothing app, the Everything app, whenever one of these guys. And I had a picture of Mark Zuckerberg lying around, so I just threw him on the cube to test texture mapping. And Twitch.tv streamer MeetSCave was like, you should put Mark Cuban on the cube because it's a cube. So I put him on a pyramid instead. All the primitives, yes. We can look at this a little bit. Like, it's totally, there's no dependencies. It uses Raylib to put the thing on the screen, but it just renders to an array and then puts that, you know, just renders that, right? You could easily just write it out to a PBM or a bitmap or something. It's actually also fixed point arithmetic. It's no floats too. We implemented all of the math, everything. And it's really not that much. Right? Like, it's our trig functions are kind of long because they're a big lookup table for sine and cosine. What does utils have? This is just types. And then this is actual drawing. We have some stuff what are the pros? Well, I was considering porting this to old systems because we do a lot of stuff on like retro consoles and stuff, and a lot of those guys don't have floating point. So it's much better on those. So it's really not, again, like, this is drawing 3D objects with like all the fixings. It's slow, right? It could definitely be a lot faster, but it's really like this is like the driver. Most of this is like actually just setting up the geometry, and then the actual C code is like 300 lines, right? It's really not much. Right? You could do this, like, it's not incredibly hard to write, I think. Of course there are endless additional things you can add on top of this. Thank you for the resub, Lucky Bear thing. Yeah, I think it's really quite easy. It's easier than I thought it was, right? It's really just like ultimately what does it come down to, right? The actual drawing part is like, given a triangle, what pixels are in the triangle, put the color there, and then like the like all the rest of it is just like transforming the points on the triangle, which is just like the usual matrix stuff. And there is some tricky bits that I still don't fully understand, that I mostly just like kind of read and was like nodding, okay, this is what I have to implement, and I implemented it regarding like the way you interpolate values across the triangle. This is like a barycentric coordinates thing, and I think I understand this a little bit still. I get the barycentric thing. I don't get like the inverse barycentric thing that they do sometimes for some of the fuckers, but it's mostly pretty intuitive. There's some really good stuff. What is it called? Scratch a Pixel. There's a really good web. This might actually be a good thing for you as well, Isomorphica. There's a website called Scratch a Pixel. This is mostly what I read to like figure this stuff out. There's can we find this guy? Yeah, this fellow, the foundations of 3D rendering here. This through the like reading this tutorial, like the first bits of this goes through implementing this from scratch, right? And how it all works, right? And it's pretty gentle, right? And they talk about like all the math involved, right? They give you example code for everything, like pseudocode for all this stuff. It's really good. I think this is kind of great. Not to be confused with our Scratch. This is a different fellow. And this, yeah. Foundationsofgameengine.dev.com. Yeah. This is always a thing. Like, it's, you just have to do it. You just got to do it. You go write the thing. You could do it this weekend. You could do it today, right? You could sit down right now and you could write this and follow along with this. And like, even if you're mostly just following along and translating pseudocode and stuff, you'll still get a better idea of it as you do it. I missed the queue. Yeah, I didn't do the, because it's not, but the thing isn't running right now. I can't even do it. Lisper gotta eat. Yeah. Hello, Malfin. Welcome. You were asking something about if Emacs allocates a list of the arguments. I assume it must. But I don't know. Anyway, back to business here. Hello, Malfin. Let me shout out Malfin. Brighter Mal Fun. And MXL Lex if I missed you. And Code Nightly also if I missed you. Holy moly, I'm being so rude. Clippy already is in Newton. That's what that's what this is. This is the same. It's just another overlay in Newton. He's in there. I could draw him on top of the drawing. I could put him on top of the drawing if I want to. Okay. How do we go from here? Okay. Let's we're eventually going to want his idle animation to like navigate through a bunch of different stuff, like switch between a bunch of these, but for now we'll just have this weird sleeping thing be his idle state, I think. So can we play an animation then? Let's try and play an animation over the bus. How can we read from the bus? We do this all the time, don't we? We really just need to read a string over the bus. So I think we can probably do this pretty easily. We have this handle binary fellow here. Yeah. Here. Can we add this to our little overlay fellow? Are we allowed to do this? Cool. What if Newton could do only some of the things? You could run multiple of them. We could configure it that way. Newton is broken up into overlays, and right now we just have this Newton overlay command, and all it does is it says run Newton with these guys, right? We could definitely make this configurable if we wanted to. We could make it so that there's just like a config file, or like you could pass these on the command line and it initializes this list based on that. There's not, the reason we haven't done this is mostly not really a point. We haven't really needed it. But I think eventually when we're putting my model in this too, we probably will have multiple Newtons that layer on top of each other. So yes, this is the long-term intention of ourselves, at least. We're fine though. The stream stuff is not that important. Okay. All of this stuff is here. Here's we have this message.data. We have a bit of a message.data situation. So what do we do about this? Why is this broken up like this also? Why is it like this? I don't know. I guess to ignore errors. Well, anyway, what do we want to do when we say overlay guy? All the animations, these are baked into the file itself, Colonoscopy. These are not image files. What we've done is we're parsing the file itself for Clippy. And if you're asking where we got the file, LG sent this to us. But it's this format called Microsoft Animate. It's like this whole thing. Okay. If we check if let's call this overlay Clippy or something, right? All we're going to send is we can just assume, I guess, that the how do you say? I no longer need the skin, found someone else. I see. Thank you. Cool. I mean, like, we can just read the animation, I guess. We can just say, yeah, this guy's got a single one here, right? And then we can say self dot anim equals sum anim. Or rather, we even say self dot play animation. This is totally good, I guess. MS Agent. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. I think I keep saying MS Animate. This is probably the wrong thing. I don't know. I don't know what it's called. It's the thing that lets you put the little characters on the screen. This is what it is. We're going to have to. I think we still register all of the events in one spot. Yeah. Overlay Clippy. Overlay Clippy here. Let's call it Overlay Clippy Animate, because we'll probably have a different way to make him talk. Because we are gonna want to. We want him to like pop up speech bubbles and stuff. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh yes, I see what we're doing now. Let's do this then. Let's do. I think we can actually. We actually are on Rust Nightly, so we could do a try block now. That's actually a different kind of character that we are allowed to perform. I think. Like, can I do that now? Is that allowed? Do they let us do that? No. Is that, yeah, try, we have to enable it in the crate. Can we try that thing out? Feature try blocks. Do they let us do this? I see. Hello, Private Orange. Welcome in. You need to get a license. We're endeavoring to endeavor. How are you doing, Private Orange? Hello. It's telling us results. I see. Interesting. Can I just say this? I see. That's how you do it. That's how you do it now. I feel like I'm missing some kind of inside joke here. This is the robot saying this. They're doing this robotically speaking. Okay, cool. I can probably catch this outside of all of them, but we're fine for now, I think. All right. Let's think about what to do. So we can probably just talk to this guy then. If we run this, can we find where we talk to the shader overlay right now? Not even a robot is left behind. We have to be polite. Where is overlay.el? Here it is. Where's this? Are we doing this shader business in here? We are. What if we just like throw a guy on here that is like about Clippy? What if we have overlay Clippy? What are we calling it? Animates? Anim? Set the Clippy animation to anim. And this is just, we're just concatenating build length prefix string for anim, and we're calling this overlay Clippy animates. Right? All is well. All is easy. Fungus help. I understand what the code do be cursed now. Seeing it from the corner of my eye gives me some pretty cursed misreads of it. I see. Yes, real. Can we overlay? Are you a programmer, Fantastic Figus? I'm sorry. I feel like I feel like I would normally be asking all kinds of questions like how are you doing? What are you working on? But I feel like you have a vibe where it's like I feel like I've known you forever already. This is interesting. This is a strange thing that's happened. It's kind of good though. Welcome in. I'm sorry. I'm being strange now. I'm being weird about it. Okay, can we say overlay Clippy animate gesture up? Wow, he goes. We can control him from Emacs. We can say show. That's when he appears, and then he goes back to resting. We can say get techie. There he goes. I assume in order to make the animations flow nicely, you want to make sure he's always in the rest state before you animate him. You want him to be in the rest state, but we're not going to bother with this. Gives me C, but looks like Python meme vibes. Hello, Yusuf Habri, welcome in. Yeah, finally, what every streamer wanted, the ability to control a Clippy avatar through Emacs. But he can say anything we want. We can say get wizardy. Get wizardy apparently turns him into a check mark. He can become a check mark again and again. Honestly, it doesn't look too bad because the paper in the background sort of gives it a continuity. We can what are some crazy ones? Where's the one when he gets on the bicycle? You can get artsy. Where he turns into some sort of mosaic. It's all so good, man. Okay, let's see. Let's make his idle animation work a little bit better. So what we'll do, instead of just going through the one idle and the sleeping animation that we saw, these are supposed to happen like randomly. Merry New Year's. Hello, Crazy Kitty. Happy New Year's to you as well. Let's make it so by default he's just down there and not moving. But then there's all these other idle animations that he just like occasionally has a chance to do, right? But yay, I do code, but Jesus Christ, I have ne'er felt so out of mind depth, comma XD. No, this is please, this is good though. What are you working on games or something, or are you like doing this for? This is. We're just doing silly stuff around here, right? I'm sure I would feel insanely out of my depth if we, like, I tried to do literally anything other than what happened to be my special interest for the day. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to, let's make it default to rest pose. The whole stream running inside of Emacs. Yes. And what we're trying to do right now, Yusuf Habri, is for the last stream of the year, we've been doing this stuff for the last couple of streams where we got Clippy. You see this guy down here. This is not just like an animated GIF. What this is it's we are reading the original Clippy files. There's this thing called, is it Microsoft Agent? Is this what it's actually called? Yeah, Microsoft Agent is this guy where you can have these virtual characters. Like you can see this fucked up little bird here. Microsoft Agent, this is how Bonzi Buddy works. There's a bunch of like these old characters that work this way. And it's a weird bespoke file format. So we parsed this guy and extracted his image data and got all his animations out. And now we are working on hello Maud.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing? Hello. Look, we can control him now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. We can control him.
Hello.
We can tell him to become a mural.
Artsy.
We can tell him to become a check mark at any time.
Yeah.
It's kind of good. Hello. Hello.
Oh my gosh. Get wizardy.
Yeah.
Wait,
so,
is the check mark get wizardy?
That's get wizardry. So the goal
It's not wizardry.
Yusuf Habri
get wizardy.
is we're going to get wizardy. Yes. We're going to add Clippy to Emacs. We're adding Clippy to Emacs. We're making it so Clippy, instead of responding to Microsoft Word stuff in 1998, it's going to respond to me making mistakes when I write Lisp in 2026.
Control O, thanks.
Hello, distracted penguin. Also, thank you. Would you like to say hi?
Oh, sure.
I could grab some. I'm gonna grab some water. We gotta stay drinking.
More water.
We gotta stay drinking. I'll be back in seconds. I'll be back in some seconds.
More water. Hello. Hi, water. Oh, he's got double water. Colonq has double water. Our Christmas was very hectic, but it was very good. I hope everyone's holidays have been great. Whatever you celebrate. Hi! Hello! Yes, double water for the double blood. Hi, hello. I'm waving. You can't see, but I am. I'm waving. Hi. What do you think about Clippy? I think Clippy is great, honestly. Hi. Last day working for the year or forever? Because you get to retire early and you just have fun on the computer for the rest of your life. That's the dream, huh? Huh? I have a half day tomorrow, but then I'm done for the year. Yeah. 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 Hi. What's new in Modland? Oh, we're chilling. We Oh, 2 weeks. Oh, dang. You got a nice long break. I am jealous. I hope you enjoy. I hope you get to relax. Our Christmas was crazy. We had some family staying with us, which included a 10-year-old boy and his dad. The 10-year-old boy is a typical 10-year-old boy who gets up really early and wants to run around. And okay, so my mom got a Switch 2 for Christmas. A steam macerator. Is that for, like, making like batches of jam or something? Oh, hell yeah, break time. That's Greg Tech. Hell yeah. Hi. Yeah, okay, so my mom got a Switch 2. She 100% like got perfection on Stardew Valley on the first Switch. And so my sibling and I have been trying to like gear her up for like harder and harder like true games, because she loves fantasy books and like sci-fi. So we know that once she's like a true gamer, she'll have, her options will be limitless. She's gonna have such a fun time. So the first game that we are trying for her on the Switch 2, we also got her a Pro Controller, is Hades, the first one. And it's very, because she loved the combat in Stardew, and we were like, all right, if you wanna go a little, you know, more into that, here you go. Hades, yeah. So she's actually shockingly doing like pretty well, you know, like it's really, she's good at mashing, which for the first like floors of Hades, you could definitely get through by just mashing. She has seen the boss once or twice, I think, but the main issue is that she doesn't understand how important the dash button is. She refuses to use the dash button.
Hello, they got me back on here. They put me back.
My mother is so cool. My mother doesn't know the difference between a file explorer and an internet explorer. Yeah. My mom has had 2 children who are like just really into computers for like a really long time, so she's just learned. She's like pretty good.
She's a gamer?
Yeah.
She has a gamer's heart.
So I think once she figures out the dash button, she's gonna be kind of unstoppable, because she already combos like the cast and like the attack and the special, but once she learns how to dash, it's gonna be over. The game is gonna be beaten because she's just learning right now. Yeah. She's I love my mom. She's great.
Stealing the chair now.
Even Colonq likes my mom.
I like everybody.
Yeah, I lucked out.
I like everybody.
Thanks.
Hey.
Hey.
High five.
Woo!
Okay, we'll see.
I'm sure. I bet I'll be back.
See ya. Hey, we'll see ya. There. Hey, everybody. It's me again. Hey, hello. They let me back in here. Hello. to grind him into small piles of dust. This is Greg Tech. Yeah, this is true. I don't know the context, but I know it's true already. Kevin Atterbury. Y'all should check out Blippo Plus. It's not really much of a game, but it's a fictional TV station from Planet Blip. What is this? Bring this onto the screen, please. Blippo Plus, Steam. Get this up. Who is Kevin Atterbury? Seattle-based writer and illustrator known for children's books like Bunnies and for creating Clippy, the animated paperclip helper. Oh, I see. The award-winning author of 2015 picture book Bunnies, 3 exclamation points. This is kind of good. This is good. Good for him. Good for, we love this. You love to see this. Can we see Blippo Plus? Blippo Plus.
No need to get bent when she's got this.
Hi, aliens.
Over my dead body.
Cut it out! You can't do that without my... Hey, you! Pay attention to us.
You got most power.
We have a question for the Quizzard.
I'm just saying, it makes good TV.
Oh, this is kind of good. It's like fake TV old. It's fake old TV. This is really good. This is really good. This is from the Playdate original. Playdate is the one with the crank, right? Is that it? Is this good? Is this good? Is there gaming in it? It's cinematic FMV, right? It's mostly is it a watchy mostly? The doesn't seem to have worked, so I suspect my V table is wrong. I see. Couldn't tell the difference them from IE4, and I don't know when. One window seemed perfectly happy to flip back and forth depending on whether you were at a web address or a file path. Yeah, they were doing it differently. Yeah, then they changed the name from Windows Explorer. Yeah. Yeah. There's no gaming, it's all watching and reading. This is kind of good though. I don't mind this, I think. The static memory segment, I just assumed otherwise. Yeah. Yeah. We didn't even start getting into the world of C++. We should do this at some, I don't know. I'm so interested in like this, I don't know. I don't know why I do I apologize for actually I don't apologize. I don't apologize at all for ranting about the elf stuff for 3 hours. But it's so cool, isn't it? Right? Elf stuff. Not elf land, other elf. It's good. There's something about it that's always going to be like so fascinating to me. Like I want to have an understanding of how the thing works from all the way up. And I feel like there's so much more than people anticipate. Where is this? Go back over here. Painful things about C++. I mean, realistically, it's like most things, it's probably overstated. Anything like most things are not bad enough to whine about, I guess, is what I would say. Are you called Rest Pose? Is that your Rest Posse? Yeah. You can be Rest Pose. And we're gonna have another guy. We're gonna call him Play Idle Animation. And this guy is gonna play a random idle animation, right? So this guy, we can. There's probably a good way we can select something at random from a list. That probably exists, isn't there, in RNG? Can we use RNG? Is that a guy who we have around? Where is idle animation? Can we say something like rand thread RNG dot something? We can definitely just like generate a value in the range of, we can just get an index, that's fine, I guess. Let's idle equals a big array. What are the idle guys we could possibly have? We have idle eyebrow raise, we have idle atom, we have idle 1-1. What are other? We have idle side to side. We have idle finger tap. Hello, Woot. Welcome in. What is this game? Do you like it? Thank you for Kavunka. Thank you for Kavunka. This is good. This is kind of good for real. And Fluted, welcome in, Fluted. Hello. Did that get us all the way? Is that everything we have? Idle head scratch is the first one. I don't know why I put. Oh, these are. I'm searching this, and they're in random orders, of course, because of the finger tap, side to side, atom, row pile. Yeah, we got them all. Gen range 0 to idle.len. You don't need these parentheses. And we can say self.play animation. Idle idx. Something like this. Okay, cool. And then here, occasionally, if we can check, right? We can say here, if
You got most power.
hello Girdburger, welcome in. Let's just check it independently. We can say if self.anim.isNone, then we can occasionally play an idle animation. So we can say self.play idle animation, but only if, I don't know, rands thread rng dot gen ratio, we give it a ratio and it gives us a boolean, right? Like this can be one in however many frames we want to do this. Probably pretty infrequently, right? Probably want to do this like every 30 seconds or something, every 10 seconds. 10 times 60 or something like this. Go for it. Let's try that. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it goes. X64 debug is already a great friend of mine. Yeah. I wish we had better. Okay, he's going to do his initial animation as he starts, and he's going to appear here. No, he's still resting. He's still resting. Is this... Well, no, he goes back here. Now he's just staring. Does he ever blink? Oh, no, he does. He scratches his head. He's scratching his head sometimes. There he goes. He's going side to side. This is kind of good. Okay. I think we have randomized like idle animations now. Let's see. His eyes are staring directly into my soul. He does this sometimes. This is so cool. Thank you, Perspective Distortion. Welcome in. Okay, that's not bad. I don't hate that. Does it always... Did we just get unlucky the first time and it did the weird one immediately? Do your thing. Okay, yeah, he just sticks around down there. He'll hang out and he'll do his various stuff. There are things to make him look in different directions too, and that seems kind of useful. I don't know, potentially. I don't hate that. I think let's remove some of the things from his idle animations though. I don't think we want the snooze or the rope pile, or the atom. I think they're too disruptive. Like they're gonna be, if we're in the middle of one of those animations, where do the animations come from? They're from the Clippy file. We've been parsing this file. Idle animation where he just hovers. Yeah, that's what we're trying to capture, right? There's this rest pose where he just stands totally still like this, and we're trying to make it so that randomly during that rest pose he occasionally like does like he looks side to side or he raises his eyebrow and stuff like this. This is the current intention. We can just wait for the animation to end. However, I don't want to do that necessarily, because I think it's better to have him respond immediately. Rather than have to, sometimes some of the animations are quite long. Sometimes they're multiple seconds. I don't want to have to deal with that sort of thing, to have like a queuing system or something like this. I think this is going to be like, not that it's hard to do, but it's going to lead to more confusing results sometimes. This is pretty good though. He moves around on occasion, but not too much, We're respond to the keyboard tempo. He's going to respond to Emacs events, right? We can do stuff like this, right? I don't know why he kind of froze for a second there. I think that's a weird latency thing, right? So we can do this now. Let's what do we want to do? How is it put on screen? Oh, this is a transparent window. I see this on my screen as well, perspective distortion. Everything you see on screen is just direct capture card capture of my thing. He's there for me too. Okay. So what do we do? I think we're at the point now where we're ready to make him respond to events, right? Also, if I give him a bad thing, if I say foo here, it probably shouldn't crash. We probably shouldn't be calling unwrap. Where's 534? We probably don't want to be doing this. We probably don't want to be saying unwrap or rest pose. Unwrap or is fine. We don't want to be doing this unwrap. We want to be saying if let some frames equals some a info equals this. Let's frames equals a info dot frames. And the rest of this stuff we can fire away, you know. Put in here. Okay. Static strings in an enum or something. Yeah, well, maybe. The thing with this rest pose guy is that they're not. This was one of the things that confused me a bunch about the format. They are not static strings in an enum. They are in fact something else entirely. They are like it puts like you would expect these things to refer to each other just as integers basically, right? Like in the file format itself, you would expect they're like, you know, maybe they have a name somewhere in the file format, but you'd expect them to refer like the way that you like that like an animation references another animation. You would expect this to be with like a key, like an integer key, right? It does not work like that. They reference each other with these string names also. Of course, we're not really following their references to each other. It's just very, very odd. Hello HXBXN Leet, also welcome in. Name for an error animation in the metadata. Oh no. Can we do this? If it's not found, we should be setting animation to 0. We should be saying self.anim equals none, self.anim idx equals 0. And in fact, if we're doing this multiple places anyway, we should probably have like reset animation. It does this. String names are hashed. I mean, we're throwing them in a hash table, but like they're not in the original thing. They're just straight up strings. It could be a lot smaller. Basically, is the moral of the story is that the original format could be a lot smaller. Okay, we can say here self.reset animation. Sure, do this. Hello, Alice. Welcome in. Hello, welcome. Maybe not. Yeah, it's not like it matters, right? Not like any of this stuff really is worth sweating over. Can I give it an invalid guy now? Yeah, this does nothing. If I give it gets wizardy, however, he does a thing. Can we make it so that percentage of screen covered by gizmos keeps going up? Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna keep this guy around. Maybe we do. Long term, he's a long-term resident. Maybe we make him smaller. Right now he's like scaled up a bit. If we could make him like really small in the corner and have a way to scale him up too. Or we could conjure him in only for like he could appear only for particular things. And there's ways he can disappear, right? Like there's hide, I think. What does hide look like? Yeah, like he can obliterate himself. He gets a little small. Is there also show? Yeah. Is this him getting big? Yes. there is increase in size form. Only when Firefox is on the screen, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so let's try hooking him up to some events, shall we? What's a good event that we can hook him to? Emacs, fortunately for us, has all kinds of fucking hooks all over the shop, and we can hook into all of them if we want to. It's all on the table here. So let's try a guy, right? I think there's probably a hook for compilation mode, right? There's probably a hook in here for when a compilation succeeds. There's compilation mode hook. I bet there's a hook for when you succeed a compilation. Maybe there's not. It would be good if there was, though. 1 like equals one clippy animation. Yeah. At the very least, let's make it respond to boosts or something. This is easy to do. What's a thing to do when we're boosting? What's like a notable boost thing? What the fuck is send mail? Oh, he goes into a little paper airplane and he flies away. This is kind of cute. But what does boost power look like for us? What is this? What is this? Greeting? What is greeting? Oh, this is when he drives in on the fucking bike. They put him on the bike. You don't have email configured. I could actually easily though. I've been thinking about this. I have Emacs mail. I don't know how to avoid people sending me evil stuff. People probably wouldn't though. People would be nice about it. What is explain? We just need to see all of them. Explain is he just raises his eyebrows once. He does a eyebrow wave. What is wave? That's kind of good. This is sort of a boost power-esque animation. There's a sudden thrumming to it. Let's add this to our. There's one where he tries to get your attention. Yeah. Can we throw this on the? Yeah. Adam is like a, or it's gets techie. Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Let's put wave on the boost. Where is this? So we can add this easily now. We just need to go to redeems. Where's boosts? And then just put this here, and then it just works. If you boost now, I can boost. I have not boosted yet. If you boost, it makes Clippy wave. As you see, this is the potential we are now working with, computer. Other things we need to do though. So we can respond to any number of events, and I think there's probably a bunch that we can. Did we write any of these down when we were thinking this through? Did we consider? No, I don't think we did. What are things, or do we make a document? Clippy.org. What are we doing? Ever heard of Shodan? This is like the scanner thing, right? Like it scans the internet and looks for open ports and stuff. It's also, I think, the robot in System Shock. This is probably the namesake of this. I know people look for. There are all kinds of like little communities, like people who like look for like unsecured Minecraft servers and stuff, and various interesting things like this. I've heard of this. I've heard of this little world. So what do we want? We want pointing out fly check errors, reactions to various stream things, right? These are both guys that we gotta handle here, right? Like the boost thing. These are easy to do. Fly check errors, I think we can do also, right? We had a friend integration for this. Flyan? Well, twitch.tv/flyan. Mod is yelling at me. This is kind of good. Shout out to Flyan. Switching each 0.1 seconds. Also TVs and refrigerator. I'm sure they're also doing IoT hacking stuff. But like, you know, set up whatever callbacks you need from compilation star hook. Yeah. Compilation success. shell command success. These are both guys that we probably care about. What else? What are other places that like what does Clippy comment on originally? Oh, we should do the sending mail thing when I send something. Twitch say should send mail. Should do send mail. Hello, that one person 2113 and tilted over. Welcome in. We have brought Clippy here. Other things. Like, what is our roster of animations? We have so many. Have him read out rusting. Yeah, that's what it will be. Like the fly check error, fly make errors. Digs. Oh, dig as he turns into a shovel, right? Is this, what is it called exactly? What is this? There's also alert. What does alert look like? Alert, he puts on his Beats by Dr. Dre. He puts on his Beats. He's got his, I see. What is congratulates? Congratulate. This appears, are we correct on our guys? Why is congratulate and get wizardy? Why are they the same? Do Minecraft mods? I have a little bit of experience with this. Why are they the same? The other ones seem to work. Are they actually the same, or are we fucking them up somehow? We should probably look at LG's site. This makes me think of Fresh Prince intro. I see. Thank you for the streak, tilted over. Team had a deadline. Like, where is the dig? Where is the dig? What looks like a dig sort of guy here? Compilation finish functions. Oh yes, they sometimes call this functions when they're functions that take arguments. No dig. There's empty trash. What is empty trash? Oh, searching. Search. Oh yes, I see. Searching all caps. I understand. Empty trash is the spin. Searching is he turns. He looks around. He looks around. Hello, Rudiger Smoots. Asiago is an interesting cheese. Is there finding? No, there's nothing about finding. It's possible there's like a second half of it that I'm skipping. I suppose. So I think I'm only. I'm using images 0, but this is just this. I think it's always going to be length 1 because of the way these are set up for Clippy. Look up. Look up. I assume this is just like he looks up. We can try. Yeah. There's look up left, and there's look up right. Amusingly, these are from Clippy's perspective. These are, what is the stage left? Like, this is look up to his left. That's really good. Should be prepared. I mean, probably so. But it introduces a lot of complexity. Let's see, processing. Oh yes, processing is he digs with the shovel. Looking at something other than the return. Oh, we're looking at this, Rudiger Smoot. This controls Clippy down here. Look in the direction of the arrow. When we run these functions, things happen. This is what we're doing today. No, you're good. You're good. I will draw. How do we want to do this? Look. Yeah, there we go. yeah, so we can, digging is kind of good too. I wonder, like, it'd be fun to have it like do something when we're like running a shell command. Like realistically, a lot of these animations are loopable, right? Like this digging like has an end, but there are like middle frames that we could probably loop through basically indefinitely, right? There's a loop going on here. I don't know if this is baked into, if this information is available to us somewhere in the guy or not. We'd have to read this again. We need to dig into the tables, yes. But I think we also just want to like have some stuff. Let's hook it up to FlyMake. Let's put text on the screen also. What does Clippy look like in terms of the text? Can we see this? Katamari, yes. This is what it looks like. Clippy is becoming alive. It's true fluted. They're bringing him onto the screen. It's text that looks like this. It looks like you're writing a letter. Would you like help? And you can say get help with writing the letter, or just type the letter without help, and you know. But it's this color. It's a rounded rectangle, and there's a little bit of a thing here. They put a little bit of a there's the little thing. And we'd also probably need to get what font this is. It looks like it's a non-monospace font. It looks like it's also sans serif, but it looks like a bitmap. I don't know. We'll see. We can probably just look up like what guy it is, right? I mean, actually, it probably says this in the tables somewhere, right? Like if we go back to clippy.rs. Like, there's font name in balloon info. So like, we can just say, and also all that shit is in here. The background color, the foreground color, the line, it's all here. Clippy, you should start a floating Emacs window for us. And Clippy, that is an interesting prospect that we could do it in Emacs. That is actually very good. I was considering just doing it in here. But I think we could do it. Oh, that's so good. That is very good, actually. Thank you for this. I was getting ready to just like, oh, we'll do text rendering. I have a new guy I'm trying to use for text rendering in the engine. We could utilize this a little bit. But let's just do it in Emacs. And if we need to, we can display like additional stuff to like draw the little bits, right? We can draw like, I doubt we'll be able to do a rounded rectangle very easily in just Emacs. But we can round it out, right? Like we can draw the rectangular frame in Emacs at a known position and a known size, and then in Newton we can draw the edges enough to make it rounded in the same color. I think that's very good. Would join the Fabric Discord? Yeah, this is probably the place to go. Like, people are going to know more in these zones. Fabric zone. 10-point Tahoma, no anti-aliasing. Okay. How do we get an Emacs window on the screen? If I recall correctly, this is somewhat aggravating. Not so much, though. Let's look at... We do this in Othonoi.el a whole bunch, though, right? Don't we? Where do we do this? We have various functions for showing and hiding frames. And we probably have some particular frames too, right? We have this thing create candidate's frame. Where we say all of the relevant stuff, where we say it's unsplittable, it's undecorated, it doesn't accept focus, it's all the, the stuff. We give it the stuff. We're probably gonna want to reuse this because every time I try and do this, it takes me an eon. It takes me an aeon to like figure it out because there's just so many moving parts. Can I steal these functions actually? Let's steal these functions. Let's go to utils.el. And let's put these functions in here if we don't have them already. I think we want these. We don't need to bother setting the background color here. This is immaterial to what this guy is actually doing. But we have the ability to move and resize some frames. Sure. Sure. And let's go back over to overlay.el rather. And let's, I don't know, let's make a little section here for Clippy. What are we doing with him? Can we go over here again? Where's the frame? We're gonna have a frame. There's gonna be one single frame. What are you actually drinking? Water. We're drinking, it's water. The I apologize that it's not more exciting. Okay. We do this. We do this. Suspicious. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean, I just gotta drink water. I'm trying to drink more. That's my main pledge 2026. Drink more. Sparkling? No, it's normal style. It's just well water. We're kind of going normal a little bit. We probably also want a guy for like overlay the frame buffer, right? Overlay Clippy frame buffer. We'll call this Clippy dialogue. And we can also have I don't know, defconst W overlay Clippy frame buffer name. Just for the sake of it. Just for the sake of it. I don't know. Whatever. Hello, Happy Nora. Welcome in. Thank you for Space Bug Wiggle. This is a pretty good one. This is a pretty good one. There's a channel, a Space Mantis. This is good. I feel like a lot of people, a lot of names could be better if they just made them all caps. I'm kind of a fan of this. Clippy frame buffer name. It always, I feel like it hits for me hard. Used to display Clippy dialogue. Okay. We don't need to have, maybe we need a major mode here. Can we get, where are we doing this? We'll do a major mode also, excuse me. We'll copy the whole shebang. Overlay Clippy mode. I don't know. We'll call this Clippy. Or rather Carl Clamor. Anti-piracy? Oh yes, it puts this on the screen. It puts a message onto the screen when you do this. Most of the things that you do for redemption, they put things onto the screen. This is their main purpose. The Clippy dialogue group is WASP. No mode line formats. No. Sure. Truncate lines T. Sure, you're fine. Good. And you can be W overlay Clippy mode. Good. We can do all this stuff. Can we create the frame then? Can we steal this guy and do him in a similar sort of way? Can we do this similarly? Word wrap mode. We're going to figure out how we're going to do it exactly as we go. We can change all these right. This is just what we're doing. Once we decide how big he's going to be. We want him to be right here. Activate NixOS overlay. This actually works. Oh, this is because all the OBS effects are not working because of an evil seed. Because my program is telling me UTF-8 codec can't decode byte, even though I changed nothing about it. I guess some of them work. What is A8? Even. What is A8? What, like, that's not even, I mean, that's outside of the ASCII range, certainly. ASCII is only the low ones, but like, what is, I don't know why this byte is ever being sent. I know it probably is. We changed the way that we were sending things over the, I don't know, man. It's strange. There's some kind of strange thing. Who is sending it? Us in Emacs. Emacs is sending it. The Python thing at the other end that reads from the message bus and writes to the OBS WebSocket is complaining. And that is like a tiny program that never changes. So probably like the way we're doing something weird. Mule UTF-8 fucker? No, I don't think so. what are we calling this guy? We're calling UR overlay clippy frame. UR overlay clippy frame. Delete the frame if it already exists, and then set overlay clippy frame. Your name is Clippy. All these properties are true. All these freaking properties are true of you. Let's say defvar w overlay clippy frame background color. Hello, Eric Alvin. Welcome in, Eric Alvin. It's good to see you. Where's background? Where's background color happening? This is a string. What are you defaulting to? Black. 8-bit. Yes, and is this? I did not know this actually. Yeah, I don't really know very much about how UTF-8 works. But I guess it makes sense that they are. Either way, what's happening is not even it's a decoding problem. It's probably trying to decode bytes that are not a valid string. I don't think it's a problem with like what is in a string. It's a problem of it's trying to decode something that's not a string as a string, which probably means we're sending not a string in a place where it expects a string, or something like this. Can we get the color here? What's this? I mean, we can just steal the color. We could certainly grab it from the file, but I'm just going to steal it from this instead. Using a forbidden jutsu. Can we obtain this? Hello Clippy, hello computer, hello Echo Soul. Welcome in. Can we asprite clippy.png? Can we perform the forbidden ritual? It's FFFCC, which is easy enough. This seems like a programmer one. This seems like a programmer one major style. Okay. Yes, this is not what's happening, I think, real nice. I think it's on the other end, right? And we're not just like, yeah. It's something stranger than this. I think it's an us fuck up, not an Emacs. Like I think for once it's not a Unicode handling fuck up, despite what the error message claims. I think it's a we are decoding the wrong bytes fuck up. Xcolor, which gives you a color picker for your entire desktop. Oh, that's really good actually. We should bind this to something. Do I have this installed? I've wanted this program before. Nix run Nix packages Xcolor. Get this? Oh shit. Oh, this is insane. What the fuck? Why are we not using this all the time? This is so good. Like I can click this character. That's so good. What? This rocks. You get a magnifying glass. It zooms in a little too much for me, I think. I should probably make it zoom in less. We could totally, like, I already have a thing that like does bindings for scrots, right? So I can, if I press Q print screen, I can drag and this opens it in an Emacs buffer automatically. And I can just bind, I should just bind this to the same thing, like make it put this in my clipboard. Options in the man page. Okay, that's really good. We have to like remember this. Install Xcolor and add Emacs binding. I'm gonna do it off stream because I have to install it globally. I have to rebuild this machine. That's gonna be a big job. That's gonna be a multi-hour kind of job. I think could be a multi-hour kind of guy. W overlay clippy background because I haven't updated it in 6 months or more. Real nice. And I did fix the configuration already, but I suspect there are still going to be broken things that are like I updated the other machines. It's just going to be like gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes of downloading. The package is not new. However, I cannot install a new package without Nix, right? I just have my configuration, right? And my configuration, my current configuration, like the new configuration that I have in my like repo is out of date with the configuration this machine runs. I have not updated this machine in a while. So in order to add any package, I will have to update this machine to reflect all configuration changes that have happened, which includes updates of basically all software. Because I've pulled, yeah, I'm not gonna branch it. I want everything to run off the same config, ideally. Can we say overlay Clippy frame background color? We're saying width 30, height 15. We'll say that for now. Overlay Clippy frame, just you. W overlay Clippy frame, and we want to set the buffer always to W. But we don't put the get first. Also, also, why are we calling it this? We're calling this overlay Clippy frame creates. Overlay Clippy frame creates. You can be overlay Clippy frame, and you can be overlay Clippy frame buffer. Good. Define all this stuff. Eval all these defuns. Okay. What else do we want? Can we put this guy on the screen? If I say W overlay Clippy frame creates.
You got boost power.
If I say W show frame, W overlay Clippy frame. Thank you for the boost, HXBXN Elite. Put this guy onto the screen. Well, that doesn't do much. Clearly, this has not done what we intended. Clearly, he has not solved our puzzle. He appears... Oh, maybe he's appearing on the other screen? Maybe he's appearing at a position we don't know about yet. Where do we want to put him? There is another screen, it's just not visible to this or to me, technically, I think. Because of, for X-randor purposes, probably. I think when I run single, it turns this screen off. But it may still think it's there. Like, how do I get the position of text? When do we call a move frame? We're calling it BXBY. What is posts here? Window absolute pixel position. Yes. Yes. Window absolute pixel position. What is this? 9,781. What if we say move frame? This takes XY. What if we say 9,781? Okay, there it is. Well, that's easier. Oh. Cool. We can put these guys wherever we want now, right? Like we have the sauce, right? Like what is this over here? I also need a way to select screen coordinates. I need a way to like know like where my mouse is. That's like a useful stream thing often to like similar to the color picker, a coordinate picker. Anyway, hello HempyVT, also welcome in. I won't embarrass you too badly, but you should check out this person. This is good. This is good. X-Rect Cell. This might be, they might have literally everything I need in the world. Okay. Let's put this at, I don't know, 400, 500, 300. Okay, that's getting closer. Let's put it at, like, I don't know, 1200. Hello Talon1024 too. We're making Clippy today. We're going Clippy mode. Okay, that's good. It's too big though. It's much too big. They need to make it small instead of big. Get it out of here. No, look at this. Look at this also, HempyVT and others. We can make it, we can just call a thing and we can make it do things. And we can make it do things and respond to chat room too. If you press boost, it does a thing. Okay. Incredible things are happening here. Yeah. We're resurrecting him from the dead. You see, he turns into a little exclamation point when you boost. It's kind of good.
You got boost power.
It's sort of good. Okay. Let's go back to overlay.el. We're just we're not saying anything at all about him, are we? We're saying nonsense. We can put we should just put him where he's supposed to go, really. I think we should probably make the width and height are in fucking characters, which is a ridiculous thing that they've done. Yeah, Soup should run it in reverse. We don't have reverse animation capabilities yet, but like it should do this. It should run it in reverse and like invert all the colors or something. Let's make this way smaller. Let's make this like 8. Let's have, I guess, quarter the size. Can we be 15:8? If I respawn the frame, if we what are you? Overlay Clippy frame create. Oh, they made him into the devil of some kind. Oh, we're hiding him immediately. Why are we hiding him immediately? Why? Why are we calling make frame invisible? Don't do that. Maybe we do want to do that actually. Probably we do. Show frame W overlay. Do the right thing. Okay, there we go. Now it's way smaller though. Can we see the original? Bring up the original. Office assistant. It's like tall and it's a little wider than him. It's slightly wider than he is, and it's also tall. Is its way. This is its way.
You got boost power.
And the tall probably is based on the amount of text that is in it. We probably want to scale it based on the amount of text in the buffer. Can we go over to here? Can we go over to here rather? Let's make it be how do we do bullets but also proportional fonts? We'll see. We'll see. Dynamically sized. If you're sizing in characters, there's WC width. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's dynamically sized, but I think the width probably is, well, I don't know. We haven't seen enough of it. We can always make it be fixed. We can always do whatever is exactly the easiest thing for us currently. Let's make it a little wider. Let's move it over a little bit. If I call both of these guys, if we do this both in a prog in, yeah, this will do. Can we move this over to the vicinity of where it needs to be? 1700 maybe. Too far. 1600. Adaptive word wrap thingy. I don't know. A little wider. Good. Maybe this is kind of fine, I think. Move it down. Down a little more. A little too far down. Project idea that someone should make. We have endless things. Are you looking for something to make? There's endless things, I think. There's so much good stuff to do. Okay. Can we write text to this? Is this possible? Can we write some characters? I want to practice while on job search. I see. Is there something you're looking to practice in particular? Is there like a skill you're trying or something you're trying to learn? The can't wait to see Clippy say looks like we're in hell on a Nixism. Yeah. The Clippy should be like Friend in that he has multiple personalities. He should be able to say different things based on his mood and stuff. We need to have mood tracking. I want to learn C, C++, I guess, also Qt. Well, this seems like a good opportunity to, well, these are both good things to do, and certainly you can write Qt stuff with C++, but I don't know if that is the best way to learn C++ or C, certainly. This is like, this may be too much all at once, or rather you're learning like, Qt does things in kind of an idiosyncratic way. Also, hello, Big Book of Bug. I'm not saying hi. Can we say hello to the bug? The Big Book of, even. The, Ghidra uses JavaScripts. Yes, I have done quite a reasonable amount of Ghidra extension development in my previous work. Not in a way that had to interact too much with Ghidra, at least, but I was the guy who had to set it up so that I could build the fucking extension and make it talk to Ghidra a little bit. They don't need a special preprocessor anymore. Exercising getting progressively more enraged at the C++ committee. I think I don't know. Making a little game or something with Raylib is probably like a nice way to learn to like motivate learning some C. I honestly don't know the best way to learn C. Or like, if you know, the best way to learn anything is just to fuck with it a bunch until you understand. But this is not maybe not the most time efficient way to learn things if this is what you're worried about. Like, I don't know. Like, I still don't understand elements of this. Thank you for the follow, Fantastic Vegas. Like, right? Like I've been doing this stuff for. When did I first start messing? What is that white rectangle? This is going to be Clippy's dialogue box eventually. This is an Emacs frame. Off-white, it's eggshell. Realistically, I still would not say I know C or C++. I'm probably closer to knowing C. You know enough to be dangerous. You just need to practice. Oh yeah, just definitely just make something with Qt then. I would just go fuck around and make a thing. What's an interesting thing to make? I don't know. Make a Blue Sky client. I don't know. Make like a it's hard for me to think of these because I don't really use any like GUI stuff. But like, yeah, caught me a bit off guard. Meant to be discreet. I apologize. I know people like to be secret with it a little bit. Like there's at least one person listening right now, I guarantee, who's like, I'm gonna click the follow button, but I don't want this freak guy to like say my name. I don't want this guy to like do like a 5-minute bit where he's like talking about me, where I'm listening to what he's doing now and he's gonna totally derail the whole thing in order to talk about my name or something like this, or give some unrelated anecdote. Now say my name. Yeah, like I know you may feel this way. And I know some people, what they do is they wait until the stream is over. They do this. I know, because when I end the stream, they click it. But I always make note of this so that when the next time, this is evil. This is way too evil. Yeah, I'll ignore you if you want me to. If you want me to ignore you, you click follow, and then immediately in the chat room type ignore in all caps, and then I won't say anything. But you have to do it really fast. You have to type ignore, and then follow kind of at the same time. And I will not comment on this. Only if you do this. So yes. How's it going, computer? Hello, a COD 5e. Welcome. It's going kind of good. We have Clippy moving around. The only notification about this, right? Yes, I'll never say this again also. So you'll have to watch. Well, you need to be watching the back catalog to know. Oh yes, this is why we're moving. This is why we change the background color when we move and resize. It's because when you change the theme, it changes the background color. I see now. Now at last I see. So it's going to be sort of hard to avoid this. If there's a theme change mid Clippy event, while Clippy is talking, the theme change can cause his background color to be manipulated. And this is I mean, it's fine. We don't need to worry too much about this, I think. But we should, at least when we're like doing the usual stuff to him, we should make sure we're setting the colors. Looking for pros info on Ghidra usage and finding Java API docs instead. Yeah, this is like the worst ever. When you look up documentation for something and you just find like the auto-generated doxygen shit or something, like with no human input anywhere. The a Rust CLI for practice. This is good. This is kind of fun. Can we let's put some text on these guys. Like can we what's like the basic thing? Overlay Clippy write message to the Clippy buffer. And what does this look like? With current buffer w overlay Clippy frame buffer. Let's inhibit reads only t. I don't know. If you want to brown it up, I won't fight you. Hello, boy. Please enjoy it. This is a really funny way to say this. This is good though. Enjoy your food and Happy New Year. Best wishes. I don't know where to look. For the Ghidra JavaScripting thing, I don't actually know about the scripting part. I know about their like extension guy, but the scripting they have like a whole thing, right? Ghidra uses Jython, right? This is the thing, I think, if I remember this correctly. Ghidra is a remaining consumer of Jython. I believe, maybe. Yeah, Ghidra natively supports scripting. Yes. They have. Oh my god, they have the Ghidra Jython interpreter. I want to do some editing of things in the UI. I want to mark certain labels as global variables. Yeah, this is script mode probably. Hello, Blaine Smagmar. Also, hello, hi. I hope you're good. And Ucraft200, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The set frame. No, we did set it through during creation. The problem is when I change theme, I think it's changing. Like there's just a background color property on the frame, and this gets changed by themes, right? So the theme just changes this on. I'm sure I could probably control my theme to make it not do this, but like, yeah, it's been a day. I'll give you that. I see. Well, I hope it gets better. Basic head tracking on your model to make Clippy look left and right. I mean, I have the tracking already. Can we do? I want to make its alternative. I mean, you can certainly do this, but you might have better luck wrapping Ghidra or wrapping Radare 2 or something. I don't know. Ghidra certainly has a somewhat painful UI, but I would sort of reject the notion in general that the quality of software has anything to do with the things that it is built in, right? I don't know. I mean, there are certainly, you know, the way you build software influences the way it behaves, right? But it's not like a moral imperative to rewrite, you know, like, I don't know. Does it not simply change the defaults? That's just not how. I don't know if there's a concept of a default. We can definitely make it track. We'd have to like sample particular frames from the looking left and right animations or like loop them. We could do it. It'd be a bit of work. We'll think about this. We have other things to do first. Default frame A list. Is this actually that, or is that just like a? Oh yeah, this is actually like, yeah, sure. But this wouldn't change the background of existing frames. This just sets the values when they're first created. There's no notion of like, right? Like I would, when I change the theme, I do want like this frame. Like it's a matter of I want this frame to change. I don't want this frame to change. There's maybe an option for that somewhere to like make it not change. Anyway, we're inserting message. Okay. So can we say stuff like, I don't know, W overlay Clippy write test. When we write, we should probably also set the background color to the appropriate thing. Where do we do this in utils? It's just modify frame parameters, right? We can say when W overlay Clippy frame, modify frame parameters W overlay Clippy frame with do this fucking thing. Yeah, pretty hat clonk. Thank you, Ilarezi. Welcome. We are conjuring up a being. We are conjuring a being. Well, now the foreground color is all fucked up. We probably want to control the foreground color and in general the whole font here, I think. Can we control this on a per frame level? I mean, we could also just propertize the text. I think that's maybe a nicer way to do it. We should define a face for this, and then yeah. Let's do this. Can we say Can we say stuff like, we definitely are defining a face in here, right? Where's deaf face? Yeah, this guy. This guy. Get him here. Get him up here. Make a face. Make a face. We're gonna call him W overlay Clippy face. What's his nature? What the fuck is his nature? There's got to be a nature to him. What's the deal with death face? There's like various properties here. We want probably font or family. I don't know. We definitely want we definitely want foreground, right? What the fuck is extends? What is the deal with extend? Face attributes. Extend is whether it's extended beyond the end of the line. I see. It's for like highlighting purposes. Anyway, foreground black is wasp for highlighting face for Clippy dialogue. And then we can propertize the stuff when we insert it in the buffer, right? We can say, extends is a male performance enhancing pill. This is good to know. I think there's a guy we can use for this, right? We've done this in a million places, haven't we? Where do we do this in heart rate? Can we just propertize this? What are we saying in heart rate? Where do we say heart rate's small? Where do we use this? Oh, we just have a function called right line. It probably would be of some utility. Oh, we can just use this function. This is like a guy who is generic enough that we can certainly use this. We just say W right line. W overlay Clippy face. Embrace extends extinguish. Yeah. Open Eclipse and open in VS Code, but not give any button whatsoever to at least show what folder this is in. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We can add text to Clippy. Wow. There's Clippy texts that can be added. What about the fonts here? Rice lime. I'm hungry. We're going for cilantro lime here. We're going chipotle. Can we get we can make it bigger. Why it has bought a knockoff copy of Clippy, or he got installed by accident when yeah, we need a fake story to tell people when they ask. I'm also getting, it's going to be annoying to make the guy round and have the little thing, but I think we really need that to make it look. It at least needs the little dialogue triangle. I don't know what that's called, the little notch. It's like that we really need that badly to make it for realism purposes. Also, for the cards being under this but over this is kind of annoying. It should be different than that. It should be, I don't know, pirated version of Open Office. Okay, well, how do we make a guy big? Extends. How do we make a guy big? You say height, right? You can say height, and this is in some kind of imaginary units. This is in some sort of imaginary units, I think. I don't know what kind of units it actually is. It's certainly not pixels. I think it's probably, is this a percentage or something? Some kind of ungodly thing. Yeah. That's a little bigger. Let's make it smaller then. There we go. It's cool that I can just redefine this and it just changes right off the rip. Okay. What about this font business though? What's this? What the hell is this here? Hello Netrunner VT. You can make SVGs and Emacs now. I mean, SVGs are just, these are a text format, right? It's just XML, right? You could totally do it. I don't know if you can do it easily. Maybe this is what you're implying. Probably it is. You know this. Hello Netrunner VT Dell. Hello. Netrunner VT. Does this go? Okay. Let's change the font face. Hello, Kirsch. Also, welcome in. Happy New Year, Kirsch. It's great to see you. It's great to see everybody, honestly. Where's the fucker? List functions to build them up now. Yeah, this is good. I had not seen this. Where's the ACS guy? We're logging just animation info. What if we just log the whole guy again? What if we log character info dot balloon info rather? One Colonq says, well, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming around. Need him to transform into Bonzi Buddy when mod takes over? Yeah, okay, so the font is MS Sans Serif. The height is -13, which is a concerning sort of number. The weight is 400. Also somewhat concerning. But it's MS Sans Serif. Do we have a Sans Serif font on the computer? Anywhere? Are we able to conjure that up? Classic negative height moments. Yes. Tahoma, maybe. I just wonder what we have installed. Hello, Tool Ataralis. Welcome in. We probably can just be like FC lists, right? That's how you do this. Do we have like a guy who is like a generic sans serif? We have Unifont, which probably is unbearable. There's Deja Vu fonts. There's Free Serif. Lateralis reference. What is this? Is this cool? Is this good? Oh, song album. I see. This is kind of fun. Okay, yeah, there's just Deja Vu Sans and Deja Vu Sans Condensed Tool. Oh, is this from the musical group Tool? Okay. Okay, let's how do I set fonts? Can I just say Katy Perry? If I just say the font is Deja Vu Sans, does that do it? Yeah, it does. Cool. It's that easy. It's literally that easy. But this doesn't look right. This looks not it. It's not what we're looking for here. Is there a guy that is similar to this? Is this Tahoma thing that I'm being told about? What is Tahoma? Tahoma looks maybe like it. This is like the new Microsoft font though. This is like this one is the old fonts. This is the old font with the sauce, I think. Core fonts. True type core fonts for the web. Ideally I don't want to install a font. What about turning off anti-aliasing? This is probably a thing you're allowed to do. I wonder. Honestly, a monospace font almost looks more correct. Maybe. What does Deja Vu Sans Mono look like? It's maybe a little bit. Do we have Terminus on here? We totally do, right? This is like a bitmappy kind of guy. Hello, Dangle Dixie. This is not quite right. This is the TTF terminus, so the letters are all around. The letters are all around. Welcome in, Dangle Dixie. How do we do this? Emacs fonts anti-aliasing. Home Manager, but I don't use Home Manager separately. I have one configuration. My home configuration is in with the system configuration. It's all or nothing. It is all or nothing for me, real nice. You can set this in your X resource file for X fonts. Someone's talking about this, disabling anti-aliasing. Default frame alias, they're saying here fonts. Oh, you can just add the funny guys after this. Are we able to do this? Like if I go here and we find this place where we're saying terminus. If I say anti-alias equals false. Oh, that's better. That's better. If I say hinting equals false also. That's maybe also a little bit better. The size is weird though, right? The size is not where we want it to be. There's got to be a better way to set the size here. Maybe we just set the size on the font, right? There is Clippy. Hello, Liquid Cake 1. Clippy responds to things now. If you boost, Clippy will activate. Clippy will reply to this. Shout out Liquid Cake 1 also, who is cool. Whose puzzle I still need to do.
You got boost power.
Yes, you can see this that Clippy is reactive. And we are working on making Clippy more reactive. There's like a pixel size guy, right? This is totally a yes, it's pixel size here, I think. If I say pixel size equals 32, yes, good.
You got boost power.
I don't know what the right size is for this. Hello, Ogie Hub, also welcome in. The merge stuff from home. It definitely cannot for me because I don't even have like a home manager.nix configuration file. I use home manager as a NixOS module. It's my setup is very, you can use them independently, right? But I have a very different kind of setup. I don't even have the up-to-date configuration on this machine. I built it all remotely. So can we
You got boost power.
Hello, Jakeout also. This is honestly not bad. Like if we compare this to the thing here, right? It's still a little off. This has like that crisp look. The crisp bitmap look. It is hard to replicate. Not Navi next. Yeah. We add some sort of cyber elf situation. They're going cyber elf. Can we put good words in this? Is it possible? Let's make Clippy say stuff. We have to think about how what's like a classic. Okay, let's make Clippy say. Let's make Clippy clear also. Overlay Clippy clear. And this is clear the Clippy buffer, and it's this stuff erase buffer. Yeah. Okay. Then what does Clippy say? So there should be a timer. We'll need a timer, much like how Friend has, that keeps track of how much, when Clippy last spoke, right? And when enough time has passed, we should erase the whole buffer, remove the whole thing, like hide it even. Cool. So let's start this. Let's say defun w overlay Clippy say. So this looks like we erase the prior thing. Clear. We write this thing. And we should, how do we do this in friend mode? I think we just set a single global timer that is like when we last spoke, right? Yeah, speech timer. And we just set this to like, oh, I see. No, we're just setting it to like a thing that decrements. I see. Okay, cool. Sure. Well, we'll want a timer as well. Well, I think we can probably capitalize on we have this existing like gizmo timer, right? There's like this is what heart rate works off of, right? I think. Yeah, there's gizmo update hook, which I think is called often. What is the period of gizmo update hook? When are we calling this freak? When does this guy get called? Gizmo update. This gets called every 10 seconds. I think this is in seconds. I think that's fine. Having him have a granularity of. I see. Okay. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you for the alerts. There's various the klaxons going. They have the freaking klaxons out here, computer. It's kind of nuts with it a little bit. They're activating assorted klaxons. Okay. Where are we now? Okay. Let's think. I think this is fine. Of course we could, yeah, this is okay. Let's go over to overlay. We'll have a variable for overlay clippy speech timer. This is nil. Can we do this then? If we every time we're gonna have a guy. This is gonna say setf overlay clippy speech timer to 2, say. Or even just 1. This is fine. Have clippy say message. Okay. And then this will have overlay clippy update, which gets called every 10 seconds. And this will say when W overlay clippy speech timer CL decf. Well, we kind of want more granularity. I think we want our own timer. Fuck it. Can I copy a bunch of this stuff from Gizmo? Yeah, we want our own timer because we want to be able to check. We want to be able to check at an increased granularity so that we don't just like say something right before the timer, because we're kind of independent of the timer here, right? It's sort of annoying. Let's call this overlay clippy timer. Sure. We'll check all this stuff. We'll check overlay clippy timer. We'll check overlay clippy timer. We'll check we should probably call this overlay clippy timer run, right? Overlay clippy timer. And then this guy can be overlay clippy timer run. And we'll run it every 1 second. Instead. We'll add this. We call these guys in, and here we're not calling run hooks. We're just gonna call W overlay clippy update, which is a guy we will define. Played some Quake Live with the boys. I'm too old for that. The old ticker. Wait, this is destroying your heart. I'm sorry to hear this. This is like, I've never played Quake of any kind, I think. I'm bad at FPS in general. This would throw me into into some kind of coma as well, so I can relate to this. Too stressful after an hour or two? Yeah, this is nuts. Too much. Too much. I get this with multiplayer games in general, man. Like I tried like every time I hop on Dota a little bit, like I feel like my blood pressure increasing. I feel just like I'll play one game and even like win. Like we don't even like lose. Like I'll win and I feel like my heart is like gonna pump out of my chest and I'm like just like it's a killer. Buying 4 people who are really good at reading inscrutable code. Free for all at least, so no letting my team down. Yeah, this is good. Update Clippy. We'll do this for now. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Where is I think it's fine. In friend, do we call friend timer friend run timer in here? We call it in friend start. Let's just go to setup.el and let's put this with all the other timers that we fucking start. Let's call this W overlay Clippy timer run. Let's also just call it. We'll do this. Invoke Wine to get the exact windowing overlay that Win98 used for that dialog box. Visual Basic ass tooltip. We probably could, but we're doing it with an Emacs frame right now, which kind of makes it interesting in other ways. I might want to display the actual window independently of this behind it in order to like have the rounded borders and the little notch, which I think we will do. But for now, this will be the actual thing. Make Clippy speak a shader. Yeah, this is kind of funny. We could do this. Like really, there's almost nothing we cannot do visually at this point. We are at the point where we have full visual control. Is this timer going? Yes. Good. Okay, set the speech timer to 10. Make him give me a kiss. I don't think he has sex-based toggles. I'm afraid, Brighter Malfin. There's no. They didn't put sex on him. Overlay Clippy speech timer. When the speech timer is going, we want to CL deck F. It's not this. Well, I mean, it's not. They're not getting sensual with it. I misspoke. I'm sorry. They're not getting like this. They would never do this. This is no, never. Can we put I think Clippy is a man, maybe. They call him in German, he is Karl Klammer. I guess this is making an assumption about the name, but they call him Karl Klammer. The 10 billion years in the pit for me. I think they are a paperclip. I think I agree also. Oh yes, there is a gender status in the ACS file. You're cold? You're cold? Well, you should. Okay. He was the first and sexiest of the AI boyfriends. Hello, F Collector. We can check this, right? Like, where is overlay? Let's get canonical info about this. Get clippy.rs. We're printing. It's probably in character info, right? Character info has like a. Do we parse the gender? I don't know if we're parsing this. Oh, gender is in voice info extra. Where is voice info added? That's on the character info. Where are we printing the balloon info? What if we print the voice info instead here? Give him head pats? Probably. I mean, logistically speaking, no, there's none. There's no voice info on him. He doesn't have a voice, so he doesn't have a gender. This is how it works. They give him he doesn't even have this. He doesn't have a voice info to have a voice info extra to have this. Okay. Deprived, yeah. Let's go to overlay.el again. He's really sort of a horrific creature when you think about it. He's just eyeballs. Like, this is like... I don't know. Eyeballs are like definitely like this is like in the top 10 scariest organs easily. Like they're like I don't know. There's an inherent spookiness to eyeballs that it's hard to beat. I mean this though, right? Like they're scary. They're kind of a scary organ. Crazy statement. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. We should say when less than or equal to W overlay clippy speech timer 0. Maybe a little bit. You work at eyeball. Yeah. Do you agree that they're scary? They could be great, but also scary. Like these are not mutually exclusive. Clippy speech timer. Set this to nil. When this is set to nil, we also want to make the frame invisible. We want to say W overlay. We want to say W show frame overlay clippy frame nil. Yes. Yes, good. Good. Okay. Oh, we should do this independently of this. We should say when not W overlay clippy speech timer. Or it's less than 0, then we do like this. Okay. Good. Now he will disappear. But then in here, when he talks, we will say W show frame, W overlay clippy frame, T. So now he can talk. We can say overlay clippy say hello, and he will speak. He will speak. He needs a little bit of padding or margin or whatever it's called, whatever the one that's on the inside is, and also the message will disappear. Is there a way we can make him talk like animation wise? What are the animations? Bring up the animations of Carl Clammer again, please. The 25 animations of Carl Clammer. This is my new best-selling New York Times book. It's literary fiction. They're calling it literary fiction. Are there any speech? Are there any that are he has no mouth, right? There's greeting. What is greeting? Greeting. There's also explain. Greeting is he comes in on the bike. I forget. He's got the bike. Explain is his eyebrows go up a little bit. I think that's fine, right? We should make him. He's got to be doing something. Where's this? Yeah, good. Flippy had Aora. Not going to lie. Yes. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. What else? Okay. What else? These are all generic ACS animation names. They have this on all of them. Like you can swap them in. You can swap them in. This is kind of good. We're gonna need to do a bunch of work to support Bonzi because we're not building composited frames for like the mouths and things like this. Yeah, we should try it. Clippy just happens to be an easy one because every frame is just one image. We need Pikachu. Can we ask Clippy to clip? Oh, that's good. That's really good. How do we do that? I don't know if I have a thing to make clips, but you can do this with the Twitch TV API, I think. Hello, Bad Cop also. Hi, Bad Cop. Is this good? Is this good? You can probably make a clip. If people make clips, can Clippy react? Is there an event for clips? Is there a clips type event in Twitch Helix API? There's a clips. There's got to be a clips event. You can definitely create clips. What about event sub? What are the, can we see the event subscription types? What's the deal with clips? No. Maybe they call it something other than clips. But I don't know if there's event sub for clips, unfortunately. He could definitely do something for polls. Yeah. Like we can definitely make him easily do stuff for like all the Twitch things. This is like very true. This is very real. If they paste a link in chat, oh yeah, we can detect this for sure. Like, yeah, this is probably better in general. I know people like to make their clips in secret. They like to move in silence. They're making huge moves in silence and secrecy. You can also, yeah, we can also just pull the clips list. But let's see. Let's see. Well, I think we want to make it look better first. Let's make him look good. Is there a way we can get a nice I assume Emacs, we're not going to get a margin automatically. This is not, I don't think this is a thing that is real. Maybe there is on a frame actually. If we look for the frame attributes, maybe they have this. You can make him look good with this if we weren't just a little too late. Prop store auction. Buddy's Will Ferrell elf costume with screen matched tunic and replica hat. Log in to see winning bid. Estimate 100,000 to 200,000 euros. What? What? What is this? What is this? You can buy Matt Damon's light up bloodied Hulk suit costume from Elysium 2013. You can buy Harrison Ford's stage pass from E.T. the Extraterrestrial 1982. What's the conversion between Colonq coin and Colonq euro? I think this fluctuates. It's sort of fluctuating. Hello, Medusa T. Dustin. It only goes up in value. Can't we just make the freaking balloon in a shader for the compositor? We were thinking of doing this, right? That was the idea. But it's kind of fun to do it in Emacs, right? And there's different sets of questions on both sides. Like doing text rendering is annoying on one side. I kind of like doing it in Emacs because it's like, yeah. I'm liking this implication that there's an entire Colonq. There's a whole world, right? So there have to be multiple countries worth of currencies. I like this a lot. There are multiple like banking. Yeah, this is good. Use a background image. Well, we probably will. It's gonna be a question of synchronization. Oh yeah, of course we're gonna add this as a margin. Sure. Let's do that. How do I learn Vulkan if I don't want to learn it? I just want to suddenly know it. I mean, you have to create. Okay, what's the actual strategy for doing this? You have to create a split personality. Like, what do they call this? Like tulpa or something? You have to create an alternate personality. And then have this personality study for you, and then forget about it. Just go into a total Severance style, right? You have to go into a total blank out for like 3 years as you study this, and then you'll wake up, and the next thing you'll be aware of is that you're just like yourself, but it's 3 years in the future, and you know Vulkan. But who knows what other ways your life might change during this process? So it's sort of a risky maneuver. Alternatively, you can build a time machine and go forward in time until you know Vulkan. But there's sort of problems with this approach. This sort of ends up being challenging. Hitting the Balmer peak and never coming down. Yeah. With the Balmer peak, this is in reference to alcoholism, right? This is like the graph of prog skill, or P skill, as we're gonna call it here, and drunkenness. And it goes like it's like this or something. This is the Balmer peak. I think this is the thing. Something like this. Hello, Samurai 336. Hello, welcome in. The blood alcohol content referenced in XKCD is quite high, actually. It's more drunk than I would have expected. I see. It's right before drunk. I see. I've never experienced this. I don't think I've ever been drunk. I mean, I never drink, but I've never been drunk also. These are duplicates. These are duplicates. PDBgen.exe hates my symbols. It's like half a bottle of wine. I see. How do we okay. We got to think of this. Who composites for us? I mean, the compositor does this. It's PyCom. PyCom does it. I think we're just going to make Newton. We'll just make Newton display a thing. We'll just make Newton display a guy. If we know how wide and how tall the buffer is, this only needs to work on my screen at my exact resolution, and it will never change. We'll never update the resolution. We just need it to look, we need it to be an exact size. How big is this in pixels? It's not that big, right? It's certainly not that fucking big. Can we say a word? Sir Isaac Newton's. What if you say multiple things? Is it like flicker? No, it's good. Okay, we do this, and what if I click print screen? Okay, what if I, it's called a sophisticated size measuring algorithm. We're gonna be using a sophisticated technique. No one get nervous about this. It's a sophisticated new technique. Where we go in here and we open the file up. We're gonna open the file up, and I'm gonna copy this exactly. That's not exactly. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this over here, right in the corner. We're gonna copy it, and we're gonna new. It's 275 by 208. The corner. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. This is what we will do. We're going to make it a little bit bigger. We can just measure the window. However, how are we going to do this? We're going to, I don't want to measure the window. This is going to be frustrating and annoying. Hello, Chixie9901. Instead, we're going to hard code everything. What if we make it bigger by, like, I don't know, 10 pixels on every side? 250 by 225, that's the sweet spot. What if we make this guy like 295 by 228. 10 is an easy number to remember. It's 10 on every side. And fill it with transparency. And if we paste it, it gets pasted directly in the middle. Is this 10 pixels? Is this 10 pixels? That looks like 10 pixels to me. It's 10 by 1. Okay, cool. So now we can round it all off. We can do a bit of a rounded. Filled ellipse, I don't think is what we want. We want rounded rectangle. But really, that's not too hard to do. We also kind of want it. We don't want the rounded rectangle to fill the whole thing. Because we want to have the little notch on the bottom. You're rewriting in Rust this 1,000-line C++ script. I see. What's the best way to do this? 2, 3? I don't know. Something like this. What's the best way to do this? How do you draw a corner? How do you draw a corner that is round? Is this a possibility? Can we make this small? How does one draw a corner that is round? Can we do this a little bit? Is this a round corner? Fill the whole thing in that corner and then rounded erase. I see. I guess that is an option. This might do the trick though. This might just do the trick, to be honest. Hello, Jake Creates Stuff. Welcome in. Stick a circle of another color on the inside. Oh, that's also a good option. That might produce a better corner. This is not a bad corner, to be honest. I don't hate this corner. Curves in Minecraft type moment, yeah. This is not the worst corner on Earth. Replicating this corner may prove to be a difficulty. That Jake from Stuff, holy, yeah. We also probably should have made it a different color so we can tell more easily what's going on with this. Why aren't you using the rounded rect tool? There is no rounded rect tool. There's only filled ellipse tool. Which I guess can replicate this corner, but it is somewhat challenging. This guy makes ellipses, not rectangles. Let's stop making this be ridiculous. Can we go red mode? Go red. How do we select? Deselect. Make the outside be purple mode. Make this be purple mode. Hello, Spooky the Bee. Welcome in, Spooky the Bee. You're gonna have a circle? Yeah. You can't be rounding these things off too much. Can I copy the corner and flip it? Can I get just the corner in a manner that is symmetrical and do a little bit of a flip it situation? Okay. Ooh. Get this guy over here. Can I do a bit of a how do you say a bit of a rotate 180? No, wrong. Rotate 90 clockwise. Sure. Not that. Can I move him instead of rotating him? Fuck. Okay, that looks like a corner to me. Does this line up? Do we line up if we go purple mode? If I, for example, were to click over here, and then were to click over here, is that perfect purple style alignment? I think it is. Okay, good. So we can just keep pasting this corner. We can do corner paste tactics. And we can even pre-position it if we really want to. I think that's the spice there. And we can rotate this guy. That's wrong. That's totally wrong. Can we edit? Can we rotate on here? Oh, now it's rotating the thing that's below it. It's evil. They just added rounded Rex last week in Ace Sprite. Okay, there we go. We have the corner. And we could have just used this eraser tool probably. PyCom has the way to do this. I think modifying our PyCom is going to be deeply hellish. We can certainly do it, but we don't want to do it for all Windows. Like we've looked into the PyCom source code before. We have this capability should we need it. However, I fear for our lives. Just editing the config file. I don't know. I think this is gonna be nicer in the long run. Don't do that. Do this rotate. Do this rotate. Yes. What are we crafting? We're making rounded borders. Jay creates stuff. You'll see soon. Do you see this clippy guy on the bottom of the screen? We can control him now. But we're trying to make his window we're trying to increase realism. We need to increase his realism factor. That's sort of our main concern. And yeah, like he can do stuff. Like we can control him and make him do things. Like we can say, I don't know, overlay, clippy, animate, explain. That's the easy one. What's the funny one? What's the funny one? Processing. Processing is kind of funny. He turns into a shovel and does stuff. Hello X2404. Welcome in. People say badass and they never say good ass. Yeah. Not me though. Can we do this? Make the border go like this. Make this go like this. Fill this in like this. Fill this in like this. Can we change the colors also? We're doing image editing story playtime. That's our main activity today, computer. Can we fill I'm putting this color here to keep it around. Can we fill this with red? Can we fill this border with this? Can we can we erase this guy? Okay, good. Now we know if it's red, we're not lining it up correctly. That's what makes it bad. We know it's bad if it's not lined up correctly. And also we can draw the little notch. The little notch can be drawn. What does it look like when they draw the little notch on here? It's over to the side. We can draw the little notch. Here's the notch. I don't know if it's going to be the appropriate size. This is what we shall do. Thank you. Welcome in, Takeda. It's good to see you. We have Clippy going. Clippy is kind of going a little bit. We might need to make this image bigger and increase the size of the notch, honestly. This is a very meager notch. I don't know if I like it very much. But this will have to do for now. Can we call this? I do like a good ass rectangle. You know right off the rip, X2404. We're aligned. Some would say that we have achieved alignment with shareholder values. Thank you for the follow. Can we put this on here? We're trying to make Clippy do stuff. We've managed to make him be animated. We've captured his animations. Let's call this Clippy border.png. Okay, we got Clippy border. What if we put Clippy border on the screen, but from other? Let's move Clippy border to source, Newton, crates, renderer, source, assets, textures, Clippy border.png. Let's also pursue assets.rs and make sure we're loading that. Let's call this texture Clippy border. Get texture Clippy border on here, guys. The Clippy border is clippyborder.png. Okay, let's think about drawing him then. In Clippy. Well, what we're going to have to do is we're just going to have two things to turn the border on and off, and then Emacs will drive those in addition to driving its own windows. And we hope that they happen fast enough that it appears seamless. I think this is a fine way to do it, but we'll see. We'll start off just by displaying this all the time. Let's always draw the thing, right? So what does that look like? Well, it looks like, I mean, shader ACS is just like basically shader flat. We probably don't even need another shader. It looks much like this. And we're going to, instead of binding this texture, we're going to be binding ost.assets.texture Clippy border. The border with a different, it is evil. It is so evil that we're doing this, but I think it's kind of fun. Think of it instead, think of it not like drawing the border with another program, but more like another program is drawing the background, and then Emacs is drawing on top to fill in the text. I'm choosing to believe that, and that's making me feel a little bit better about myself. Okay, where are we gonna put the guy? Also, what is its size? We had this open in Sprite like 10 seconds ago, right? It's 295. We remember this. 295 by 228, right? Those are the dimensions. What are the offsets, the widths and the heights? Well, if we go to overlay.el, it's going to be whatever this is, 1600 minus 10. 1590.0. We are hard-coding this across multiple languages. The chance of this ever changing, decreasing rapidly by the seconds. Okay. Can we draw a Clippy border? Also, is it going to be upside down? Is the notch going to be at the top? This may prove a difficulty. If it is, we just have to change the shader a little bit. Oh no, it's way too wide. We have the width and the height. This is wrong. I think this guy takes the position first and the dimensions second. Yes. We made him too damn wide. Hello, fighting analysts. What news from the resurrection? Well, we have this. We have this. And if we make him say something, hello, fighting annelids, that also does not work. Because, oh, it's going behind it. That's being rendered on top. Why was it on top before? Oh, it's a window order thing. We need to, it also is upside down. And also the notch is too small. So there's really a whole host of problems here. We really have a whole bunch of problems. How do we make it be on top? Really, the Emacs thing, we should, like, if we just make it so that the Emacs thing says, hey, I need to be on top whenever it like shows itself, I think that's fine. Can we see what that's all about? Like, where's do we have any frame guys around? Where's overlay.el? Where's this? What are we even saying about this guy? The hellish red, that's supposed to be invisible. You'll see soon. We're rendering the body of it in Emacs, so we're trying to replace that red with an Emacs frame of the same size, but it's currently rendering under the red instead of over the red. Can we see, like, can we see the manual regarding frame stuff? Where's this frame stuff? Can we see this? Frame.el. Do we have any top type information? Emacs frame always on top. We're gonna find this. Like a color mask? Oh no, like a window that just goes on top of another window. The red doesn't actually do anything. I'm just gonna try and use this to make it obvious if we have the right coordinates or not. Okay, here's the frame section of the manual that claims to be GNU wget. That does not seem correct. Google.com. There's gotta be something going on here. Oh, this is also the user manual, not the list manual. Can I just check the list manual? Get me into info, please. Okay, go. Hello. Frames. I'm still. You're so. Maud just goes in the bed. She has not said anything for like 2 hours, and she just goes, "Hi, are you still going?" No, it is funny. Do you need me to stop? No, I can go to the other. We can. I don't know. I can move the setup. I can move the setup. I can move the U. Oh yeah, move it outside. We're on the lake. Hello T_ignoc. Hello. Okay, what's this stuff? Get this. How do we make it be on top? Frame parameters. They have various guys. Window frame parameters. Window systems. There's so many. Basic parameters that are fundamental. Display type, you can make them be grayscale. The raise frame may do it, actually. That is a good point. That is maybe the guy we are looking for exactly. It's probably easier to just raise it on demand than to be like, we're always on top. This makes it occlude any frame that overlay. Let's just try this. If I just say, let's go back to overlay.el. The frame's probably invisible right now, but let's make it so when we call Clippy say, we should be saying raise frame. This guy here. Oh, there we go. We're off by a pixel. Clearly. We're off by a pixel, it looks like. We're a pixel 2. Oh, it's because we're flipped, maybe? And we're not symmetrical? We'll see. We'll see. Let's flip it first, and then we can think about this. later. I think flipping it just entails saying blah, blah. Where's clippy.rs? Let's just not use this shader. We can just say bind 2D shader flat. Shader flat. I think this should flip it. Probably. Probably. Okay, yes, now it's off on the other side. If we render the thing 1 frame lower, are we really off by a pixel? That's insane if we are. What if we render this 1 frame one pixel lower? Sorry, excuse me. Let's see. I do not enjoy shaving my current yak, or alternatively maybe we there we go. Okay, cool. This is good until it disappears. And then when it disappears, of course, we still have the red. They bring back the red window. How do we handle that? Well, we just need bus events to make this appear or disappear. We need ways to control the visibility of the border. So that's not too bad, right? It's just we can ignore the data. They're easy events to handle. We can just say, like, where's handle binary, right? We can just say else if message.event is can you match against a string? Is that a thing? It's kind of good if so, right? That probably simplifies some of our nonsense that we're doing here. I can, or like against bytes, right? Like raw string, whatever this is. That does make things a little cleaner. I think I just sort of assumed that I can't do this. But you can just totally just do this. Maybe if I reference it, maybe not. Maybe I need to do like a, oh yes, is it this? Is it this guy? Oh yes, now it's complaining about patterns. Can I get the thing that yells at me if it can I be just like log warn unknown events? Unknown, I mean, it shouldn't do anything, right? It should just ignore this. That's good. Okay, we should just say overlay clippy border on. Overlay clippy border on just says self.border equals true, right? Like, this is not complex event processing. We don't need to even pass any, we don't need to parse anything, we don't need to do any bullshit. It's just sets boolean, please. Border bool. Border false. Hello divorce John Zed, welcome in. Okay. Let's do that. We need to register these guys. We need overlay clippy border on and off. Welcome back, A squared. Are we in hell? No, we're kind of not in hell actually. We're sort of, they're calling it heaven. They're calling it LCOLONQ heaven episode. We are rectangular. We're soon going to be not rectangular. This is the new feature to remove our rectangularity a little bit. I think the cards are going to interact with this in a truly horrible way. Maybe not. I think if we just put Clippy on top of the cards instead of underneath the cards, we're going to get a mashed potato going. This is good too. Let's just put it on here. Is drawing currently beneath? It is. Drawing is beneath the cards. I kind of like that things can go above and behind the drawing. It's kind of good. But drawing should probably be on top of everything. All this stuff at least. Okay. Does this go? Does this go? My Tuesday season finale, yippee. Is this true? Oh, we need to check the guy. Hello, Remblanc. Welcome in, Remblanc. It's good to see you. Can we only do this rendering if self.border? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. This is good. Thank you. Okay. Back to overlay.el. We're saying overlay clippy animate, right? We can just, well, let's call this overlay clippy border. Set the clippy border state to border. And then this can be, what's this? This is an empty string. This is if border clippy animates on, otherwise off, right? Hello, Siorabade Berta 1. Welcome in. Thank you for the, I'm sorry if I destroyed this name. Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome. I have not done this a single time also. If you like this stuff, if you're here and you're like, damn, I like it, you can come here. We have a place, it's the Discord IRC. That's where we live. That's our main home. They're calling this the main home. Can we do this? Okay. And then when we say things, we can just say overlay clippy border, overlay, right when we do the show frame, overlay clippy border T. And when we do the hide frame, we can do overlay clippy border nil. Okay, is this all good? And then if he talks, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't work at all. Okay, cool. Where's, if I say W overlay clippy border T, okay, it's not, doesn't do anything. If I look at Newton, why doesn't it not do anything? Where is this again? We're doing something sort of foolish, I'm sure. We're saying border equals true, border equals false here. Overlay clippy border on, overlay clippy border off. We're subscribing to them. We're doing things like this sort of subscription stuff. Does animating him still work? Like if I say animates processing, that still goes, yes. Did we rebuild him? And also, did we save overlay.rs? We should be subscribing to overlay clippy border on and overlay clippy border off here. Can we print when this happens? Can we just like, can we just log this guy? Or I think we're already logging events, right? I'm pretty sure. Probably. Yeah, we're saying incoming X for all events. If we look at Newton, debt clock could benefit in informational. Oh yes, math.o day. This is good. This is really good. What do we do here? Math.0 day today. Okay, if I do this, right, you can see clippy animate. If I do border T, there's nothing. There's nothing being... Oh, am I not sending this? Am I just building a string and not... Or does it not work when I have an empty string in the data? Is this it? Does binary pub not send if this is an empty string? I think that's possible. No, it should be. We even do that sometimes. I don't know what the heck is going on here, computer. There's something spooky happening here. Something strange and no good is up. Let's run it again. Oh, maybe we didn't build this. Maybe we're running old code. Is it possible that we are running old code? No. That's not what it is. It's something odd, whatever it is. Something odd indeed. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? There's something funky. There's a funky character they got going on here. Is it possible that we are not, like, if I just say binary pub this, yeah, this does not do anything, right? Are we receiving this on It makes me think we're not subscribing to the event. But like we are. We have it in here. But maybe we are like, and I think we subscribe to them all individually. Is that how this works? I think it is. I don't know. I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be back. I will. Would you like to say hello again? This is a double mod type day. The there's been we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Okay, we'll be back soon. We'll be back soon. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye.
Hi. Woo. Hi, friends. Hi. Hello. Oh. Hi. Did I get anything cool for Christmas? The Ghost of Christmas. No, not really. Well, that's a lie. I got some cool stuff. I mostly got a bunch of candy and like sweets and stuff. Because my big gift from like my family was a like a keyboard piano. And so I mostly got a stocking, and the stocking was full of treats that I wanted, like a jar of Nutella. So, yippee! Did anyone else get anything super fun for their holiday gift? Okay, maybe this is this might be insane. This might be the craziest thing. This might make me sound a little bit like Colonq. I love an everything bagel with Nutella on it. It's got like a chocolate covered pretzel vibe, you know, like a sweet, a savory, a salty, you know. A big book on Area 51 sounds sick, and a spinal decompression harness and nothing to hang from. I'm sorry. I mean, you're halfway there. I think that Colonq would think I am insane for this take. I don't know. I feel like it's something that I tried once as a child, and now I have like such nostalgia for it. I mean, it is exactly the same kind of drink. My first choice is like a bagel with cream cheese, but like sometimes, you know, you like half a bagel with cream cheese and then the other half with Nutella on it. I don't know, what else do people put Nutella on? I guess just like plain toast. It's kind of like that. It's a sweet, salty thing. Oh no! I hope you paid them well for it, Much Kisses. Hi. Something that I got myself for Christmas is that we cleaned out like the front room and we replaced the light bulbs in one of our lamps, so now it's like really cozy out there. So I'm excited. I shelled out a loan for it. I'm declaring bankruptcy soon. Damn. Yeah, like the self gift. Yeah, it had been really irritating us for a really long time. You know, you're buying things for Christmas and you're just like leaving the boxes around. So we made like a giant box of boxes that will be properly disposed of, you know. Oh my gosh, my clone is awful. My clone just said, haha, always a wild ride in here, Joel, +2.
That's exactly what you
No,
type
it's
like.
not!
That's how you type.
It is not how I type.
I would've thought that was you.
No, you wouldn't.
That's crazy. Hello.
Okay. How do you feel about... Stop! How do you feel about the idea of an everything bagel with Nutella on it?
Fine.
Okay.
I eat good stuff though. Okay, my favorite when I was in a bagel eating phase.
That's what I said. This is the reaction I got.
When I was in a bagel eating phase of my life, when I was young, my favorite type of bagel. They call this the LCOLONQ. This is what they call this locally.
No longer 3 pounds of beef due to gout.
This is my
3 pounds of beef canceled.
This is my new bagel. My new bagel type. Consider this: everything bagel, peanut butter.
This is real.
Jalapeno peppers,
like pickled
jalapenos.
Yeah.
Fresh is fine too. And then you melt some kind of good cheese on top. Like
this is
Swiss
real.
Cheese or cheddar cheese, like a sharp cheddar or something like this. Everything peanut butter jalapeno cheese. This is good. It's better than you think. Pepper jack is good for this.
Okay, how does this sound less crazy than Nutella on a bagel?
Nutella is sweet, and then everything. Yeah,
it's like yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah,
it does. We love peanut butter noodles. We make like a peanut butter,
I make a peanut butter beef sometimes.
Which
I've been known for a peanut butter beef.
It tastes better than it sounds, I promise.
You know I do that.
No, the Nutella on the everything bagel, it's like a chocolate covered pretzel.
Sweet peanut butter also. You can't be eating this. You can't be eating
Jif,
right? You can't be Jif. It's gotta be like stuff. It's just peanuts, no sugar even, no sugar peanut butter.
It's the most girl dinner thing I've ever heard.
I like real nice and just linking pycom.app syntax because that's 100% what I actually need to do. I mean, I'm known to do this. I mean, the past like weeks, I haven't been cooking my beef, so I'm just eating like my food every day. Is I just sit around and I eat like bread and pickles and stuff.
It's sick,
I eat the plowman's lunch. I'm going to eat the plowman's meal.
But you like this.
It's kind of I'm eating a raw onion. And like
no, that's not true. I've tried to buy Colonq onions before because he asks for them and then they sit in the cupboard until they get disgusting.
I forget to eat them. But
yeah,
they are good though. We gotta get this guy on the screen.
Am I being removed? I'm being removed. I mean, okay, bye. Big mood. Joel would love that. +2.
So accurate.
No, it's not.
That's not only is that how you type, it's how you talk also.
No.
I'm kidding.
Don't gaslight me like this. No.
This is why I...
A squared. That is literally what I imagine every time. Every single time that I'm removed from the stream, I imagine the hook. Yes, every time I hear it in my brain.
This is why...
I'm so glad that vibe comes.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to read a message by Samurai336 here, and you keep... this is why I pickle my onions, because I don't... This is good, though. Pickled onions, this is a great... You can't beat this. We do have some pickled onions sitting around. This is quite good. You can't complain about that. My knowledge of everything bagels is from everything everywhere all at once. This is films. This is movies. A Squared says, "Come join us in chat. Torment me. Torment Colonq. Simple joy of bagging, turning a whole. Okay, was there mischief done today? No mischief potentially. I think seemingly no mischief. In either buffer. But what's this about? Why are we not subscribing to events? One Girl Lillian hamburgers. Yes, but if the file was closed and open, there would be no undo history, and there is undo history. So she would have to know how to save and restore the undo history, which I do not even know how to do. Of course, she could probably do this. I have no disbelief in her abilities. I told her what you typed last. Oh, I thought you were typing Girl Lillian intentionally. This is kind of funny. As in like a girl million. This is an amusing concept. Okay. Anyway, what does this do? This should subscribe to all the events, but maybe it's too much events. Maybe it hates us when we do that too many events. Yeah. Thank you. I pickled everything: onion, chili, cheese, cheesesteak, breakfast sausage, cream cheese, Nutella, Marmite, Vegemite, bagel. At a certain point, it all tastes the same, right? Like in this, it probably just all tastes like Vegemite or something. Like it's all the Girl Lillian would do numbers on Tumblr, I think. Yeah, 100 pickles, 100 cheese, bagel. Onions may inflame the passions. Care must be taken. I heard this is like a thing in like Chinese traditional medicine, right? Like they're like, if you eat alliums, they're going to like throw you off. They're going to throw you into hell if you eat alliums. If you're recovering from illness, you can't be eating onions and garlic and things. You have to be drinking clear broth or something like this, I think. This is perhaps merely my incorrect impressions. Tumblr is the even more woo version of Tumblr. You're removing more and more syllables until you have only t remaining. This is the cutest possible version of the website. The most twee version of Tumblr. It's called Alliums helped with illness. Yeah, I think so as well. When I'm sick, I always want to eat garlic and onions and stuff. Where is like, I mean, we're just writing all these guys. We're just looping over them and writing the subscribe message. I guess I can look and see if we're subscribing to this thing correctly. If we check. Can I go check? Where does the bus live? On Shiro, right? Okay, can we briefly conceal? Brief concealment. Bring up a concealment window. Conjure the sigil. Onions in your socks. Conjure the seal. Can we say system control status colonq fig bus binary dot service? Bring up the seal, please. Oh, we are publishing. Are we ever even publishing to this event? I mean, that's a question, isn't it? That is a question. Oh, we're publishing to the wrong event is what's happening. We're publishing to Clippy animate off and on rather than Clippy border off. We're literally just doing it wrong. We're literally just sending the wrong event every time. Okay, of course it's something. It's dumb. It's dumb, and it's the result of copy and paste issues. One of the classic issues of the stream. It's not animate on and off. It's border on and off. We probably should have read for 5 seconds before doing anything. Can we put a text on the screen? Hello, fighting analysts. Okay, there's a little bit of a delay. You know, they're off a little bit. There's like a frame where it's kind of weird. Let's see when it disappears. Disappear? Yeah, you see it's a little bit off. There's a little bit of latency going on there. It goes red for a moment. We can of course make it not go red. It will just make the text, right? The way we can make it not go red is we have to just put it be not red do. We have to put it be not this. Hello, Dumb Moss. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Happy New Year, friend. Hello, hello. Can we shout out Dumb Moss? Dumb Moss is kind of cool. This is kind of a cool person. And they're also trying to... you know this person already. You may know them. They're a notorious member of the Green Circle. Moss says hi, by the way. They're a notorious green circler, and they're trying to get the funny Twitch checkmark thingy now. This is a thing people try and do. So if you have a chance when Dumb Moths is streaming, you should check this person out. You should do this. They stream retro games and stuff and weird games. They're making Morrowind 2 for the Nintendo DS. It's kind of good. It's kind of good in a variety of ways. Hello, Draw the Hellfire and Leon MZD and Drama Mord and Cosmo Toro. These are all hello. I'm LCOLONQ. Today we're resurrecting Clippy. You see him? Do you see him? We can make him do things. This is a new thing we've created where he can do stuff. You can turn him into shovel style. Look, I can tell him to be a shovel at any time. It's a new thing. I can tell him to be an atom. I can tell him to be an atom. You can tell him to be this. I wish I could go shovel mode. Me too. You can tell him to be... What is the one where he turns into a bike? Yeah, greeting. For some reason, his greeting is he turns into a bike and goes down a hill. It's sort of a strange mode to be in. Anyway, we're trying to make him talk, so we can now do this. We can say hello, dumb moths. Hello, he can talk now. We're slowly fixing him up. He's kind of fucked up still. There's various ways where he could be improved. We're adding Clippy to the stream. You're researching homemade nuclear power. Would you like help with that? And the long-term goal is to make him respond to Emacs stuff, right? So there's like events in the chat room, right? This is the thing. If you go to the redeems and you click the boost redeem, he will react to this. You can see this. Hello, modular skeleton. Also welcome in. I go for now. Enjoy the rest of your day tonight. I will send you a personal DM the next time Dumb Moss is live. Yes, you see it turns into an exclamation point. He turns into a bang, they call this. It's good. It's good. What were you up to today, Dumb Moss, by the way? I don't mean to keep you up. I know it's probably late over there. What's the stream lately? What's been going? I know there's been a lot of DS games happening over there recently. There was Big Mother Truckers and things like this. They were doing Big Mother Truckers. Hello, Snowmancer, welcome. And Kinslayer too showed porno. Oh, I see. They're always trying to do this to me, but I can usually evade it. It's kind of hard though. Sometimes you have to dodge this. Oh, witching. Oh, is this The Witcher? Oh, this is a porno type game. This is like the Witcher 1 has like what is it? It has cards. You collect cards of women. This is crazy. They don't really do this mechanic in games that much anymore. You played Witcher 1 to collect the porno cards. I see. You're given flesh. It's crazy that they did this. This is a gameplay mechanic that's sort of they're not into. I don't know. There's sort of I have this belief deep in my heart that there are like many sorts of, not related to this necessarily, but there are like many secret gameplay mechanics that we haven't even found out about. Like I think about this sometimes, right? Like there are whole genres of games that we have not discovered. I have this is my firm conviction. There are entire genres that like in 20 years they'll be like, oh yeah, that's like one of the genres, that's one of the classic genres everyone knows about in terms of games. That's like a category of game that I'm always playing. And this will be like, they don't even know about this now. No one has made one. The first one will come out in like 2030. Nintendo DS trackball gameplay was so beautiful to me. Yeah, I'm always thinking, after the DS came out, but before I had a DS, I had an issue of Nintendo Power magazine where it was like right when the DS came out, and they had like a big feature article on this game, Kirby Canvas Curse. Kirby Canvas Curse. Like, so this is like a relatively minor game in terms of games, I think, but this like stands large in my head because there was like a summer when I like went to the beach with my family, and I like brought this, I was like had this magazine, I was reading this magazine, and like yeah, I mean, to be honest, hardcore sex way worse than the cards. I think I would like the game, like I'm not in it because it's porno or whatever. I like it more when it's, I don't know. The cards are kind of fun though. It's kind of funny, and right, like you have to think about like that they put this into the game. This is crazy. It's not about the eroticism of this or lack thereof. There's probably very little of this in any case. It's about someone making a funny decision to put woman cards in the game, right? Like the whole thing that leads up to this makes it funny. And kind of charming in a way, I think. But yeah, Kirby Canvas Curse is a crazy game. It's a game you draw lines, that's the main gameplay, and they turn Kirby into a ball. Kirby already is kind of a ball, but then they make it so that he doesn't have arms and legs, and he just like rolls around. And you draw. Can we get gameplay of this? There's so many fucked up games on the DS, dude. There's so much. I'm somewhere else. Hello, Butt Charity. Welcome in. Welcome back with sponges. Kirby Canvas Curse. They were just doing weird touchscreen games that I feel like they don't really explore this anymore, despite everyone having a touchscreen phone now. Like, didn't have Angry Kirby. Maybe he was glad. Yeah, I mean, you sort of can't imagine it by default. Do we have Kirby Canvas Curse full playthrough? Let's see this. Bring this up. Get it up. Can we see it? They aren't touchscreen games, they're pen games. Yeah, these are very like stylus-focused games. There's another one that I always like, you draw little lines. It's like those ads where you have to like draw the lines so that the king can leave the cave and stuff, like the phone game ads. But like, it's actually that. Like, he's a little ball, and you have like a certain amount of ink, right? This is like your ink gauge, and you can draw lines to like make him go around. Like, it's a crazy style of gameplay for a platformer. Like, it's, I don't know. Like, you protect him, he can still absorb things and obtain powerful abilities. It's kind of cool, right? I've never played this game, by the way. I've played 0 seconds of this game. Never opened it, never even downloaded it, right? I've never played this, but it just like sticks in my head. The other one in this category for me, there's a game called Nights in the Nightmare. This is a true freaks game. This is a game that is unbelievable how it is. It's hard to even describe how this game is. Thank you, Classic Game Room Productions, cats. Okay. Oh, this is a person actually playing this on a DS. This goes crazy. Do we have long play on this? You won't believe this. Nights in the Nightmare is it's a tactics game, like a turn-based tactics game, and it's also a bullet hell. And the way you will not expect the way that this goes. It's not a bullet hell because of like, oh, when you get into battles you have to die. It's not like Undertale. Your cursor on the bottom screen is playing a bullet hell to select things for the game. You are dodging projectiles with your cursor that you use to control the game. This is psycho stuff in terms of gaming. Like, look at this shit. And also the entire UI is totally fried. Like, look at this screen. And this is just like, we need a both screens view. Can we get a both screen? Here's someone doing a TAS of this. From TAS Videos JP. An amazing, yeah, they were just making these crazy ass games, and like, there's something just so charming about this. Yeah, like, look at this. Like, you can tell from 1 second of watching this gameplay that this is like absolutely bizarre. Like, there's the cursor is moving around, it's selecting cells on a grid, there's like foes on the grid, there's like giant anime character pop-ins, there's projectiles, and like it's so good. The hello Cthulhu, welcome in, thank you for the follow. It's just so I also haven't played this. I have not played this yet. I really want to. It's like it's just so strange. These games that you remember from like magazines from when you're young. The one game where you flop around the 2x1x1 rectangle. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I forgot what it's called. Well, I don't know this, but I think I have. I don't know what it's called, and I have only vague. Like, I think I know what you mean. Like, you're flipping it over. Bloxors. Bloxors, is it? Do we have this? That is a crazy title also. Cuboid? Bloxors was an Adobe Flash game. Is it Cuboid? Cuboid, move a block twice as tall as it is wide along a puzzle. Okay, that seems right. Bloxors game. Long play. we're getting deep into things now. Yeah, here it is, Bloxors. This is the one. It's a sausage roll type game. It's a game about rolling. Yes. This is the first time you were ever on a computer. This is good. This is good as hell. No, there's so many good, weird, man. I gotta get on my DS arc soon. I've been feeling this. I have this in my heart. I've been on kind of an older arc. I've been playing like PlayStation games mostly. I played like Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story recently. Vagrant Story also goes fucking nuts. But I'm getting close. I think I'm gonna pivot through. I've been kind of craving. I want to play Dragon Quest. I want to play like Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, the original trilogy for the NES. And then I'm gonna pivot this to. I've been meaning to play this guy, Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime for the DS. And then we'll take this into some. You gotta have a sort of a thematic continuity between your gaming ventures. And I think this is going to be my path. Okay, back to business though. We're trying to edit out the red, and see if it looks okay. Can we edit any? Is there red edit? Can we do red edit? Can we steal this? Can we do red edit? Okay, make it not red anymore. What if we just make it all the same color now? Okay, good. Good. And now if we do something, we say this is text hello. Now, okay, let's see if when it goes away, we shouldn't see anything. Well, we're gonna have to reload this. We're still gonna see red. There's still gonna be red. Get out of red. Okay, rerun. That game is significantly older than you, I think. It's over for me. The bring up new. Oh, I should say this also. I didn't even say anything. If you like this, me. If you like here, this is basically what we do. Like, I do programming and say a bunch, and occasionally I get like excited about something, which is either related to programming or related to some kind of Nights in the Nightmare situation. And then I talk about that for a while, and then I go back to saying, If you like this, we have a Discord IRC. Thank you, XOR Xavier. It's like one Discord channel linked to one IRC channel. That's where we hang out, and we just do this like a lot. We just do this for hours a week, for years. That's kind of the main thing. This is sort of the main guy here. We do this for hours a week for years. Okay, I think we're looking good. The text is going to disappear slightly sooner. Yeah, there we go. That's not bad at all. This is good. Can we make the guy bigger? Make the guy bigger. Thank you, Cosmo Taro, for the follow. We're going to need to make the guy slightly larger. We're 295 by 228. Let's make him an additional 10 pixels. Can we be 238? Can we select all? Copy. I'm not using the key bindings because I find that they are somewhat unreliable in my configuration here. We need to make the wedge bigger. That's the main issue we've been having. That's a wedge too small kind of thing. Can we make the wedge a lot bigger? Do this. Do this. Build. It's a tiny wedge. Now that's a bigger wedge. I'm inclined to believe that wedge is a little bit better. There's no border on it also. It's kind of tiny, but I think in practice it'll look a little bit nicer. Can we go over to, where are we going? What am I doing? Newton. Crates. Here. We need water here. 300 BPM talking about crippled Mario versus 74 BPM talking about business. It's kind of like this, right? When it makes sense though. When you're passionate, you have to allow the passions to inflame the heart. Whereas business demands a cold and calculating approach. So I think this is appropriate. Okay, we have to tell it to be larger. Can we make it be larger? Where's Newton? Get clippy.rs open here. Make it be larger. Where's 228? 238 more like. Make it big. Okay, now if we talk, it should be big. Yeah, that's a little bit better, isn't it? I think that's a noticeable wedge. And this maybe matches the original Clippy sort of behavior. Like, let's look at the original. What is Clippy looking like? Like this, right? This is what they're telling us here. I think this, it's a longer, skinnier wedge. And also they have a 1 pixel black border around the edges. He has a longer wedge though for sure. Hello, Code 6 Fun. This is actually the sequel, one of the second sequel to Coding 4 Fun. They're calling it Code 6 Fun. Coding 6 Fun. This is good though. Hello, welcome in. The border I think is key as well. Yeah. Yeah, it is a troubling thing to compare wedges because it's also like this is a skinnier window, right? Our window is a little bit wider, so maybe we deserve to have a wider wedge. But it's hard to say. It feels like it should have a drop shadow, but maybe this is just my Code 4 Fun was taken, and I forgot my password to Code 5 Fun. This is great, actually. I like this a lot. Now you have like it's an origin story, right? Now you have like a unique name. It's an interesting sort of name. I like this. Good job. Okay. Can we edit this again? Let's add the border. How are we gonna do that? By manual, I think, is going to be the technique. Lippy is programming you, probably. I can just go over here and click, right? We can just draw this guy out. We might need to do a thicker border, but that's okay. Sometimes you gotta. Okay. Hello, Avenel. Welcome in also. Your heart might explode. 250 BPM is diabolical. Oh no, it's not my it's not my heart. It's not my heart. It's not my heart. Can we go over here? Go here. Go down. Do clicking. I can just do multi-clicking. Multi-click type mechanics. Okay, go here. Do clicking. Do clicking. Okay. Good. Go up here. Do clicking. Not there. Not there. Here we go. Okay. Manual border has been completed. It's a thin border, but maybe it's what we need. Okay. Pixel gaming moves, yeah. That's why I have aim. That's why I'm on team. What's the team? Team Liquid. So I'm in FaZe Clan. That's why they put me in FaZe Clan. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's hard to see, but I think it adds a certain je ne sais quoi to the whole thing. Good. The font is still wrong, right? But in order, we're gonna have to. We can certainly get the exact font. I think that might be the play. Or, This is probably this is probably because this is a monospace font. You should make it Minecraft font. This is kind of funny. Give you a redeem. Change font. Comic Sans is a good choice. Yeah, I mean, we can do whatever font we want here. It's very easy to control the text, given that the how do you say? Do you mean change font globally redeem? This could be a good redeem. Just change font fucking everywhere. We have to do word wrapping again. Redeem to roll random fonts. Yeah. Anyway, let's think about this. Can we make it not do... Can we get lorem ipsum? Does it save the config on your system? Yeah, it probably does. This is probably a thing you can configure. How are you getting fonts into Oob Engine? So Oob Engine actually, it's been doing a bunch of shit. Currently, all the fonts in Oob Engine are just bitmap fonts, and they are not even bitmap fonts in like a standard format. They are bitmap fonts sprite sheet style. Can we demonstrate this a little bit? Where's Talea? Where's Talea? Can we kill? Can we kill? I did not even pre-process them. I made the default font in yeah, it is normal. This is not abnormal. This is a font I like stole from some thing on like some web thing. This is another one. I use these for testing, and I think this is the one we currently use, which is just, I think it was one that I found online, and I squeezed it to be slightly different in the dimensions. Like it's a character thinner or something. I don't know. I definitely like had a thing where I entered all of these characters by hand. We do have TTF support, or at least we did in the past through a crate there's a Rust crate called Fondue. That does not this. Stop. Not this. This, which is like a pure Rust font rasterizer guy, and who does layout also. I found this sort of irritating to use, and also it was not producing the sort of results I wanted on certain fonts. Like when I was trying to render my model, this wound up working with, because I can render my model in Newton, right? Which renders like in my own like terminal. Like let me turn that on. Where's Newton? Where's main? Like we can draw LLCOLONQ on here. There's a good free type binding. Yes. So we're getting to this. This, do you see him? The tracking doesn't work because I've changed how tracking works since I brought this guy up. But this ghostly apparition is the model. And this looks like the right font, right? The font that the model is in is Terminus, which is a bitmap font. So the way he works is I was trying to do him with the Fondue thing, but eventually I was just like, fuck this. I'm doing it by hand. So we have terminus.png here, which is every character from Terminus laid out in a grid. And I have the ability to, like, I can set like the width and height of individual characters and how many. I can control that kind of stuff. But this is how that renders. Hello, Nightshade dude. I have been recently considering, I've realized that not having good font rendering sort of limits the sorts of games I want to make. And also I want to make, I like text. I want to do cool text. So I think, and also Fondue was just annoying. So I think I'm trying another thing. I don't actually remember how far I got with it. I'm trying another thing for font rendering. Did we actually get this working? I don't think I did. I think it's gone for now. I'm going to try another crate called font don't. Where is this? Where is this fellow? Where is this guy? Could have sworn we were pulling. Oh, cosmic text Rust. This guy seemed kind of promising in that he's kind of like trying to actually do. This guy is from Pop OS. This guy is from Pop OS, and he does like text shaping rendering for all kinds of fonts and things. And this is mostly what I want. I don't really need like this precise glyph level control. I mostly need like, hey, give me the guy. So I need to like wrap this eventually but this is what I plan to do in the future. And this guy probably is like he's a Harf Rust wrapper. He's a Rust port of Harf Buzz guy for the shaping. I don't know how he gets the fonts. Time number 8 today is in type character. He's going oomph. There's a ridiculous number of font-related crates in a standard Bevy project. Yeah, in general. We'll see. This guy is also fairly small, the Cosmic Text guy, I noticed, whereas I think Fondue had more dependency. Or, I don't know. I don't pay attention to it that much, but the size does matter a little bit here because Oob is a WASM game, right? So we're trying to keep him small if possible. If we can get away with it, right? And right now, like, he's kind of like, you know, obviously most of his size is like textures and stuff that we will eventually like shrink further and optimize. But like the code size does matter. Like I went through and like pruned a bunch of bullshit that I wasn't using in here, and like, or that I wasn't like actively going to need, or could rewrite myself like a small section of much more briefly. And it cut like 4 megabytes off of like the 29 megabyte thing. Like it was really noticeable, combined with like setting a bunch of options and stuff. So like I think I do care a little bit. Yeah. How big is this currently actually? Like what are we sitting at like Oob is gonna get bigger. It'll probably be around the same size at release when we actually like get him. Do we know how big are you? You're 20. He's 23 megabytes. 20. Yeah. So like, yeah, 2025. Yeah, better update that. No, we could actually do one final Oob change. 2025. One final Oob change here. Can we do it? The ceremonial final change. What not? Gross. Yuck. Can we open? Where are we saying this? Crates oubliettes source game render.rs. Okay. Final change of 2025. There we go. Out tomorrow. Yes, true and real. Oh yes, this is a fearsome thing. Invalid M map. This is oh dear. Good luck. Good fucking luck. Okay, we need to make Clippy actually respond to Thing. Clippy's gotta be talking to Thing. They have to put him on Thing. How do we get him? How do we get him? Get him soon. Get my model off of here also. What do we do for this? He can say things. He can freely say things now. If we rerun this, and there should be no red and there should be border. All of this is good. How do we make him? Okay, first of all, let's change the major mode. Let's go over to let's go to fuck. Also, Clippy can technically be anything. He can like say anything, by the way. How do we do this? Like he can literally say anything in the world. We can just put an arbitrary buffer on him if we want to. We can make him say videos. We can make him say browser windows. This is like the advantage of doing it Emacs style, I think. Can we go to overlay.el? Let's say, I think in our major mode here, thank you for the water too. We probably don't want to say truncate lines T. Can we also say hello Geop too? Where's Clippy dialogue? Kill Clippy dialogue, please. Welcome in, Geop. It's good to have you. Hello. The beast of your Clippy. Yes, he can talk. He can talk now. Hello, Geop. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. It put ILM on him. They put IELM on him. They put the wrong fellow on him. It's because it's not being set back to what it should be. We should be saying creates. Where do we say frame create? We should be saying set window buffer. Whenever we write also. Yeah. 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 Now we can do it. There we go. It goes now. He can say stuff. What's the Let's make him respond to FlyMake. We're doing this on friend, right? How do we... There's got to be a way we're doing this. Or do we take this off of friend? Does friend no longer have this? Is this only on old friend? I think we simplified friend a lot when we moved from fig to wasp. Where is fig? Fig. Can we get this? Do we have source, old, Emacs stream setup, fig, source? Fig... what is this? Where did it go? Where did it go? It's in Gizmo. Bigfriend.el. This is from so long ago. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do we have this? Where is FlyMake? Oh, we're checking fly check errors on this. This is back when I was still using fly check instead of FlyMake. Holy moly. Well, there's got to be a thing that's like, there's definitely like a buffer local variable that contains the FlyMake errors, I imagine. I mean, I guess I can check this here. Like, is there a FlyMake current errors? Is there a FlyMake? What are the variables involved in this? What do we have here? There's got to be something. There's FlyMake. These are all settings and things like this. Strip to see your old code. Yes. Hello, Ivalon. Welcome. What is error bitmap? I see. Oh, this is the thing that goes in the fringe. Is there anything to get FlyMake? Like, is there FlyMake? There's FlyMake error, which probably signals an error. They call them diagnostics, right? FlyMake diagnostics is get FlyMake diagnostics in a region. Okay, this just gets them for the buffer. So if I call FlyMake diagnostics, this gives just a big long list of things. And they are diagnostics, and they do have warning, various messages and things. Okay, fair. There's probably a nice way to... Okay, let's just do that. Let's just make it so that Clippy has like a random chance to like do shit. And we can make it so that like if there's a FlyMake error in the current buffer, we should do it. It should be more consistent than friend. Like, it should always say something. It should always yell at us about it, even if we're not like it shouldn't just do it like oh, there's a 1 in 20 chance every 20 seconds. That's lame, right? It should, if there's an error and it has not already mentioned an error in the, if it is not currently mentioning an error and has not, like, if the last thing it did is not mentioning an error from the current buffer, it should mention an error. Actually, Clippy lines hints from Google. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. We're gonna make it so it's like those style lines, but for this. Yeah, we should find the actual lines. I don't know if the lines themselves are in the Microsoft Assistant guide. Maybe they are. I guess they're maybe they are. We'd have to. LG would probably know this. Okay. Well, either way. You don't think they are? Okay, good. This gives us a little more freedom to not, we get to ignore the truth a little bit. They come from the application. Yeah, the application has to drive this guy somehow. Okay. Let's say we have W overlay Clippy, I don't know, last FlyMake, or I don't know, last last event, right? We'll have an idea of an event, right? We'll have an idea of an event, where we should probably have a little struct for this also. Can we have, like, I don't know, CL def structs W overlay clippy events, and we can say, how do you do this? It's like this, right? Constructor W overlay clippy event new. What does an event have? Well, an event has a timestamp. An event also has like a type. I think that's most of what we want to do, right? Because the event switching logic we have is there's going to be various things that trigger events, right? There's going to be various things, right? So say we open a new buffer. In that buffer, there's an error. FlyMake produces an error. We're going to be checking the current buffer, the buffer that we're focused on, every couple of seconds, right? If there's a new, if there is a FlyMake error, and the last thing we reported was not a FlyMake error, we should report one of those randomly. We should say, it looks like you've made a mistake here, and then say the error, right? If enough time passes, we should reset this. What is happening here? Hello, TIGNOC. Welcome back. What we're doing, TIGNOC, is you see this guy in the corner of the screen, Clippy? This is like an old Microsoft thing. You know this? We have sort of like this is like the original Microsoft character agent thing, animated guy that they have specified, and we have access to all of his animations. We've written a little renderer that like reads in all of his stuff and lets us control him, right? So we can say stuff like, you know, from our Emacs, we can tell this guy to play certain animations, and he will do so. And we also have just built a thing that lets us display text. We can say hello TIGNOC, right? You see, and we can put text on the screen in a little bubble. What we're trying to do now is to make this guy actually respond to things that are happening in my Emacs, right? So if I make an error, right? Like you see, there's this red underline here that's telling me wrong type argument, list p cl defs. You know, this is a language error, right? I've made a mistake. I've made a mistake, and now there is, right. I don't actually know what the mistake is here. Well, we'll see, I guess. I want it to yell at me about this mistake. I want it to be like, hey, in like the way that it does. What I needed to do is assume a cough segment's end address is a damn lie. I see. Well, congratulations. Good job. How do you get errors for LS code? No, there's no LSP. This is just built in. So in general, in Emacs, the error handling functionality is more general than the LSP. There's a built-in thing called FlyMake, and a third-party thing called FlyCheck that some people prefer. I used to use this, but basically FlyMake used to be really bad, and then so people made FlyCheck to use instead, and then FlyMake got better. So now it's like, it's kind of this sort of situation. So FlyMake is just like a thing you can enable in a buffer, and there are various like backends for it that one or more can be on. Like right now, if I run FlyMake running backends, I'm currently running elist FlyMake checkdoc, elist FlyMake byte compile, and W FlyMake backend. W FlyMake backend is the thing that facilitates the encoded clarity redeem, right? Like if I go here and I go into chat room and I press encoded clarity foo, does this work? Yes, right? You can see that there's now a message foo from chat on this. This doesn't work very consistently because I'm usually moving the cursor around, but like this is the idea. Some of these backends refer to the LSP server, but they don't have to necessarily. Right, LSP is sort of like it's just a backend like any other backend. It doesn't have any special status, right? So if I go to a Rust thing where I do use the LSP, like if I go in here and I run running backends, you can see that the one that's running is eglot fly make backend, and eglot is the LSP client. This spell. You're good. There's a spell. This is the guy that runs LSP. But there's no inherent reason to need this, and I don't think there may be an LSP server for eLisp, but it's not going to be right. Like the entire evaluation environment for eLisp is already in this process, so there's not really much reason to like go out to the other place. Yeah, I see this goes. The beyond this, I don't know. And in general, the LSP stuff tends to work worse, and I would like to switch to not using it. Some things chain us to that rock, like I can certainly get errors, right? Like in fact, for a while ago we wrote a FlyMake backend for Rust that just runs cargo check and like parses the output JSON and puts errors in, and that worked pretty well. The main issue is the extra stuff, like doing this, right? You see how it says alloc boxed box at the bottom of the screen? Like that's really useful. And like the other stuff the LSP does, I'm still kind of relying on. Or like this guy that lets me jump to this in this other crate entirely. Like that's pretty handy. But errors alone you can get pretty easily. Usually, it means it usually comes down to just invoking the compiler. This is how it used to be in the old days too, right? Like if you were using Vim, like when I learned Vim, the big thing for this, there was a Vim thing called Syntactic. This is the ancient thing. There was a Vim guy called Syntactic, which is now archived, I guess. It's been archived for a few years. They have a horse. Yeah, they have a horse. This is what they used to be doing. And Syntactic, the idea was it's like Flyme. It just runs the compiler, right? So if you're writing C code, right, it's just gonna run the compiler. There's options you can give to GCC to be just like, okay, only check syntax, and it parsed the output to look for errors, and then it like found, you know, the errors usually have like some kind of like, they write like file.c, you know, 4110 to mean something is at like this line and column, f syntax only. Yeah, so they would parse these things out and then use those to put the errors, and it usually works pretty well. And most languages have some kind of way to do this kind of syntax checking, right? Like this is just how it is typically. Yeah, I prefer this also, Xavier. I prefer especially if the compiler has a mode that lets you run like a dry run like this where you only check, and especially if the compiler has a mode where it will just spit out JSON, right? Or like spit out some other kind of like machine readable format, so you don't have to do the parsing of the human readable error messages. And I think this is quite good, and this is like all like, you know, Rust has this. It's kind of nice. And I like most things. I assume Python has this, right? Python check syntax only. Like, is this a thing? How to check syntax of Python file script without executing it. You can do Python -m. So you can just run the Python compiler to PyC or something, right? So all this, and there's various linters and things, and like, yeah. So most things are gonna have this kind of deal. And that's, yeah. And if you wanted completion, right? If you wanted auto completion, this was another can of worms. There were various things that would just try and like they were mostly like purely syntactic things that would try and like parse your code. It depended on the language a lot what was like best. A lot of the time you would just end up using like of course like the big IDEs have stuff. Yeah, you complete me is a guy. This was a classic guy. You complete me, Vim. I use this. And it just like, it was kind of nice in the sense that it did just work most of the time, in my experience at least, but also like the completions would often not be the best, right? I guess now they're probably doing all kinds of like, they're using Clang D on this guy. This guy's probably changed a lot. There's another guy for Vim called SuperTab. I remember using this. This was mostly like a bindings thing to like do binding auto completion on just pressing tab. But it also, I think, had some, maybe this is just bindings, right? This was just like findings on the underlying Vim completion functionality, which like you can go a long way just like completing off of like any string that exists in an open buffer or something like this. This is like a pretty good, I don't know. And there are completion things based on like tags and things like this. This is what I'm doing for my C stuff that we're working on now, right? Like the elf fucker, right? This is the elf fucker has errors, right? You see, here's an error. This is pretty good. And the elf fucker also has go-to definition, at least for some things. Like I can jump to elf read header in this other file. It's kind of busted a little bit. I need to make it work better. I need to apply the correct options to make me able to jump to like structs and things like this, and probably build a completion thing on top of this also. But this is all, none of this is LSP. Like this is not CLANG-D. The way it works is it's just like the old-fashioned way, basically, which is in my makefile, I have a check syntax target. That also rebuilds the tags. Depends on the tags. And the check syntax target just calls GCC with my like C flags that I'm going to use to compile for real. So like, you know, it works. Like it has all the includes in the right, you know, all the directories are right with -f syntax only. So this just, and then flymake, there's a flymake backend. Like if I go over here and I say flymake running backends, you can see there's flymake CC. And what flymake CC tries to do by default is run flymake CC command and then check the output of this. And flymake CC command is currently flymake CC use special make target, which is building a check sources target in the makefile. All the others of this tags deal, there's these programs called C tags and E tags and various other things. Probably the main guy that's still around is this guy called Universal C tags. You know, sorry, this is like a boomer rant or something, and I'm like, I don't know, but this is always cool to me, right? It's like you can totally do without stuff, right? This functionality existed long ago and will continue to exist. Yeah, E tags is not good. The main guy everybody uses, who still uses, anyone who still cares about tags is probably using one of these guys, one of these forks. This guy has parsers for like a bunch of different programming languages, and he just like produces like a tags file in like a standardized format that says like, okay, here are the functions, here are the identifiers of different types, and this is where they live, this is like their location. So you just rerun this every time files change, and then you can or like at your leisure, and then you can jump to things. Hello, it's Bithral also. And like if you're editing on like the kernel, for example, like the kernel has like makefile targets to like build these tags files, so your editor can ingest them. It's all a little bit funky, but like this is the and it's a lot of manual effort for like this guy, right? Because they have to have like 1 million fucking parsers. Right, like here's a million fucking parsers. A long-time follower. Wait, what is this? It's Bithral. They've been around for some time. They have to have a fucking closure.c here. They're all in C too. And I think these are mostly like, oh, they have some kind of special handler. This is a list. They have a list dialect pointer here. This is kind of funny. I'm sure it's all very bespoke and like, but that's how they do it. That's how it is. They have SE Linux interface files. They can parse out definitions from these so you can jump to them and like, yeah. Yippee bespoke parsers. Yeah. That's how it was. That's how it was. You could probably build a lot of this stuff on top of Tree Sitter now, which has like this sort of thing, but has like a standardized way of like having grammars and like kind of a, I don't know. This would kind of be fun to think about, building a tags type tool, or like some kind of semantic navigation tool. There's probably like there's a guy called semgrep, right? This is a thing. I've never used this very much. Built-in flymake backend. Yes. This guy is Rust TS flymake. This is on the Tree Sitter thing. I don't actually know if this guy runs cargo check. It might just run Rust C, but like I think there's a reason why I didn't reach for this. But like, yeah, there are a lot of these guys built in. Long time moderator, first time chatter. Welcome, Basilia. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, dude. I hope you're doing well. We got Clippy on here. The LG convinced us, Bazelia, to parse out this format called Microsoft's Agent, which is like this fucked up and evil bespoke format for having the like Bonzi Buddy is this and Clippy is this, and there's like a ton of others. And we parsed this out and got a renderer for this guy, so we can draw Clippy and we can like make him do different expressions and things. We can make him we can make him do greeting, which apparently is riding a bike down a hill for some reason. And now he can talk also. This is like a Emacs frame, which is really bad, but we can make him talk. And the idea that we're kind of talking through now is we're going to hopefully make him in the same way that Friend used to. We're going to make him respond to fly check errors. Bonzi, there is no way that Bonzi Buddy works because he renders in a different way. Or at least he's going to be deeply broken. Yes, this is the plan. Can we bring this up? We got to get this going at least once. Where is overlay.el? I keep distracting myself. Also, why is CL Deathstruct different than what we think it is? It always is. This guy has like some fucked up. He has some kind of fucked up nature to him. What is your problem? Oh yeah, there's too much spaces. They put too much spaces in this. Maybe broken in a funny way. I wonder why. Do we have Pikachu still? Let's try it. Fine. Let's get Bonzi Buddy and Pikachu. Can we copy source ACS compression Bonzi.acs to source Newton crates renderer source, and these are like Java ass paths. Oh, we have them all there already. The let's go back to clippy.rs. Where is clippy.acs? Let's say, what is Pikachu all about? The I wonder if he even has a lot more animations. He's also fucked up. We're messing up some kind of stride somewhere with Pikachu. We're making some kind of assumption that does not hold in any way. What if can I say like write return? He certainly does something. Okay, what about Bonzi Buddy? We don't want Nintendo up in here. I hope not. I worried about this for a while. Like, I don't know, like, my first, like, 10 streams are Pokemon Emerald modding, where I'm just, like, looking through the decomp of this, and only later did I realize this is probably not something I want to do. I mean, I do want to do this badly. Why are we typing make? I do want to do this. However, I sort of fear legal assaults. Should just delete this make file. There's no reason for this. Will they ever get back to me? Yeah. Okay, here's this guy. He's got stuff. Like if I say look left on him though. No, he does actually do it. His whole head disappears for a while and it becomes only his eyes. I will never be a verified Pokemon content creator. Yeah, it's how unfortunate. How deeply unfortunate. He can do hug. He can do hug. He can do scout alerts. These are all different. He can do giggle. Yeah. So like if we fix the rendering to do like the thing it's supposed to do, I think we're totally fine. Which I think is just we need to render to a frame buffer and then keep the thing around. There's banana miss. He can he can miss the banana and becomes saddened, unfortunately. He can do various tasks. Man, he has so much stuff on him. He is so much bigger than Clippy. Do Magic 2 apparently does nothing. There's pleased soft. Why did they do it like this? I see. Well, anyway, does he have a greeting too? Is that like a standard guy? No, he doesn't. What is butternuts? What is butternut? Also does not appear to exist. Oh no, there it is. It just takes a second. He goes and gets a butterfly, and then freezes. I think we're not respecting the frame durations correctly here. They call this a classic maneuver. Okay. Can we get back to bring Clippy back for now? Bring this back. Blah 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 blah. Can we do this? Can we go back to it's all overlay.el from this point forward? I think what we'll do. Oh, these are false errors. We'll have last event. We'll save the last event. And then in update, in Clippy update, we will, let's see. We'll check various things, right? We'll check to see if there is a how do you say a fly make error, right? Let's do this. Like we can say, for example, let's just add this to utils. This is a guy we might use kind of frequently, right? Like let's say defun w random fly make error. Sure. Return a random fly make error from the current buffer or nil. Fly make diagnostics is a function. And we can just pick random from this. So then if we say w random fly make error, this gives us an error, right? You see? Cool. Is there a way we can get what is the text here? It's notes. There's a note here. Hello, Sanic Stuff. Thank you for the follow, Sanic Stuff. Welcome in. Should say this too. Discord IRC. That's the place to be. It's the place to be. Where is this? Okay. We can just do this style, I guess. Or let's call this W overlay Clippy check events or something. Break it out. Overlay Clippy check events. What are you about? Check for events that Clippy should respond to which Clippy should respond. Hello, Vlad Caffeine. Welcome. Okay. When let this guy, they forgot their caffeine. I see. Are you having a caffeine withdrawal symptom? Vlad Caffeine. Welcome. When this guy is real, can I call pick random nil? Does that do anything for us? Okay, good. That behaves the correct way. Random fly make error. If this is the case, if there is such an error, why are we locked? Oh, did they lock us? Did they kill us? Oh, they killed us. They killed us. Nets programming per day? Probably 1 hour. No, more than this probably. I would say these days probably. I mean, there's a lot of. I think I'm being unproductive, but then I don't Like there's my being unproductive. Yesterday I was like, oh man, I didn't program at all. But I worked on like a game mod thing I was fucking with, which was just writing fennel for like 5 hours. So like I don't know. It probably is like between 2 and 4 hours, I'd say. Like that's for real. Yo, yeah. It's more than I was when I was employed for sure. Okay, it killed us. I think we're done for the day. I think this is a good place to stop because they killed us. My GPU crashed, so I'm totally locked. This is the final moments of 2025, and we're totally locked here. Scene close. Can I navigate to anywhere? Rip in peace. Yeah, we're dead. I think we're dead. Can I control all F2? Well, I guess I can. Yes, the AMD GPU crash. It occurs very infrequently, hence I have not been motivated to fix it. Also, it seems kind of annoying to fix. But it's, you know, we'll figure it out eventually probably. Can I be a little more ceremonious about things? Can we p-kill Emacs? Good sig term, so we should have backups. What else can we do? We probably need to kill 9x. Okay. Are we in a reasonable spot here? Does this guy work? I think my keyboard is also dying. Oh, it is dying. The keyboard I use when X isn't running is dead. It's out of batteries. I think does this take AA? I don't think it's rechargeable. Oh, it is rechargeable, but it's USB-A. Holy fuck. I have one of these on here though. I have a USB. It's not USB-A. It's USB whatever this guy. Do I have a cord? USB-B, micro USB. USB-A is the big one. Do I have a cord for this? I don't have a cord. I have. No, I use it. I mean, I don't have a keyboard plugged in for X at all. I'm using like a. Oh no, you know what it is? Let me go here. We can type. It's just this one. It's just this one. It's just this one. The keyboard, it is dying though. Okay, how do you make the font bigger? How do you make the fonts bigger? This is a Full Metal Alchemist type punishment for resurrection. Yes. Terminal font size, Linux. How do you do this? Fuck. X. No, there's a thing. It's not X. Is it set font? Set font is a guy you can use. This is a thing for real. Can we set fonts? Man, set fonts. How do I do this? Does it tell me about this? Set font. No, this is going to complete to files. Holy fuck. What the fuck, prod zed pod? Yes, there's a Basilia. There's a resurrection. Okay, we're just doing it like this. Hello, Silent Perez. Also, welcome in. Hi. We can definitely make this bigger. We can do this. We can make this freaking happen. Hello, Salad Perez. How was your stream? They're killing us out here. They're throwing us into a huge pit. They're throwing us down a ravine. Hello everyone. Hello Crazy Kitty and Vodka and Yan and hello. How do you make the fonts bigger? There's an easy way you can do this. Linux console font size. There's like an easy command for this. I know there is. I know there is. This is a thing. Your set font D is double. Set font D is double. But no, check out Salad for Rest. This is cool. Yes, double. Okay, we're double. Okay. Do we have can we hit him with this? Okay, yes. Yeah. I guess in conclusion, thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you for 2025. It's been a heck of a year. I hope you have a good one. I hope you have a pleasant New Year's Eve if you're doing this tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Maybe we'll hop on. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We're gonna do this. It's been a good year. I think I've had a real. I don't know. I really enjoyed this year. This has been. This is year 3 for me. We're nearing the end of year 3 of doing this weird streaming thing. At the end of January, that'll be 3 years. It's been a hell of a ride. Thank you for keeping me company on some of it. If it's I don't know. My Emacs streamer logging into hello angry lisping sloth. Our AMD GPU exploded. Yeah, I don't know. Let's keep doing cool stuff. I'm not gonna quit anytime soon. We got a lot of interesting stuff to do. I'm enjoying this so much. I keep I don't know. I keep telling Maud, like I finished the other day and I keep going like, man, I like streaming so much. It's so good. It's good as hell. Yeah, that's mostly thanks to you all. I think I can easily imagine a world where I come on here and people are mean to me and yell at me and call me a freak every day. So it's really nice that that's not the case. That we have a lot of nice people around who are interested in cool stuff. And yeah, no, it's not a file. It exists in Emacs. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm having a bad. It's hard to say this. It's hard to yeah, I don't know. Let's keep trying our best and to a productive and generative and like good 2026. Just good. Let's do it. This is best wishes. Who the fuck are we rating? Who are we rating? No, Machka 6 is good though. They call me bitch all the time, but this is in a good way. They have only the best intentions. And let's make cool shit. This is the year. I'm thinking it's a year of compilers. Good slide into the new year. I'm thinking this is a year. Well, let's keep learning about ELF. Let's write an x86 assembler this time. Let's do everything. Let's figure it all out. I don't know Wit lore. Machka 6 was here today. But are they back from the dead? This is crazy. The year of Vulcan? Yeah, I think this too. Let's just do crazy stuff. Let's do stuff that's so crazy that like us from last year wouldn't even believe what we're doing. This is how we got to do it, I think. Okay, who are we rating? Are there humans? Did they put humans on this? Oh, Hina's live. We rarely get to rate Hina. Choco Jax is live. Who's on this? Who did they put on this fucker? The Yuki VT is live with Doohoo. This is let's just rate Hina. We rarely get to do this. Let's go over there. Raids, no newspaper today. Enjoy your remaining day. Yes, please everybody enjoy. I don't know. I feel like I'm bad at being sappy like this. I always have been. I don't know what to say. But I don't know. Thank you for rooting for me. I'm rooting for you too. I hope everything goes good. People are getting boost scammed. Yeah, you are. If you are boosting now, you are being scammed. You are being scammed horribly. Later, Clonkheads. Later, Bezelia. Thank you. I hope you're doing good, man. I hope hope you are achieving high levels of power. And if not, I hope you're at least having fun. Okay, yeah, you got scammed for a total clarity. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll see you next year, which is in 3 days. We'll see you on Friday. Back with more. I don't know what we're gonna do. Probably vague, clippy stuff, but actually, we'll probably go back to something else. It's about time for something else at this point. I think we've, yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. EXO, love you. Thank you. Where I'm clicking now. This is a weird ending. Thanks. Bye. Thank you. I have to turn the stream off and I'm focusing the wrong window now. And it's, oh my goodness. Let's click this. Bye. Happy New Year.